Corrigan. Narrated by Gary Furlong. Chapter 1. Gwen finally understood why deer darted out in front of cars. Fear. Being a prey animal sucked. Every noise and shadow spooked her. She cut a quick glance over her shoulder. No glowing eyes. No flashes of white from an animal's fangs. No sign whatsoever of the 5 horny shifters who were on her trail. That didn't mean she was safe. Far from it. The short reprieve was one she wouldn't pass up, however. Gwen skidded to a stop, smashing the frost-covered leaves under her feet. She dropped to a crouch and braced her weary body, with a hand flattened against a large rock. Rough pants sawed past her lips, and her muscles burned. She wrapped an arm around her stomach and tried to catch her breath. Running blind was going to ensure she got caught. She needed to take stock of her situation and plan. Easier said than done. With the tightness in her chest and her rapid heartbeat, she hovered on the verge of a panic attack. She had no delusions about what would happen if a shifter captured her. He'd rape her, or torture her, maybe both. It all depended on what got him off. The only consolation came from knowing he probably wouldn't kill her. Not only would he be banished from participating in future hunts, he'd have to pay a $100,000 replacement fee for her, 10 times what other human women were rated. She had a use besides being a piece of meat. The nursing degree she'd labored over made her invaluable. She should feel special. At least, that was what Reno, the bear shifter who dropped her in the middle of nowhere, had said before he'd gone back to collect the entry fees from the shifters who were joining the hunt. For her. Gwen gritted her teeth. The anger that had become her constant companion since being kidnapped 4 months ago flared to life, chasing back the fear. She knew better than to let the darker emotion take hold. That was how she'd landed herself in this situation to begin with. Still, the wound she'd given her guard had been satisfying. And hearing him scream, that had appeased an aspect of her personality she hadn't known existed until she'd been forced into slavery. In her mind, he deserved the shard of glass she slammed into his neck for beating on a restrained man who couldn't fight back. A grin spread, cracking her chapped lips. She licked them, an automatic reaction she couldn't stop but wished she had. Doing so only made them hurt more. She scrubbed her palm over her lips, drying them as best she could, and scanned the woods. Trees surrounded her, from evergreens to tall oaks. The amount of broken branches and small rocks on the ground made running difficult, but the debris would also hamper those hunting her. So would the shot Reno had given her. The drug masked scents, both human and animal, depending on the dose administered. Gwen was intimately familiar with its effects. She'd used it on Molly, her adopted sister, a few months back to cover up her lioness's scent. Too bad it hadn't been enough to protect her. Molly was lost, maybe dead, and her fate was Gwen's fault. She hadn't been strong enough to defend her little sister against the shifters who'd hunted them. Heck, Gwen hadn't even been able to save herself from being kidnapped. She was too weak, too fat, and No. Gwen balled her hands. Those thoughts weren't healthy. If Molly were truly lost, the Ulgren clan, the bear shifters who'd kidnapped Gwen, wouldn't still be looking for her little sister. That alone was enough to give Gwen hope. She had to hold on to it, not allow regret to choke her. She flexed her hands and wiggled her numb fingers. The sharp bite of the frigid air on her exposed skin was dropping her core temperature too quickly. The cold wasn't helping the stiffness in her right wrist either. A wolf's bite had broken it nearly 4 months ago. Although the bones had healed, her joints ached. Probably would for the rest of her life. Teeth gritted, she shut down those thoughts. Whining about being cold wouldn't help her survive the night. That was a must. She had too much to live for and too many promises to keep. She turned her attention to the woods around her. No snow covered the ground, but it was coming. Reno, the shifter running this hunt, had told her that. He'd been annoyed by the forecast. It would make tracking her too easy. Reno's job was to provide a satisfactory experience for all entrants, even the losers. It was bad enough a royal wolf shifter had entered the hunt. Royals were considered the elite of shifter society. Not only were they immortal, but they housed 3 animals instead of 1. That difference heightened their senses and instincts, no matter what animal form they could take, wolf, feline, or bear. The other entrants, all single shifters, had complained about the event being fixed because of the royals' participation in the hunt. They'd wanted a refund. Reno didn't believe in such a thing, but had promised to do his best to even the playing field. Or at least, that had been Reno's reasoning behind giving Gwen a weapon and a small bag of provisions. Well, one of the reasons. The other sickened her. If she defended herself, her captor's instinct to dominate her would be triggered, thereby increasing his enjoyment. It was all about providing entertainment to the depraved shifters who could afford these illegal games. According to Reno, a happy customer kept coming back for more. They all needed to die, hunters and handlers alike. She scanned the area one more time, not seeing any movement or sign she was being followed. She tugged off the backpack and dug through the items stashed inside. The sight of the scarf, hat, and gloves brought a sigh of relief to her lips. She quickly donned the necessary winter gear, wrapping the wool scarf around her nose and mouth, then zipped the bag. The food rations and hot wraps remaining inside would come in handy for the long night ahead of her. The way she looked at it, she had two choices: run or hide. Both options came with risks, but if she survived the night, she'd be returned to her cell. If she wasn't, the feral shifter Gwen had defended would lose his head. Crazy or not, Killer couldn't die. Royal shifters didn't get second chances, and he deserved one. He'd protected her, fought for her. She'd do the same. That was what friends did for each other. Well, at least that was what shifters did for each other. As much as she wished otherwise, she belonged to their world. She'd seen too much. A slow inhale and exhale grounded her. Gwen glanced over the forest floor. As a human, she could only run so fast without hurting herself. There were too many rocks and tree limbs littering the ground. Running was out. That left hiding. But where? The middle of a forest didn't offer a lot of options, especially if the shifters embraced their animals. Predators were excellent trackers. They'd use those inborn skills to find her. She had to counter them. How, though? She was only a human, and her instincts urged her to run, and not look back. Actually, that was exactly what they'd expect her to do. Reno had released her at a hunting cabin that was halfway up a large deserted mountain in the middle of nowhere. Well, not nowhere. She was in Canada, somewhere. She had no idea where exactly, but Reno had told her there was a single-lane road at the base of this mountain leading back to the nearest town. If she could get to the road, she might be able to hitch a ride and escape. Those after her would likely search there first, which is probably why Reno had told her about it. Nope. She wasn't going to make it easy for those hunting her. She had to get as far from civilization as possible. Gwen pushed to her feet and climbed the steeper slope. They wouldn't expect the chubby girl to voluntarily take the hardest path possible. She wasn't thrilled with the idea either. Hopefully she could find an alcove or a cave. Spending the night with bats or creepy crawlers sounded heavenly. After several minutes of trudging uphill, a sensation of being watched settled over her. She froze, despite the little voice in her head urging her to run. She wouldn't be able to escape. All she'd succeed in doing was waste her energy. She'd need every ounce of strength to fight. With her fingers wrapped around the hilt of the knife Reno had given her, she scanned the woods. Nothing moved. Someone hid there, though. She could guarantee it, but couldn't quite say what had tipped her off. It was just a feeling, one she couldn't deny. Of course, prey animals had instincts too. At the moment, she qualified as one. She veered toward the right, where the ground leveled out. If she had to fight, she'd need the flatter surface. Her balance wasn't that good. Neither were her fighting skills, but desperation and determination were great motivators. The sound of snapping twigs froze her in place. Gwen glanced in the direction of the deliberate noise. No doubt the shifter wanted her to know she'd been found. She'd been around enough of them to understand they could move as stealthily as their animals. A man stepped from behind a cluster of bushes. She caught a glimpse of a wide chest and leather jacket before her gaze drifted lower. It was impossible not to take in the sight of him, or stop her pulse from racing. She'd had a similar reaction the last time she'd seen him prowling the waterfront of Delaware, looking for her and Molly. He had to be the same guy. How many men walked around in a kilt, or paired theirs with combat boots? That meant she was screwed. Molly had called him a royal. He was the shifter the other hunters had complained about having an unfair advantage, and he'd found her first, proving them right. If they hadn't been able to outwit him, pitting her, a mortal and out-of-shape woman, against him was laughable. She'd never win. No. The what-ifs allowed doubt to surface. She might as well lie down and spread her legs for the bastard. Not happening. Royals bled, just like everyone else. They also felt pain. She'd simply have to leave him writhing in misery, too weak to chase her. She just had to survive the night. That was all. Reno had promised her. A lie, maybe. His words were all she had to go on, however. She'd never make it back to the compound on her own. Reno had blindfolded her and tossed her in the trunk of his car. She clenched her hands to prevent the trembling in her limbs from showing. Slow inhales through her nose eased her rapid pulse. She had to remain calm. After 4 months of living in close quarters with dozens of shifters, both feral and depraved, she'd learned how important sense and body language were to them. If she smelled frightened, she'd trigger his instincts. Then again, if she ran or fought back, she would too. Honestly, no matter what she did, he'd pounce on her. But he hadn't moved yet, probably because he was assessing his prey. She could do the same. Gwen swallowed past the lump in her throat and dragged her gaze higher. A partially buttoned leather jacket offered a peek of a gray shirt. She couldn't tell if it was as tight as the one he'd worn the day she'd first laid eyes on him. For that she was grateful. She didn't need the visual reminder of his strength. Doubt would cripple her. She had to keep hers at bay if she stood any chance of getting away from him. With the reminder held front and center in her mind, she continued her inspection. The wavy black hair that had caressed his shoulders all those months ago was pulled back in a ponytail, exposing a strong, stubble-covered jaw. Full lips and a straight nose completed his rough-cut face. He was striking, hot actually. Had she met him under any other circumstances, she'd be drooling over him. In secret, anyway. She wasn't the type to approach guys. She waited in the shadows, hoping they took notice of her. Never happened, which explained her virgin status. He took a step forward. Her opportunity to settle her nerves had passed. It was time to assert herself, or at least to pretend. At the moment, with his instant focus on her, she felt anything but strong. Chin raised, she shifted her gaze from his nose to his eyes. Her breath rushed out, and every muscle in her body tensed. An odd sense of recognition settled over her, as if she'd looked into those eyes countless times before. The urge to go to him, touch him, was undeniable. Her fingers itched with the desire to map his body, and her lips tingled with the craving for his kiss. He'd taste of rich chocolate and sweet wine. She wanted to get drunk on him. He'd satisfy an addiction she hadn't known she'd had until this moment. She took a step toward him. His breathing deepened, expanding his chest, and his fingers flexed as if fighting the urge to reach out to her, but he didn't move. He waited for her. She took a second step, then another, drawn to him, needing him. "Run, Gwen, run. Don't let him catch you." Molly's words from the day on the waterfront repeated in Gwen's head, breaking her out of the odd trance. She jerked her gaze from his hypnotizing eyes to his nose. Molly had known this would happen. How? Why? Gwen didn't have an answer, but at the moment her little sister's warning took on a new meaning. Gwen was a virgin. It was the reason she'd been given to kill her, but he'd refused to touch her or allow anyone else to. Making her the prize of this hunt had been meant to punish both of them. For those chasing her, being the one to take her virginity was worth the exorbitant fee to enter the hunt. The shifter appraising her with stark hunger would take it one step further. The possessiveness in his focused gaze told her that. Not only would he fuck her, he'd devour her, own her. She clenched her hands tighter, but she couldn't stop the trembling from taking over. If he caught her, he'd never let her go. Choices hung over her, but only one offered her a chance to survive. She had to become the predator who capitalized on his instincts. Chapter 2. His goddess hated him. That was the only explanation. Why else would she keep placing his true mate's soul in a human body? Xander stared into Gwen's warm brown eyes and acknowledged the truth. The mortal female standing before him, trembling and reeking of fear, was his perfect match. His wolves recognized her. They'd spent too many years in her presence to misinterpret her as their salvation, and they wanted to claim her. Right here. Right now. After 700 years of life, they didn't care what body she inhabited or if she could bear them young. She held the power to calm them, offering his wolves the peace promised to them by their goddess. That meant more to the animals than breeding or leading the pack. He agreed. living with the constant strife of housing 3 dominant wolves who rarely got along, took its toll on a male. Claiming his human true mate, though, would be the most selfish thing he'd ever do. Even more selfish than when he'd married one incarnation of her and posed as Elizabeth's husband for over a decade. That had been wrong. Stealing his true mate's eternity would be worse, however. Mated to an alpha, Gwen would be subjected to scrutiny and disdain every second of every day. And for what? Immortality? Living forever wasn't all that humans imagined. Money and social status didn't mean anything after a few centuries either. In the end, there was no special privilege that came from belonging to him, except maybe sex. Even then, she'd be compromising herself. He was dark, twisted. His fantasies would shock her. What sane female would be okay knowing her mate craved the idea of another male commanding her body, while Xander watched? No, he couldn't do that to her. Being with him would taint the goodness Gwen held. He wasn't worth it. "It's you." The scarf wrapped around Gwen's mouth muffled the words, but the shock in her voice was clear. She knew him. How? Humans weren't supposed to remember their past lives. He'd specially sought out that knowledge from the elders of his species, the ones who were old enough to remember the time when the gods and goddesses interacted with the mortal world. Xander had taken comfort in knowing future incarnations of his true mate wouldn't recall how he'd allowed her to die. Twice. Have we met? If they had, she never would have gotten herself kidnapped. After Tabitha, the last human female who'd housed his true mate's soul, perished, he promised himself he'd never allow his female to suffer. He wasn't quite sure how he was supposed to accomplish that without tainting Gwen's life with his presence, but he'd figure out a way, even if he had to lurk in the shadows, watching over her for the rest of her life. She tugged the gray scarf down, exposing the face he'd only seen in photographs. None of those pictures had done her justice. She was beautiful, an angel, too good for him. He greedily let his gaze drink in her sweetness anyway, then met her chocolate-colored eyes. "Not officially, but I've seen you before. You were hunting me, in Delaware." She licked her lips, then glanced at the ground. "Do you remember?" As if he'd forget. The memory of that day on the waterfront when he'd been searching for her and Molly haunted him still. A sensation of peace had settled over him, chasing away the aggression he usually encountered around humans. Those few seconds of peace were the reason he'd all but abandoned his pack in search of Gwen. He'd known what they meant. Twice before, he'd experienced the phenomenon. Each time had been in the presence of his true mate, the 2 human females he'd damned by touching them. Really? He swept his gaze over her. The parka hid her body, and none of the photos he had of Gwen revealed much. She didn't like getting her picture taken. From what he'd learned of Gwen, she was as shy as she'd been in previous lifetimes. "I would have remembered seeing you." "Oh, you didn't see me. I hid from you." She slipped the dagger back into the sheath, shoved it in her pocket, then flicked her gaze to the woods, scanning them as if looking for help or an escape. The tensing in her body and the desperation in her expression warned him to tread carefully. She was going to run. While he didn't worry he'd lose her, he didn't want to frighten her more. Chasing her would do that. "I wish you hadn't. I could have helped you." "No, I don't believe that. If you could have, Molly wouldn't have given me the advice she had." The scientists in the experimental center where Molly, Gwen's adopted sister, had been born, had turned the young lion shifter into the temporary host of a royal pride spirit. The unnatural bond between the little girl and the Leon Pride's founding ancestor was an attempt to grant single shifters, those mortal shifters who could only take a single animal's form, immortality. The scientists' gamble paid off, but not in the way they'd expected. The Leon ancestor had merged completely with Molly, turning her into its pride's next leader, not her future mate as they'd intended. "What advice did Molly give you?" Gwen slid her bag off her shoulder and dropped it on the ground. "To run." "Why would—" He didn't get the chance to say more. Gwen turned and took off, fleeing into the woods, away from him. He cursed and chased after her. So much for sparing her from experiencing more fear. He should have told her he was one of the good guys. Too late for regrets. Gwen skidded going down the steep landscape. She wasn't even looking for an easy way. He quickened his pace. "Gwen, wait, I'm not—" She hit a patch of wet leaves and fell. Her hips smacked into the ground. She cried out and tumbled, rolling sideways. He slid in front of her. She slammed into his body. Her breath rushed out. He leaned over her. "Are you okay?" She shoved him. Her push didn't come close to budging him, but knowing fear choked her, he eased back. The second he released her, she scrambled over him, knocking him to his back in her haste. He wrapped his arms around her and rolled her under him. Panic drove her. That had to be the reason for putting herself in the position where he could easily get her on her back beneath him. She bucked under his body, wiggling and squirming. "Let me go!" "Gwen, calm down. I'm not your enemy. She drew her legs up and pressed her palms to his chest, then shoved a second time. "Off! Get off!" He clamped a hand over her mouth. "Shut up, or you're going to bring the other shifters here. If they gang up on me, one of them might get to you before I can kill them all. Do you want that? For them to rape you?" Her quickened breaths warmed his palm, and her eyes widened impossibly more. She shook her head. He uncovered her mouth and brushed a few strands of hair from her cheek. Freckles dotted the bridge of her nose, and a thin white scar ran across her chin. He traced the mark that hadn't been present in any of the pictures of her he'd seen. Whoever had put it there would die. "Then you need to calm down. Can you do that for me?" She nodded and relaxed under him, spreading her legs and allowing him to settle more firmly against her, his groin lining up to hers. Clothes separated them, but they didn't hide the soft cushion of her body. The press of her curves stirred him. His cock twitched. It was the wrong time for the surge of lust. She didn't need to feel the evidence of his desire, not while she feared he'd rape her. With his true mate spread before him, however, he couldn't stop his dick from rising. Gwen held the key to his sex drive, and his soul. He dropped his head to her shoulder and took deep breaths in an attempt to counter the unsolicited desire. Gwen's scent made it impossible. Although her fear was palpable, her arousal grew by the moment. The rich scent of her needs surrounded them, excited him. That was the way of true mates, though. Their bodies understood what their minds sometimes didn't. They fit, better than any other lover would. "I can feel how hard you are." She rocked under him, stimulating him more. He stifled a groan. "You want to be the one to take my virginity, don't you? I know that's special for shifters." Yes, he wouldn't lie. It was special. So was knowing his whore packmate hadn't gotten to his true mate first, as Vlad had done both lifetimes before. Xander refused to call him Vader, that ridiculous nickname he'd started going by after denouncing his tie to the Winchester pack. To Xander, he'd always be Horace Vladimir Winchester, packmate and friend. Or ex-friend, according to Vlad. Gwen skimmed her fingertips up Xander's thigh, dragging the wool kilt with her. Her boldness left him tense and eager. "Do you want to know a secret even the bear shifters don't know?" She caressed his thigh, reaching between his legs to tease the edge of his balls. "I've never even touched a man's cock." Her words stirred a primal aspect of his personality that made him want to throw Gwen over his shoulder and attack anyone who dared look at her. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I believe in honesty and fairness. No matter how much I despise being a prize, you've caught me. You have the right to do whatever you want to me until morning, and I've decided I want to experience pleasure." She pressed her lips against his ear. Her shaky exhale washed over him, tightening his body. "You'll make it good for me, won't you?" His instincts demanded he claim her, every way a male could have a female, until she craved only him. Never had he experienced his virgin mate to beg him to ravish her, however. In one night, something wasn't quite right about her leading questions. He turned his head and met Gwen's gaze. She glanced away. No, he refused to lose the insight her eyes gave. "Look at me." She swallowed hard but obeyed his command. "Telling me you're untouched makes me want to come inside you, fill you up until my seed is dripping down your thighs." Her breathing deepened. The scent of her need increased, but she didn't speak. He slipped his hand between their bodies and dragged his knuckles over her sex. "Do you know what'll happen if I lose myself inside you?" She pressed her lips together. Her silence confirmed his guess. She knew. She wanted him to admit to the possessiveness. Why? He went over their short encounter and cursed. Fear had hovered in her eyes at the mention of being gang-raped, of course. It'd be better to belong to one male than be used as a toy for several, who very well might kill her as they fought over her. He pulled his hand away from her crotch and wrapped his arms around her, holding his true mate close. Gods, Gwen. You don't need to do this. I'll never let anyone. His wolf's growls filled his head. Danger had found them. He yanked his gaze to the woods. One of the other shifters participating in the hunt hopped over a fallen tree. At close to 7 feet, the bear shifter was huge, but his size meant nothing. Xander could defeat him easily. The 3 other shifters behind the bear would slow Xander down, however. If one of them broke away and went after Gwen... Xander crouched over his crewmate's body and snarled. His fangs slid into place, and his sharpened nails punched from his fingertips. Tiny hairs pushed from his skin while the demands of his wolves beat at him. They wanted to be released. The shifters approaching them would die. Head toward the top of the mountain, Gwen. He turned away and stripped, tossing his jacket, kilt, and shirt to the ground. Do not disobey me. You're more important to me than you could ever know. He didn't wait for a response or try to explain more. He'd have to trust in their connection to help her past her fear. No way would he fail his true mate. Not again. Chapter 3. Xander had betrayed him. Again. Growls reverberated in Vader's head. For the first time in 30 years, his wolves shared the same want. Their alpha's blood. Vader tightened his hold on their metaphysical leashes. No matter how much he understood his animals' rage, he would not give in to their primal demands. Xander was the rightful host of their pack spirit. He was also a good leader, at least where the pack was concerned. His loyalty to Vader was another story. He shoved away thoughts of the past. They wouldn't help him save Gwen. That was more important than his strained friendship with Xander. Movement drew his eye. Gwen was running west toward the falls. Why would she go that way? She'd break her neck trying to navigate the steep rocky slope. Surely she could hear the water, or didn't she care about her safety? She hadn't in a previous life. Past and present merged, choking him with regret. Gwen's hair brightened from dark brown to a fiery red. Her parka morphed into a long, flowing gown. The trees disappeared. Rich green grass replaced the branches and leaves littering the forest floor. Rain fell. Thunder boomed. She'd been Elizabeth in that lifetime, and she'd chosen Xander over him. The resentment twisted his gut, stirring his darker emotions. He'd often wished Xander harm, but had never acted on it. Elizabeth had loved him. Her devotion had been unwavering until the day she died. Anger and sorrow had sent her running into the night. Xander had been the cause of her pain, but Vader had stood by and watched her flee. He hadn't stopped her, hadn't saved her, hadn't warned her not to use the rope bridge. He'd known it needed repairs. One of the boards had cracked underfoot the last time he'd crossed, but it had given way under her small frame, sending her tumbling into the rapids. Her screams still haunted his dreams. Not this time. He wouldn't let fate take their true mate, his and Xander's, again. He shoved back the memories of Elizabeth. The present mattered. Gwen mattered. Nothing else. Where was Xander anyway? Gwen shouldn't be alone. As much as Vader disliked the knowledge that Xander had found her first, Vader had breathed a sigh of relief with the text he'd gotten. Dante, an ex-shifter affairs agent who'd been helping him and Xander search for Gwen, had alerted Vader of Xander's plans. Although annoyed Xander had acted on his own, Vader was grateful. Xander wouldn't let their true mate die, even if he still refused to acknowledge she was theirs, and not merely his. Roars and snarls broke the silence of the afternoon, suggesting the reason why Xander wasn't with Gwen. The other shifters in the hunt had found them, and she'd run, probably on Xander's orders. At the moment, no shifters followed her, but she wouldn't be alone for long. The sounds of fighting weren't far off. Vader quickened his pace. Calling out to her would only clue the others into her location, but he had to reach her before she decided to attempt the rocky slope. The mist from the falls would slicken everything, making the path treacherous, exactly as the rope bridge had been, all those years ago. He veered south. The roar of the falls drowned out the sounds around him. Even with his enhanced senses, he couldn't pick up much. Gwen would hear less. Startling her might send her darting off in another direction or cause her to fall. She had to see him first. Once she did, she'd know she was safe. No matter how much he'd screwed things up with Gwen in this lifetime, she'd be relieved to see him. He was a familiar face. A friend. The word pissed him off. If he'd listened to his instincts, he could have been more. Instead, he'd slept with Gwen's sister Lena, and hurt not just one female, but two. No, He had to let the guilt go. It was probably a good thing he'd ignored his lust for Gwen. Xander hadn't been in the picture. Even if he had been, they would have ended up fighting over her, exactly as they had in the past. Until a couple of months ago, the idea of sharing her never would have been considered. It still might not be a viable option. Xander, as Alpha, would resent the idea of sharing his mate with anyone. Vader shoved the thoughts of the future and past aside and glanced over the area. A ledge overlooking the falls loomed ahead of him. The ground dropped off abruptly. A 20-foot waterfall, one of several in this area, gushed over the cliff. The deep pool at the bottom fed another, smaller waterfall. From there the water cut a path leading down the mountain to the lake at the bottom. From where he stood he couldn't see it, or the smaller body of water at the top of the falls, but he knew it was there. He'd studied the map of the area after learning this would be the location of the Virgin's hunt. He cut a quick look at the rough-cut rock staircase leading down. If Gwen had plans to come this way, she'd use it. He didn't see her, though. Without another wasted second, he jumped, landing on the sharp slope. He slid several feet over the combination of wet leaves and slickened rocks. The moment he came to a stop, he hopped from one moss-covered rock in the stream to the other. Once on the other side, he hurdled the wooden railing, slipping on each narrow step, but got to the top before Gwen made it down. She skidded to a stop several feet from the natural staircase. Her eyes widened and her mouth opened. For one heart-stopping moment, her gaze collided with his. Recognition swept over her, exactly as it had the night he'd licked the wound on her hand. He hadn't imagined their connection. She was his gift from the goddesses, his perfect match, his one true mate, the one woman he could never satisfy completely. "How did you find me?" Her rough breaths fogged the air. "I've been searching for you ever since." A shot rang out. Chunks of dirt and rocks sprayed over Gwen's legs. She shrieked and jumped back. Vader didn't bother looking for the shifter hidden somewhere in the woods to his left. Getting to Gwen was all that mattered. He ran toward her, blocking the shooter's aim as best he could with his body. A bullet lodged in his back, another in his ass. Neither slowed him. The sight of a second shifter stepping from the woods behind Gwen with a rifle aimed at her did stop him, however. Gwen pivoted and faced the male. Vader didn't know him personally, but he knew of him. Reno was one of the bear shifters from the Ulgren clan, a single shifter clan who specialized in the human hunts and cage fights that had grown in popularity over the last decade. Anything to entertain the corrupted of their kind. "I knew you'd make this hunt exciting, little Gwen. I'm glad I suggested it as your punishment." Reno's words set Vader off. Claws slipped from his fingertips. He took a step forward. Another shot, impaled in the ground inches from Gwen. She jerked but didn't run. "Move again and the next shot goes in her pretty little ass." Vader glanced to his left in the direction of the mumbled voice. The hazel eyes of the shifter who'd likely shot him peered from behind a camouflage ski mask. Vader inhaled. No scent. The male had masked it, the only conclusion. With the Royals' drug that eliminated a person's scent in the shifter's system, he was invisible, at least by smell. The military camouflage outfit added to the effect. It had been enough to get past Vader's senses, not something he was proud to admit, but true nonetheless. The sight of Gwen had distracted both him and his wolves. The unknown shifter yanked off the mask. His flat, wide nose and deeply tanned skin identified him as a lion shifter, a single, not a royal. No aura linking him to a goddess surrounded him. The male grinned, showing off the tips of his fangs, then turned his attention to Gwen. "Hello, darling. Did you miss me?" She used a trembling hand to brush a few strands of hair from her face. "What are you doing here, David?" "Making sure your punishment is delivered. 'Cause if it isn't..." The lion shifter didn't finish his threat. He grinned. The smile was enough to put a look of stark terror on Gwen's face, though. Seeing her fear stirred Vader's wolves. Nobody was allowed to frighten her. "Enough." Vader glanced from one male to the other. Both held rifles loosely aimed at Gwen. "No threats. The hunt is over. Gwen's leaving with me." "Sorry," Reno shrugged. "You didn't pay the entry fee." "But I did." Xander stepped into view. Deep claw marks marred his chest and a hunk of flesh was missing from his bicep. But the wounds were shrinking, healing before Vader's eyes, and proving just how powerful Vader's ex-friend had grown in the years since Vader had walked away from the Winchester pack. "And I eliminated my competition." Xander focused intent, brown eyes on Vader. That means I get to enjoy Gwen's body first. Chapter 4. Rage and betrayal twisted Vlad's features. It wasn't the first time he directed his furious glare at Xander. If Vlad had been another member of his pack, Xander never would have allowed it. Yet he did, always had. In the past, he'd rationalized his refusal to put Vlad in his place by saying their friendship stopped him from taking that step. After spending the past few months with Vlad while searching for Gwen, Xander wasn't sure that reason explained the hesitation. More and more, Xander wondered if guilt had justified his willful ignorance of Vlad's breach in shifter etiquette. Xander had stolen both Elizabeth and Tabitha from Vlad. Xander had also indirectly been the reason both females had met a violent end. Or maybe Xander's refusal to punish Vlad was based on something else, an unnatural camaraderie that defied shifter culture. Whatever the reason, Xander couldn't bring himself to treat Vlad as if he were merely a lesser member of the pack, or cast him from it, something another alpha would have done years ago. The righteous and selfless alpha of the Winchester pack is now participating in human hunts? Is that what you're claiming? Because if it is, I don't believe it. The Xander Winchester I remember wouldn't risk dishonoring his pack. Disdain darkened Vlad's words. The emotion was likely real. He still blamed Xander for Tabitha's death, and Elizabeth's. The ignorance of Xander's actions wasn't genuine, however. Vlad knew exactly why Xander was here. Vlad's act was for those watching them. My twin knows what I'm doing. Zane had been angry too. An alpha belonged on his packlands, not chasing after humans. He's covering for me. So are my other brothers. What about your sisters? Vlad asked. I'm sure they wouldn't be as understanding. And who's going to tell them? Or anyone? Xander jerked his chin in the direction of the two single shifters standing a few feet from Gwen. The criminals running this hunt? They're not going to say a damn word. I've paid a lot of money to be here. We appreciate your business. It's not often we're graced with a royal's presence, let alone an alpha's. Reno walked forward. He snagged Gwen's arm and pulled her against his chest. We want to make sure you're fully satisfied with the experience. Xander stared at where Reno's hand covered Gwen's stomach and fought to contain his wolves. They wanted the male's blood. He forced his gaze to Reno's face. Give me my prize, and I will be. Oh, you'll get her exactly as promised. Not here, though. Reno motioned toward Vlad with his gun. Your packmate will bring the authorities down on us or try to save the female himself. I can't allow that to happen. The nudge to Xander's psyche tore a growl from his wolves. The animals didn't want Vlad's voice in their heads while Gwen was in the arms of the enemy. It would distract them. The ability to connect telepathically that all royals shared wasn't always a welcome one. It was helpful, though. Xander ignored his animals' angry sounds and opened himself to Vlad. You didn't tell me you'd entered the hunt. We're supposed to be working together. I could have had your back. Vlad growled the words. Now's not the time for this, Vlad. You need to get out of here and find Dante. We're going to need help. There are at least 2 other scent masked and armed shifters in the woods. Fuck. Exactly. Now play your part. Xander faced Reno, purposely turning his back on his packmate, and cut the intimate connection. The shifters with their weapons pointed at Gwen were up to something. Xander sensed it, but didn't know what they planned. Or why they were here. Sure, Gwen was worth a lot to them. If she didn't lose her virginity today, she could be offered up again in another hunt. But was the price of another hunt's entry fees worth this? Actually, when he thought of it that way, the other shifters' presence made sense. A second hunt would push their profits over $1 million. Or have you already called the cops, Vader? Reno asked Vlad. If Vader, Xander choked on the ridiculous name, knows what's best for him, he hasn't and won't. I don't stand for disobedience in my pack. My word is law. For only as long as you're alpha. Maybe it's time someone took the job from you. Vlad's taunting words dragged Xander's gaze to him. Hatred burned in Vlad's hazel eyes. Unless Xander rebuilt the pathway he'd just broken, he wouldn't know if his words were real or not. Considering their strained friendship that hadn't gotten any better in the months they searched together for Gwen, they might have been genuine. Are you challenging me? Vlad smirked. Can't. The full moon isn't for a few more days. If I'm going to do it, I want it official. Then back off. This is my entertainment. Go find your own. Can't do that either. Vlad turned his intense stare onto Gwen. She quickly dropped her gaze. Vlad curled his fingers. Blood dripped from where his elongated nails dug into his palm. Gwen is important to me. Xander silently cursed, admitting that gave their enemy power. Is she now? Reno asked. Yes. Vlad inclined his head slightly. I'd kill for her. We're predators. Killing is what we do. The statement should be, I die for her. Reno unleashed his claws and wrapped his hand around Gwen's delicate throat. She closed her eyes. Her breathing quickened, but she didn't move a muscle. Would you, Vader? Would you die for her? Yes. That's very noble of you. Leave a mark on my prize, and you die, Reno. Xander pushed the force of his will, the force of a royal alpha, into the command. Reno flinched. He lowered his gaze, and the claws pressed into Gwen's porcelain skin receded. The signs of the bear shifter's obedience pleased Xander, despite the fact that the gun in Reno's other hand remained steady and pointed at Vlad. Xander strode forward, stopping a few feet from Gwen. He held out his hand. Now give the female to me, or I will demand to keep her another night for wasting my time. No need to demand it. We'll give her to you. The time will be necessary to make up for moving the two of you to a safer location. I know who Vader is, who he works for. Reno slid his gaze to Vlad. I can't afford to have shifter affairs breathing down my neck. That's bad for business. Xander's wolves tensed. Their trepidation radiated through him. Reno meant them harm. With guns trained on Gwen, Xander couldn't act to prevent it. A safer location? That wasn't part of the rules I agreed to. I was told I'm allowed to enjoy my prize in the woods, one of the hunting cabins, anywhere I want. And do you want the elders on the Shifter Council to know what you've been doing? Like Vader said, these hunts are illegal. If Shifter Affairs gets involved, the Council will know your dirty little secret. You know I don't. Then... Reno pulled the trigger. 3 shots fired in rapid succession. Vlad's body jerked. Blood blossomed on his chest, his stomach, his groin. Gwen screamed. The sound cut off with Reno's hand over her mouth. Then I suggest we move before your packmate's healing ability kicks in, and I'm forced to take his head. Xander looked from Vlad's unmoving body to Gwen's tear-stained face, and said the only thing he could. We better move quickly, then. My packmate is strong. Chapter 5. The sight of Vader's blood-covered, unmoving body would haunt Gwen's dreams. Only knowing the wounds wouldn't end his life stopped her from breaking down. He'd live, and he'd come after her. She knew it in her soul. His determination wouldn't save her from her fate, however. Nothing would. Here's your prize. Reno gripped her shoulders and shoved her. She gasped and collided with Xander's chest, then automatically twisted, trying to get away from him. She didn't get far. He wrapped his thick arms around her and locked her to his body, burying her face against his chest and holding her in place with his hand cradled around the back of her skull. Something cool and sticky touched her cheeks, her mouth. The scent of heaven invaded her lungs. Her mouth watered with a hunger she couldn't explain. She licked her lips. Chocolate. The flavor exploded in her mouth. It was delicious, decadent, and dangerous. Swallowing it had been a mistake. The man didn't taste of chocolate. It was his blood, the blood of a royal shifter, and she'd just taken it into her body. For the next few days until it wore off, she'd smell of him, triggering his instincts with each breath he took. Possessiveness would consume him. He would know that. Why would he push her face against his chest where getting his blood in her mouth was a real possibility? Unless he wanted his scent clinging to her. He had said she was important to him. Xander slid one hand to her ass, the other between her shoulder blades. His touch brought her back to the present and the danger she was in. He slid his hand lower. Her feet left the ground. Xander's warmth and heavenly scent surrounded her. She linked her arms around his neck and rested her head against his shoulder, settling into his embrace as if he'd carried her countless times before. The automatic reaction struck her as odd as the sensation that had settled over her when she'd looked into his eyes. Xander moved before she could take the thought further. Minutes passed. The sound of a helicopter's blades grew louder with each step. So did the tension radiating from Xander, but he didn't slow his steps. He quickened them. The howling of a wolf clued her in as to why he'd picked up the pace. Vader had healed the injuries that would have killed a single shifter or a human, proving Xander's assessment right. Vader was strong. She'd suspected as much. The other shifter affairs agents who worked with her stepdad always gave Vader a wide berth. They never met his gaze either. Then again, she'd avoided him too. The intensity in his expression had left her feeling unsettled and aroused. The conflicting responses had confused her. They still did. "Where are you taking us?" Xander's growled question held a demand. "Not too far. Don't worry." Reno's voice came from her right. She didn't look at him. She couldn't. The anger over his betrayal was sharp. She wasn't sure she'd be able to keep it in check, and saying the wrong thing would only make matters worse. She knew better than to trust any of the shifters who ran the hunts or the fights, but Reno was the one who'd locked up David after she'd stabbed him. Reno had also promised to reassign him to a different part of their compound, far away from the cell she shared with Killer, if she made Reno's virgin hunt successful. "He's already following us." Xander's voice roughened, becoming barely discernible. His skin warmed. Both hinted at the close proximity of his primal side. Neither sign frightened her. Actually, they comforted her. He would fight for her. Would he trust her, though? She needed that above all else. "Unless he has access to a helicopter or can run fast enough to track us in one, we'll lose him. You don't know him as I do. He's an excellent tracker, and Gwen is his beloved human. He'll come after her." Beloved human. She knew that term. It referred to the humans who'd been claimed by shifters as belonging to them in a very primal way. Sometimes they were lovers, sometimes treasured friends. No matter why they were claimed, the outcome remained the same. The shifter who'd added his or her scent to the person by licking a deep wound would be wickedly protective and possessive of their human. A forgotten memory surfaced. Vader licking her hand, sealing a gash caused by a broken lamp. He'd been shit-faced drunk, and she'd been a flustered teenager, confused by the needs spiraling within her. "Even if he does find the house we're taking you to, we'll be long gone by the time he gets there. You want a night with the girl, that's it. She goes back with us tomorrow. Vader won't find us that quickly." "You promised a second one." "I lied," Reno laughed, a depraved sound that made her skin crawl. Xander turned, angling her body away from Reno, and grabbed the other shifter's throat in a move she barely registered. "Never lie to an alpha, Reno. I want my second night, or your soul will return to your clan's leader for judgment when I rip your head off." Reno's eyes widened. "I had to. She has to be returned to her cell by tomorrow night." Or else Killer would snap, attacking everyone and anyone he could get his hands on. They'd never be able to enter him into another fight. If he got free of his shackles, he'd tear through the crowd. His handlers would have to kill him. "No, she won't go back tomorrow because she'll be in my bed. I'll return half your entry fee, or let you enter another hunt for free." Reno glanced over his shoulder. "A solo hunt, where you're guaranteed to capture a female." Xander's grip on her bottom tightened, but he didn't get the chance to respond. A wolf snarled. Gwen whipped her head in the direction of the sound. A gray wolf bolted toward them. Vader. She'd recognized those hazel eyes anywhere. He'd often sat in the woods around her parents' house when she lived there. Another wolf, a white one, intercepted him. The two shifters rolled, snapping and biting at each other. Vader's wolf clamped onto the hind leg of the wolf attacking him. Blood sprayed over Vader's fur. The injured shifter yelped and retaliated, taking a hunk out of Vader's flank. "No!" She pushed against Xander's arms, needing to get to Vader. Xander tightened his hold on her. "Stop, Gwen. You're only human. You get between fighting wolves and you'll get hurt." He didn't have to tell her that. She understood the danger, but the desire to go to Vader, to comfort him somehow, was undeniable. Xander's unyielding grip on her didn't allow her to give in to the overwhelming urge. "But Vader is a Winchester," Xander replied. As such, he was strong, and unless he lost his head, immortal. That was the point Xander was trying to make. There was no misinterpreting the respect in his voice. He'd already commented on Vader's strength and tracking abilities. She tore her attention from the fight, where a third wolf had launched himself at Vader's back and focused on Xander's face, needing to understand his motives. He met her gaze for the briefest of moments. It was long enough to see the truth. The exchange between him and Vader had been faked. They were working together to rescue her. Xander adjusted his grip on her body, urging her to wrap her arms and legs around him. Making a decision, she clung to Xander, burying her face against his chest to block out the sight of the fighting wolves behind her, and giving Xander her trust. She didn't have any other option. He was right. She'd get herself mauled if she went to Vader. The one time she tried to help kill her, he'd accidentally injured her. A cold wind washed over her. The sound of the helicopter's blades blocked out everything, including the pounding of her heart echoing in her ears. She snuggled closer to Xander, and he climbed into the helicopter, never easing his grip on her. They settled on a seat. She straddled him, ignoring the intimacy of the position, and rested her head against his chest. He didn't speak to her or grope her. For both, she was grateful. She had to figure out her next steps. Getting Xander's agreement to follow her back to the facility where she lived with Killer was essential. The flight didn't last long enough to come up with a plan, unfortunately. Before she knew it, Xander's warm breath heated her skin, and his lips brushed the sensitive spot right below her ear. "We're here. You can ease your death grip on my hair." Embarrassment seized her. She untangled her fingers from Xander's hair. She hadn't realized she'd been fisting it. No doubt she'd hurt him. Great. She probably reeked of fear, too. Maybe sorrow. Not the impression she wanted to make if she expected his help. Once she shared her plan, he'd laugh at her, claiming she wasn't tough enough to go back to the bear shifters or break a feral male out of his bonds. True or not, it wouldn't stop her. She was leaving with Reno in the morning and freeing Killer. All she had to do was sneak in the small knife Reno had given her. She could stick it inside her boot. It hurt to walk on, but she'd manage. Then if she worked on jimmying the locks on Killer's collar and chains, she'd eventually break them. She hoped. If not, she'd figure out something else. Giving up wasn't acceptable. Friends didn't abandon friends. "I'll get a fire started in the master bedroom, then bring some food up, but it might take me a little bit since it's just me." Reno's statement forced her to lift her head from Xander's chest and look at Reno. "Where's David?" "He stayed behind to play target practice with Vader," Reno chuckled, obviously amused by David's plans. "Aren't you afraid Xander will kill you and steal me?" Reno's laugh deepened. "You're a sweet piece of ass, Gwen, but don't think you're more than that, especially for Xander." Xander's chest expanded, as if he was going to speak. Not until she did. She couldn't let Reno's comment go. She was not worthless. "You know him well, then?" "Never met him before today, but I've met other alphas, other dominants. They all come for the same thing." "And that is?" Irritation laced the question. The caution she'd normally embraced around Reno was gone. Xander's doing probably. Her heart rate had slowed to normal, too. She felt safe in his arms. "To embrace his primal nature." Reno's voice softened, as if he were talking to a child. "To glory in his strength. To screw the goddamn rules of human society and take whatever he wants. That's what all shifters crave, little Gwen. The chance to be the animals we are without suffering for it." Xander cradled her closer and climbed out of the helicopter, hopping to the ground with ease. Despite the burden of her weight and the awkwardness of moving with her in his arms. "Leave the food in the hall if we're occupied. You come into our room while we're busy, or if I find cameras anywhere, you'll suffer. Understand?" "Perfectly." Xander didn't react to the amusement in Reno's voice. He headed toward the house, a simple two-story that looked as if it had seen better days. Paint flaked off the wooden structure, plywood covered a few windows, and several tiles were missing from the roof. The sight of its state of disrepair didn't faze her. It could have been a hut for all she cared. The only thing that mattered was the remoteness of the place. Woods surrounded them, and the narrow lane leading down the mountain didn't look as if it had been used in a long time. Vader would have a hard time finding them. He couldn't. He'd never agree to her plan. He thought her weak. That was why he'd always watched over her, why he'd made her his beloved human, why he'd come after her. To protect her so Lena wouldn't be hurt if Gwen died. Vader loved Lena. With that thought came another. Vader had sworn he'd made Lena. Had he? Ugh. Gwen squeezed her eyes shut. She couldn't think about her sister in bed with the man she'd lusted over since the day she met him. Those thoughts would upset her, or anger her. Neither were acceptable at the moment. She glanced at Xander's strong profile. He didn't give off the same protective vibe Vader did. She triggered his instincts back in those woods. His hard cock and his promise to fill her up until his seed was dripping down her thighs spoke of another motive. He wanted to claim the prize he'd won, exactly as Reno suggested. With Xander's sharp kick, the porch door splintered. He knocked the pieces away and carried her over the threshold. Reno rushed ahead of them and opened the front door before Xander could destroy that one, too. Then Reno stepped back and gave Xander plenty of space, exactly as she'd seen others do for Vader. Reno closed the door behind them, cutting off the cool breeze. Stale, dusty air filled her lungs. She took in the side of the main room. A sheet covered a couch. Boxes were stacked along the wall. Cobwebs decorated the corners. Xander didn't pause to look at any of it. He zeroed in on the stairs. His fingers flexed on her bottom. His breathing deepened. She could almost taste his excitement on her tongue. An odd thought, but a real one. He hungered. For her. A hard knot formed in her belly. She'd done this to him by triggering his instincts, and she was going to capitalize on his primal drives. Again. She only hoped he didn't hate her too much for manipulating him. Chapter 6. The woman in his arms was a stranger, yet hints of both Elizabeth's and Tabitha's personality showed through Gwen's. All three incarnations of his true mate wore an aura of innocence and vulnerability. Gwen, though, struck him as different, stronger somehow, not physically, emotionally, or maybe psychologically. Either way, her sharp attitude toward Reno hinted at a side of his true mate he'd never seen. It was also one that excited Xander on a level he couldn't quite explain. All he knew was that he wanted to learn more about her. At the top of the stairs, Gwen cleared her throat. "If this place has running water, I'm going to get a shower. I have your blood all over me." A demand, not a request. Xander stopped walking and glanced into her face. She stared at him. An intensity to match her words burned in her eyes. Seeing it intrigued him, captivated him, depressed him. No matter if Gwen's inner strength had grown or not, she was still human. A soft, sweet, and innocent human he refused to taint with the ugliness that came with leading the pack, or belonging to a wicked male like him. Her eyebrow rose ever so slightly. She didn't speak, but her expression said it all. She expected his agreement, and his silence annoyed her. Excitement he couldn't give in to yet quickened his pulse. This incarnation of his true mate fascinated him. Maybe it was too early to judge whether or not being with him would ruin her goodness. Maybe his true mate was finally ready to match him, in all things. He dragged his attention from the lips he wanted on every inch of his body to her eyes. By the goddess, they were beautiful. He could stare into them for eternity. He took a slow, deep breath in an effort to calm himself. Time would tell if fate would bind them in this lifetime. "After I shower, you may take one. While you get clean, I will sweep the room and look for hidden devices. I want to ensure our privacy." She nodded and shifted her gaze to his chest. "I'm sorry you were hurt because of me. Don't be. Those other shifters gambled on their teamwork overcoming my strength. They were wrong. Just as Reno was about Vader, right? Reno thought he'd be out longer. Actually, I thought the same. I've been around other royals, seen how much damage they can take. There's only one I've met who could pull off what Vader did." He wanted to correct her. Vader didn't exist. The male who'd worked with her late stepfather in shifter affairs had been born Horace Vladimir Winchester, Vlad to his packmates. Xander didn't bother correcting her, however. He didn't want to argue with Gwen while Reno was close. Xander had a feeling she would challenge him. "My pack is strong, Gwen. Very strong. Maybe the strongest out of all the royal wolf packs. We've carefully selected breeding partners to ensure that. Our results have paid off." "Selected breeding partners? Not mates?" A considering look passed over her features. "What exactly does that mean?" The sound of Reno coming up the stairs behind them stopped him from responding. He scanned the rooms, opening each until he found the one with a fireplace. Compared to the rest of the run-down house, the master bedroom was clean and neat. The large bed was covered in thick quilts. A dresser, 2 nightstands, a small table with 2 chairs, and a full-length mirror filled the room, giving it an almost cozy atmosphere. He took in the details, noting all the spots he wanted to check for cameras, closed the door behind them, and turned into the bathroom. This room didn't offer much space to maneuver, but a basket with travel-size bath products, all from different hotel chains, along with cellophane-wrapped toothbrushes, sat on the sink. The space fit their needs. Good enough. He set Gwen on the sink, her legs dangling over the side, and pulled the zipper on her jacket. Without meeting her gaze, he slipped the heavy parka off her shoulders, then crouched and untied her boots before pulling them off. He reached for her waistband. His knuckles brushed against her smooth skin. The slight contact threatened his control. Memories of the years spent in Elizabeth's arms and the single night in Tabitha's assaulted him. Finding release inside their bodies had been nothing short of heaven. No other female, human or shifter, had ever tempted him to do the same. He needed more than a mind-blowing orgasm, however. So did Gwen. She needed a true mate who wouldn't fail her as he'd done twice before. He wanted to be that male, to be worthy of her. He released Gwen and stood. "Don't move." Without waiting for a response, he entered the bedroom and dug through the dresser. Simple track-style clothes, the kind used to replace items destroyed during shifting, filled the drawers. He selected a pair of sweats and a long-sleeved t-shirt, big enough to cover Gwen's large breasts, then returned to the bathroom. Gwen sat on the counter where he'd left her. She glanced from the shower to him. Nervousness radiated from her. Not surprising. He'd started undressing her. As a human, she'd associate his actions with sexual interest. Granted, he wanted to enjoy the sight of her naked body. It wasn't the true motive behind his desire to get her undressed, however. Reno's stench clung to her shirt and pants. Xander's predatory and possessive nature wouldn't stand for it. Only his scent could. And Vlad's. His pack-mate scent would forever remain a part of her. She was his beloved human. The anger over Vlad's tie to her no longer bothered Xander. He couldn't do anything about it. Vlad had found her first. But he hadn't loved her first. "When you're done showering, put these on." Xander placed the items he'd selected for her next to her hip. She looked from the pile of clothes to his face. "You want me to get dressed?" No. He wanted her naked and in his arms. Images of Gwen's wet body pressed against the tiles of the shower while he pounded into her flashed across his mind. His cock twitched, lengthened. The lust she'd stirred in those few moments when she'd been under his body returned, stronger than before. He'd won the right to be the first male to fuck Gwen, before Vlad did. Part of Xander wanted to claim his prize, consequences be damned. The truth shamed him, but he couldn't deny the urge to give in to his primal side, exactly as Reno had suggested. He inclined his head slightly, holding her gaze and letting her see what he truly desired, even if he couldn't voice it. She should know the effect she had on him, and that he wouldn't act on it. In both lifetimes before, he had immediately. He wanted to do things differently this time. Act with honor. Win her love. "Your clothes have my blood on them. You said so yourself." "But," she cleared her throat, "you won me. Fair and square." The vulnerability in her tone gave him pause. Did she think he didn't desire her? He tipped up her chin. "I want you, Gwendolyn Annabelle Burnett. Do not doubt that." Her eyes widened with surprise. She leaned closer and lowered her voice to a mere breath of sound. "You know my full name?" Her action suggested she too suspected there were listening devices in place. Respect for her grew. He planted his palms on the counter on either side of her hips and bent closer. Her scent filled his lungs on a deep inhale. The drug Reno had given her was wearing off. Vlad's familiar scent twined with a rich, seductive one belonging to Gwen. The ache in Xander's cock grew along with a craving for Gwen's arousal on his tongue. He understood why. Vlad was Pack and Gwen was Xander's true mate. His tie to both was strong, powerful. They strengthened him in different ways. Letting his warm breath arouse her, he brushed his open mouth over the spot where shoulder met neck. The spot he'd bite, if he succeeded in being the male she needed. Her shiver and shaky exhale in response to his touch brought a smile to his lips. "I know many things about you." "From Lena?" "Yes, among others." He'd spoken with every member of her stepfather's unit about Gwen and her relationship with Vlad. "So you're here to He caught her earlobe between his teeth and tugged, stopping her words and tearing another shaky exhale from her. He couldn't risk Reno hearing something he shouldn't. They'd already said too much. I'm here for the same reason every male who enters these hunts does. She turned her head and studied him as if looking for the truth in his words. He didn't know if his expression gave her the answer she sought. The predator in him wanted to take her body, claiming her, as was his right. The man wanted so much more. Her brows creased, her confusion easy to see. Then you're going to claim what belongs to you? I will, but it's too soon. He refused to take her virginity while she was unaware of his motives. An honorable male would wait. So he would. Losing his true mate twice before had taught him there was no room for selfishness in his life. She skimmed her gaze over his body, focusing on his groin, then met his eyes. The lust displayed in her expression fed his. You want to wait until after I shower, then? His virgin true mate wanted to fuck him. He should be pleased, even if he had no intentions of acting on her interest. Unease slithered into his conscience instead. His earlier thought came back to him. There was something not quite right about her seduction. It didn't fit their situation. He glanced over his shoulder at the darkened room. There were likely cameras and microphones scattered throughout. The bear shifters would want something to hold over his head in case he ever decided to report them to Shifter Affairs or the Shifter Council. Dress in the clothes I selected for you after your shower. Then we'll discuss what I want to do with you. Xander stripped. His stiff cock stretched to his belly button. He ignored the damn thing and turned on the shower. Her gaze on him drew pre-cum forth. He stepped into the icy water, not bothering to let it warm, and washed it away. It'd take Vlad and Dante only a few hours until they located this house. Both had studied the maps of this territory and knew all possible buildings within a 15-mile radius, and Reno hadn't taken them farther than that. Xander could keep his primal nature in check that long. Once they got home, though, all bets were off. Chapter 7. The water sluicing off Xander's body captivated Gwen. She turned slightly on the counter to get a better view. Watching him, a stranger, shower was wrong. Fighting the urge to slip into the tiny stall with him was worse. She wanted to explore his body, then take him inside hers. The desire to submit to him, letting him have his way with her, left her half crazed with need and utterly confused. She didn't understand why he captivated her so, or why his mere presence turned her into a lustful woman. Yes, he was gorgeous. Most shifters were attractive, however. The draw to him went beyond looks. She felt safe in his presence. He would respect and treasure her body, even as he took his pleasure from her. The knowledge felt instinctual. Maybe it was. Xander exhibited a primal allure that no doubt came from his role as alpha. Considering their situation, however, her reaction to him was not normal. Nowhere close to normal. The man had won the right to take her virginity. He planned on claiming her, too. He'd told her that. Even if he hadn't, the way he looked at her told her everything she needed to know. He would ravish her until he was sated and spent. Yet he hadn't acted on it. Likely because he was trying to save her. But the part of her that still believed in fairy tales, true love, and happily ever afters wanted to romanticize his actions. She didn't have the luxury to do so. Her obligation to kill her prevented her from looking for some hidden meaning behind Xander's actions. Killer was depending on her, and she'd do everything in her power to keep her promise to him. Even trick the alpha of the Winchester pack into giving his word. She had a feeling he wouldn't break it, no matter the circumstances under which he made his promise. She was okay with deceiving him, too. In the end, it didn't matter what Xander or Vader thought of her. Nobody would ever again look at her and assume she wasn't strong enough to make a difference. Of course, it was entirely possible they were right. She'd already failed once. What she needed was a plan. She turned her attention to Xander. His thick cock stretched to his belly button. He didn't touch it, though. He hung his head so the wet strands of his black hair hid his face while a spray of water pummeled his back. Her lower belly quivered, and an ache built deep in her womb. The intense surge of lust left her unsteady, exactly as she'd often been in Vader's presence. Xander tossed his hair, the wet locks smacking against his back, and reached for the soap. He rubbed the bar between his hands, creating a thick lather, then dragged his open palm down his chest to the root of his erection. It jerked with a slight contact. He curled his long fingers around the base, and she looked away. She couldn't watch him any longer. Being a virgin didn't mean she was sexually ignorant. She'd watched enough movies, read enough books, and witnessed enough encounters while in the camp with the cage fighters to know about sex. Not everything, of course, but she felt confident in her ability to bring a man to release. Xander's low groan drew her attention back to him. Soapy bubbles clung to his veined length. He ran his hand over his balls, lifting and massaging them. She closed her mouth and averted her eyes. A deep inhale steadied her. What she was doing was wrong. She needed breathing room. She hopped from the sink and turned toward the bedroom. "Where are you going?" She glanced over her shoulder. Xander's intense brown eyes stripped her raw. In that moment she got the impression he could see into her soul. Part of her wanted to ask him what he saw. She didn't dare voice the question. If he told her she looked like a timid, weak human, she'd fail. Her fragile self-esteem couldn't handle the blow. Pathetic, but true. "I wanted to see if Reno brought food up yet. I'm hungry." And she needed to plan how she'd coerce a promise out of Xander before he pulled her into his arms. Once he got his mouth on her, she'd lose rational thought. He dragged his heated gaze down her body, focusing on her lower belly. His nostrils flared. "Don't leave the room. I don't want Reno to see you like this. He's not as honorable as I am, and it'll only take seconds to steal what rightfully belongs to me." Her virginity. That was what Xander referred to. He didn't want Reno to claim what Xander had won. Although primitive, his response gave her the answer to her problem. She gave a sharp nod and hurried into the bedroom before the guilt twisting her up changed her scent. Xander didn't need to know how she was about to turn his honor against him. A roaring blaze filled the hearth. 2 glasses of wine and a platter of food sat on the table near the fireplace, and the covers on the bed had been turned down. Xander swept his gaze over the room. Compared to his new home in West Virginia, it was dingy, but the dimness and warmth of the fire stirred memories of a time he wished he could forget as much as he cherished experiencing. For over a decade, Elizabeth had shared his bed and his life. They'd loved together, laughed together, slept together, yet she hadn't known his secret. He'd been careful not to allow any signs of his primal nature to slip free. The day he had, she'd died. The regret stained his soul. He should have walked away from her, allowed her to love a human, live the life she never would have found in the pack. He hadn't. He'd moved her into a home, far from her family and his, and married her. The vow he'd taken, to love, cherish, and honor her, had been a lie. She'd called him on it, too. She'd been right. He hadn't done any better with Tabitha. The single night they'd shared had been enough to damn her. Vlad had interrupted them, exposing Xander's secret. She'd fled his bed and run straight into the arms of danger. The human gang who'd kidnapped her and then gone on to sell her into slavery. She'd ended up in a medical center that experimented on shifters. Vlad and the human shifter affairs agents he'd teamed up with had tracked her to that facility, but she died during the raid, while Vlad watched. He'd been too far away to save her. Xander had learned of the story secondhand. His childhood friend, the male with whom Xander had shared women, booze, and laughter for centuries, had walked away from the pack after Tabitha's death. Too choked with guilt, Xander hadn't demanded his return. Yet every day Xander had hoped to see him again. He rolled his shoulders and strode to the window. Thoughts of the past distracted him from the danger of the present. Unacceptable. Gwen needed him. And he needed her. He'd grown darker in the years since Tabitha's death, and his tolerance of others, humans and shifters alike, had lessened. It had gotten to the point where he existed in a constant state of leashed aggression. Only around Gwen had his wolves' growls and snarls shut off completely. Her scent, the softness of her skin, and her musical voice tamed his wildness, exactly as a true mate should. He didn't want to give that up. Didn't want to guide his pack into this new era where humans were always underfoot and the danger of discovery was real. Or wake up each morning to the sounds of fighting echoing in his head as his wolves' aggression morphed into violence, a battle that took place inside his body. No, not anymore. He refused to accept the constant anger, not after breathing in Gwen's intoxicating scent and feeling the mental sigh of relief from his wolves. With Gwen by his side, he could finally live. Was that selfish? Hours ago he would have said yes. Now he wasn't so sure. That episode with Reno changed things. She looked the depraved shifter, her captor, in the eye, and demanded he answer her questions. And he had, immediately, as if she were an alpha and Reno had no choice but to instinctually submit. Xander couldn't help but wonder if he hadn't been partially responsible for Gwen's show of assertiveness. In his arms, her fear had diminished. He'd scented the change in her. The stench of terror had morphed to anger, allowing her to confront the male who'd conspired to sell her virginity. He wanted to believe she'd instinctually known he'd have her back. That was how it was supposed to be between true mates. They were meant to fit each other emotionally and physically, bringing out each other's best. Yet he hadn't tried to complement either Elizabeth or Tabitha. He also hadn't strived to uncover their hidden strengths. He'd used both incarnations of his true mate. The knowledge shamed him. With Gwen, things would be different. They'd be different. Love and respect would bind them, not selfishness. His goal strengthened him, lifting a weight off his shoulders. He stood taller. His goddess had given him another chance with his true mate to complement and support her as he was meant to do. He would not screw this up. First, though, he had to get her home safely. He surveyed the woods around the house. Nothing moved. Calmness had descended with the coming storm. Animals sensed the change in air pressure and scented the snow in the air. Both triggers prepared them for the coming harsh weather. Xander's wolves felt the approaching storm too. It left them anxious, not for themselves, but for Gwen. As a human, she wasn't equipped to deal with the extremities of nature. Xander shared their concern. There wasn't much he could do about it. Reno had flown them deeper into the wilderness, dozens of miles from the nearest town. Xander couldn't risk running with Gwen alone. Here they were sheltered from the snowstorm. Out there, they'd be at the whim of nature. It'd be impossible to both protect Gwen and hold her close so he could warm her with his body. His shifter nature allowed him to increase his core temperature. He'd use that ability to benefit Gwen. Vlad and Dante would have to act as protectors. The knowledge irked him. Xander's primitive nature demanded he be the only one to save Gwen. It had been the reason he'd entered the hunt without Vlad's knowledge. Dante was supposed to have been Xander's backup. Something must have delayed him, forcing him to alert Vlad to Xander's participation in the hunt. That was the only way Vlad could have known Xander would be in those woods. The bathroom door opened, pulling him out of his thoughts. A rush of steam carrying Gwen's scent swept into the bedroom. He inhaled, drawing the unique smell of his true mate into his lungs. A sense of coming home wrapped around him, soothing him, bringing him peace. Gods, he missed this feeling. Never again would he lose it, or the female who allowed him to experience it. Are we being monitored? Gwen's question drew his attention to her. She stood in the opening to the bathroom. The light from behind her cast a glow around her, giving her an angelic appearance. The sight of her nipples pushing against the thin cotton t-shirt ruined the image. So did the outline of her curves. The clothes she'd selected clung to her, enhancing her figure. Her lush, soft body was the kind males craved, the kind he hungered for. It didn't take much to imagine her pressed against his hardness, cushioning his rough thrusts. His cock stirred. He yanked his gaze to her face. Not anymore. I destroyed the camera they'd hidden above the bed. We're alone. Are you sure that was the only one? I'm sure. Gwen stepped into the room, turning off the bathroom light and closing the door behind her. She scanned the space, her gaze skipping over the few pieces of furniture and settling on the platter of crackers and cheese. Reno finally brought food. Is it safe? Yes. He tasted it while waiting for her. She nodded and made her way to the table. Without looking at him, she picked up a glass of wine and drained the contents. She reached for the second wine glass. He grasped her wrist. Careful. You don't want to get drunk. Don't I? No. He cut a piece of cheese, placed it between two crackers, and brought the bite to her lips. You need strength, not liquid courage. She turned her head, ignoring his offering, and made a similar sandwich. The refusal of his gesture annoyed him until she held the one she'd made to his mouth. No, I need you. The look of desire slipping into her brown eyes and the huskiness of her words suggested how, sexually. Xander stared at Gwen for a long moment. Hadn't he made it clear they wouldn't be having sex? He thought so. It had been clear to him anyway. He shook his head. Gwen, She slipped the bite into his mouth, stopping his words. He ate the snack, swallowing the stale cracker and dried cheese. He couldn't refuse her. Before he could speak, she stood on her tiptoes and hesitantly licked his lower lip. Shyness radiated from her, yet the simple stroke of her tongue tensed his body, leaving him eager for more. He wanted to be the one Gwen explored passion with, never wanted anything more. Too bad he couldn't. He stepped back. If you're trying to seduce me, stop. Fucking you is not the reason I'm here, even if the prospect of doing so left him half crazed with need. Gwen set the crackers and cheese on the plate, grabbed the full glass of wine and walked toward the window. Be straight with me, then. Why are you here? Because I can't figure it out. You're giving me mixed signals, and I just want to survive the night. If that takes having sex with you, I'll do so. Another demand. Her attitude pleased him. So did her courage. He didn't want her to fear speaking her mind in his presence, at least in private. Among the pack, the rules changed. I'm here to rescue you, and Vader's helping. Damn that name. It was a slap in the face to every member of the Winchester pack, but most of all to Xander. Vlad knew how it irritated him. He also knew Xander wouldn't demand Vlad acknowledge his pack name. Doing so might have brought their strained friendship to an end. Xander hadn't wanted to risk that. Winchesters never gave up on each other, no matter their differences. By tolerating Vlad's new name and his distance from the pack, Xander had, however. Doing so had been a mistake, one that had to be corrected. Yes, he'll be here in a few hours, but you must know his name is Vlad, not Vader. That nickname your stepfather gave him means nothing to me or our pack. He is Vlad, has always been Vlad, will always be Vlad. Nothing else. His voice hardened. In this moment he hated himself for the willful ignorance. It had been a coward's way out. She studied him. Her expression grew contemplative. Then she turned away and leaned against the window frame, resting her head against the wood. She took another sip of her drink. That scene was an act? You're actually friends? I'm his alpha. Their friendship had been strained since the day Xander had stolen Elizabeth from Vlad. Maybe to Vlad, but Vader's a lone wolf. He doesn't belong to a pack any longer. She glanced over her shoulder, meeting his gaze and daring him to call her a liar. In this case, he had to. Did he tell you that? Not to me exactly, but I was in the room when he said so. Xander closed the distance between them and took the glass from her hand, setting it on the windowsill. Vlad will always be a member of the Winchester pack. We don't give up on our packmates. Ever. Vlad's distance from the pack is an allowance I made for his mental well-being. Not to mention Xander's own well-being. He never talked about you or his pack? Gwen studied him as keenly as she had moments ago. Why? We had a falling out. Over? There it was again, the demand he answer her. Xander grinned. A woman. A small smile graced her lips, and her eyes sparkled with amusement. Why am I not surprised? Vader, Vlad, can't get enough of women. As do I. But shifters will only fight over females they love. All others can be shared, as Vlad and I have done many times. Her expression closed off. She snatched the wine from where he'd set it on the windowsill and crossed the room to the fireplace. With her back to him, she took a sip from the glass. Love isn't the only thing that'll trigger a shifter's instincts. Ownership and obligation will do the same. True. He closed the distance between them a second time, but didn't take the wine from her again. She was talking. He didn't want to lose the insight her words gave. Possessiveness is a dangerous and powerful emotion for shifters. And it's why he's here. She glanced at the floor. I'm his beloved human. That's not his only driver. Twice before, Vlad had claimed to share the same true mate as Xander, first Elizabeth, then Tabitha. In those lifetimes he and Vlad had fought, thinking it impossible. Shifters couldn't share their mates. At least, Xander had thought they couldn't, until the single shifter alpha of the Jaeger pack, their neighbors in West Virginia, claimed two mates. Now Xander couldn't help wondering if he and Vlad had shared the same true mate all along. Two things had stopped him from accepting that as truth, however. Xander didn't desire Vlad, and Vlad didn't desire Gwen. If Vlad had, he would have fucked her years ago. He'd had plenty of opportunities. Instead, he contemplated mating Lena, Gwen's older sister. Care to explain that? Gwen asked. Not until Xander figured out what connection, if any, the three of them shared. Vlad also feels guilty. So do I. We chased after you and Molly, but neither of us expected to find you alive. He settled his hands on her hips and drew her closer, needing the reminder she was safe. We gave up on you before knowing the facts. You were right to give up on me. I failed Molly. She shifted. I told her to. Gwen turned her head, hiding the tears choking her voice, and set her glass on the table. Doing so destroyed her. Ripped her soul to shreds. She wasn't supposed to shift. That's what the bear shifters said, but I didn't know. Nobody told me. They withheld the truth from me. Vlad, Lena, my stepdad, all of them kept me in the dark. Gwen. He tipped up her chin. Tears left a sheen of moisture in her brown eyes, but none fell. You didn't fail her. You saved her life. How? I was told she'd have to be put down, like an animal, if she even lived that long. The anguish in her voice choked him. For months, she'd lived with this pain, with the mistaken belief that she'd hurt her adopted sister by urging Molly to shift. He wrapped his arms around Gwen, holding her flush to his chest, and pressed his lips to her ear. You put the Leon spirit in a position where it had to make a choice. It picked Molly and merged completely with her. Gwen gasped. Does that mean... Yes. Molly is the leader of the Leon Pride. Gwen squeezed him tight. Happiness radiated from her. A pride of one. Not for long. Once she matures and word gets out, she'll be harassed by single shifter males who want to father her children, or pressured by the shifter council to pass the spirit to a male shifter. Although possible, the willing transfer rarely happened, except in cases where a father conceded the position to his son. She'll be popular, Gwen sighed, obviously picking up on his unspoken conclusion. Yes, but Lena and the Alexander Pride won't stand for it. Molly will be protected. Molly also had Josh, the human alpha of his own unusual pride, and the guardian of Megan, Molly's twin. Of course, the Winchester pack would protect Molly too. They'd grown attached to the child. Thank you for telling me this, Xander. I'll do more than that. I'll take you to her. It'd be easier to explain Molly's predicament in person. There was no sense upsetting Gwen with the knowledge that even though Molly was physically safe, her mental health was a different story. Every day she remained in her lioness form threatened to unravel it and turn the little girl feral. What if I don't want to go? The question sparked his unease. He turned his head, meeting her gaze. A careful mask hid her emotions. She watched him impassively, as if waiting to judge him, or for him to judge her. Why wouldn't you want to go? I have my reasons. And those would... Gwen slid her hand past the waistband of his sweats, and rested her fingers over his bare ass, stopping his words. She leaned closer, her warm breath on his chest, and the damp strands of her hair teasing his skin. Will you force me to go? His earlier thought came back to him. Something wasn't quite right about his virgin mate's motives. He studied her, but couldn't decide why. Well, Xander? Gwen cocked her brow in a gesture he was starting to love. Will you force me to go home? He pulled her hand from inside his pants and moved to the bed, sitting on the edge and leaving her standing by the fireplace. Distance from his true mate, who seemed intent on triggering his instincts, was a necessity. You do realize I'm an alpha, he raised a brow as she'd done. Don't you, Gwen? She dropped her gaze to the floor and caught her lower lip between her teeth. The coy look set him on edge. With a seductive gait that tightened his groin, she approached him. It was impossible not to react to her. His true mate was beautiful. But like this, with her hair caressing her shoulders and a slight flush to her cheeks from the warmth of the fire, she could have been a siren. The rolled waistband of her sweats slipped, exposing her stomach. The glimpse of her creamy skin tempted him. One yank, and her pants would fall. She stopped in front of him. Yes, I know. Then you should answer my questions immediately, not pose ones of your own. A small smile tugged at her lips. He fought to keep a matching one from spreading. Sorry, did you ask a question? Why don't you want to go home? She took a single step closer to him, forcing him to spread his knees to make room for her. The position didn't help his control, but he couldn't deny Gwen or move away from her. "That's a personal question, Xander. I am under no obligation to answer it." The grin he'd been fighting spread. "I disagree. I did risk my reputation by coming after you. That gives me the right to ask personal questions." She chuckled. "Is that right?" "Yes." She took another small step, invading his personal space yet not touching him, and lifted one knee to the bed. The move left him eager and cautious. She was up to something, he knew it, but couldn't guess what it could be. "Then I should be able to do the same." She focused on his lips. "It's my reputation on the line, too. My virginity has been offered up as a prize. I'll be judged whether I lose it to you or not." No sympathetic person would judge her for what happened after she was left alone with the male who won the right to her body. If they did, they didn't deserve to live. He didn't bother arguing the point. There was a reason behind her words. He wanted to know what. "Then ask me something." "Anything?" "Yes. I want you to feel comfortable with me. Know that you're safe." "Have you participated in other hunts?" He held her gaze despite the urge to look away. It wasn't a reaction fitting of an alpha, but his participation in those hunts shamed him, even though he'd led the other hunters away from the female being hunted, or picked fights with those who'd cornered her, giving the woman a chance to escape. "Yes." She flinched, ever so slightly. It was enough to sicken him, however. "Virgin ones?" she asked. "You're the only female I've caught." "You've never been with a woman, then?" A teasing smile flitted across her plump lips. He grinned, unable to hide his response. She affected him in ways no woman ever had, even Elizabeth and Tabitha. If Gwen set her mind to it, she'd have him confessing his sins to her, along with those thoughts and desires he'd never voiced. "I meant, I've never won a female in these hunts. Even if I had, I wouldn't have touched her." She inched her body closer. Her knee brushed against his groin, stirring his cock and his suspicions. He settled his hands on her thighs, stopping her from getting any closer. She'd destroy his plans if she kept this up. He wasn't a saint. "Gwen, what are you—" "If you want the answer to your question, answer mine. Have you ever taken a woman's virginity?" No. Vlad had enjoyed that privilege, taking both Elizabeth's and Tabitha's virginity, and no other female had tempted Xander enough to share that moment. "A shame." She pressed her palms to his chest and leaned close, her lips inches from his. "I was hoping you could tell me what to expect." "Pleasure." "Really?" Her voice lowered, caressed him as if it had a physical touch. "I'd heard it's painful." Xander fisted his hands, dropping them to the bed in an effort not to touch her. "If your lover is worthy of your virginity, you won't feel pain, only the sensation of being stretched and filled. You'll enjoy it. Very much." She turned her head, her lips brushing his roughened cheek, and pressed her mouth to his ear. "But I'll bleed, won't I? How will that be pleasurable?" His breathing deepened. The ache in his dick grew. Gwen had no idea how much she tempted him. Or maybe she did and was trying to make him snap. He couldn't imagine why, unless she wanted him to take her. He settled his hands on her hips. Her soft skin tempted him closer. He gave in to the urge, slipping his fingers under her shirt. "Your lover will make sure you're ready for his cock. If you're aroused enough and eager for him, you won't bleed, and if you do, you won't notice it." She tipped her head to the side, meeting his gaze. The hunger displayed in her eyes demanded he meet her needs. "If you've never been with a virgin, how do you know this?" He should stop this. If he didn't, Gwen would succeed in breaking through his control. He didn't push her away, though. He inched his fingers lower, pushing her pants down with a move, testing her, or maybe himself. "Pack life is much different from anything you've experienced. Sex isn't a taboo act meant to be done behind closed doors, and taking a female's virginity is as much a test of a male's skills as it is a rite of passage for her." "And you've never wanted to—" She slid her gaze to his lips. "Prove your worth?" "I'm alpha. Any female who loses her virginity with me will automatically think she's important to me, that I want to mate her. It'd be a lie. I won't lead any woman on like that." Gwen pushed away from him and walked toward the window. Arms crossed under her breasts, she scanned the woods. So what you said back in those woods about me being important to you? About how you'd come inside me if we had sex? It was an act. Her chest rose and fell with quicker breaths, and her words rushed together. Like the exchange with Vlad. You were just saying what you had to in order to rescue me. Her pain radiated from her, yanking his wolves' attention from their surroundings to Gwen. They wanted to go to her and comfort her. He shared their desire. Hurting her hadn't been his intention. He settled his hands on her shoulders and turned her. She faced him, but didn't look at him. He raised her chin and waited for her to meet his gaze. You are important to me, more than you could ever imagine. I didn't lie to you. Then prove it to me. Not a demand this time. A question. Maybe a plea. How? Will you force me to return home with you? I won't force you to stay with me. Even though he wanted to lock her to his side, falling in love came in steps, according to what he'd witnessed of other shifters in love. If she wanted to date, they would. No, she shook her head. I mean leave with you tomorrow. Return to your pack with you. I don't want to be rescued. I want to go with Reno and... He nipped her lip, stopping her words before he had to tell her no. He wanted to give her what she needed, but this wasn't something he could allow. Never again would she be exposed to danger. Enough games. They won't work. This isn't a game. No. It's your attempt to coerce a promise out of me. He paused, waiting for her denial. She didn't offer one. Lips pressed into a thin line, she stared at him. He sighed. Tell me why you want to return to the males who offered your body up as a prize. She dropped her head to his chest. I left a man behind. I need to rescue... A warning from his wolves alerted him to Vlad's presence, a second before the hard punch to his psyche drowned out her words. The anger behind Vlad's demand radiated through him. What's wrong? Gwen whispered. He pressed a finger to her lips and glanced over her shoulder to look out the window at her back. A quick scan of the woods didn't reveal Vlad, but he was out there, watching them. Xander opened himself to his packmate. We've been set up. Vlad's growled words reverberated in Xander's head. What do you mean? The moment the helicopter was out of sight, they opened fire on me, left me lying there in a goddamn pool of my own blood. While Xander would be angry about that too, it didn't necessarily mean they'd been set up. What else? They went through my pockets and took my cell so I couldn't call for help. And? Because there had to be more. Xander would have done the same if he wanted to ensure Shifter Affairs didn't find out about his actions. Vlad should have expected that. All the while, they were talking about how they duped a royal feline shifter they'd seen nearby. Even described him. Probably for my benefit so I'd know we were fucked. Dante? Yeah. He won't be coming to help us anytime soon. He's rescuing another human from a hunt. Vader cursed. They made it so Dante wouldn't miss hearing the woman scream. Shit. Agree. I hate to say it, but this whole damn thing feels off. Gwen is important to us, but to the Ulgren clan she's just another female to exploit. Yet they had a half-dozen shifters hidden in those woods. Why? Usually it's just a handler. Xander glanced into Gwen's guilt-ridden eyes. I think Gwen knows. You going to share that knowledge with me? Xander rested his chin on top of her head and closed his eyes. She left a man behind. She wants to rescue him. My gut says he's the reason for the extra shifters, so he doesn't lose Gwen. Reno did say this was her punishment. Fuck no. She's not going back to another male. She's... Enough. We don't have time to discuss this. Dante will come as soon as he can. Xander didn't doubt that. In the meantime, let's move. I'll kill Reno. You go after the shifters outside. I want off this mountain before the storm hits. Chapter 8. Vader rolled his shoulders, ignoring the angry sounds his wolves made over seeing Gwen in Xander's arms, and made his way across the woods. He couldn't blame his wolves for the reaction. Gwen was theirs to protect and comfort. They wanted to fight for the right to do so. They refused to sit on the sidelines again while Xander was the one with their true mate. At the moment, Xander's embrace was the safest place for Gwen. The Winchester Alpha wouldn't allow harm to come to her, and Gwen's safety mattered more than Vlad's feelings. With a sharp tug on the mystical cord connecting him to the three wolves, Gray, Arctic, and Black, and a low metaphysical growl, he put the animals in their place. No doubt they'd make their discontent known again, but they understood the danger. Not only were there still armed shifters in the woods, but the approaching storm left them uneasy. Even with the winter gear Gwen had worn, she'd be at risk for frostbite or worse, death, if they had to hike out of here. Either Xander or Vader would have to carry her, allowing the higher metabolism to warm her, and leaving the other to act as guard. The one thing they had going for them was the knowledge that Dante would come for them. Not being able to call him didn't change that fact. Dante would simply follow the signal of the tracking device embedded in Vader's foot. He'd had the chip installed several years ago while working with Shifter Affairs. Because of the danger associated with the role he'd held, the chip had been the latest requirement in the humans' attempt to safeguard their agents. After leaving the agency, he'd considered digging it out because he hadn't wanted the group to know where he was, what he was doing. Dante had convinced him to leave it in. Good thing, too. Vader glanced at the house. Gwen likely had a similar device implanted somewhere in her body. Chipping had become common practice among the trafficking groups. Vader only hoped she knew where they'd placed it. Otherwise, they'd have to wait until a scan could be done on her. That would leave them at risk for being tracked. Unfortunately, there wasn't much they could do about it. Vader circled the property, keeping several hundred feet between him and the structure where Gwen was being held. Only one other shifter hid in the woods, a male who likely belonged to the Ulgren clan. He shared Reno's features but not his size. The lanky bear shifter crouched in the woods was likely a beta or a youth. The distance between them prevented Vader from determining which label applied to him. But seeing the male on guard concerned Vader. It wouldn't take much for him to eliminate the lanky shifter. Reno would know that. Yet this weak male was the only one on guard. The uneasiness gripping Vader grew. This turn of events convinced him the Ulgren clan was up to something. Damn if he knew what. The why? Maybe Xander was right, and it had to do with this guy Gwen wanted to rescue. If he were so important to her, however, why was she still a virgin? Unless they'd been purposely kept apart. Whatever the reason, his instincts warned him to tread carefully. When it came to fighting, he didn't question his gut feelings. Women, though? He'd fucked up more times than he could count to ever trust his instincts. He turned his attention to the enemy, a battle he could win. Vader purposely stepped on a twig, snapping it, and yanking the other shifter's gaze to him. The male grinned and tapped a button on the phone lying at his feet, no doubt telling Reno of Vader's presence. The trap he'd sensed earlier had found them. Vader cursed and rushed forward. The bear shifter didn't move. He sat there, watching Vader run toward him. A low growl from Vader's white wolf, the calmest of the trio, stilled his steps. He opened himself to the animal, allowing it to the edge of his consciousness. Details he hadn't noticed registered in his mind. The sharp scent of gasoline invaded his nose. His vision grew clearer, allowing him to pick out minute details of his surroundings. Next to the shifter's phone on the ground, a gun and a syringe sat on top of a Men's Health magazine. The sight of the weapon didn't surprise or concern Vader. Bullets couldn't harm him for long. The syringe did, however. While no drug could kill him, he needed to lose his head or heart for that. He could be knocked out. Depending on the dose of whatever was in there, he could be unconscious for seconds or hours. No amount of time was acceptable. He reached out to Xander. His ex-friend needed to know of the danger awaiting them. What? Xander's voice drifted into Vader's mind. A pop sound. Crackling came next, followed by a loud whoosh. Vader whipped his head in the direction of the sound. A flash of white brightened the helicopter that had been left feet from the sound. Flames raced in a straight line toward the house. A snapping twig behind him yanked his gaze back to the bear shifter. The male pointed the rifle, fired. Vader ducked. A trap! Run! Xander didn't respond. He didn't need to. Vader shared his soul in that instance, a disturbing yet useful connection. Xander's determination was clear. He'd save Gwen. Vader didn't need more than that. His ex-friend would do anything for her. The bear shifter fired off another round. Vader leapt, avoiding the bullet and closing the distance between them. His claws slid into place. Fangs filled his mouth. With a swipe of his hand, he knocked the weapon out of the shifter's grip. The male headbutted Vader, momentarily blinding him. Vader blinked hard. His wolves guided his motions. He grasped the bear shifter's wrist before he could shove the syringe into Vader's chest and squeezed, shattering the other shifter's bones. A shriek tore from the male's throat. Vader's gray wolf lowered his head and lifted his lip on a silent snarl. The warning directed Vader's actions a second time. He dropped to the ground, pulling the bear shifter's body over him. Another pop sounded, softer than the last one. The male's body Vader used as a shield jerked. The bear shifter's mouth opened on a garbled scream. His eyes rolled back in his head, and his muscles went lax. Vader tossed the unconscious body to the side and scanned the trees, looking for the shooter. Shadows engulfed the woods, offering too many places for danger to hide. He opened himself completely to his wolves, allowing them to partially merge with him and embracing his werewolf form, an unnatural and painful state where he was half man, half beast. Thick, short hairs poked through his skin. The pressure in his chest increased as each dominant animal stretched his skin. They didn't fight. They made room for each other, working together. In this instance, they had a common goal: Gwen's safety. A rustling of leaves he never would have noticed without the enhanced hearing of all three wolves combined caught his attention. He moved toward the sound, running faster than any mere human or single shifter could. With the power of 3 predators fueling him, he was the ultimate warrior. He wrapped one clawed hand around the shooter's throat and used the other to grab the male's arm, snapping his bones as he'd done to the bear shifter. The shooter's eyes widened. His jaw dropped, revealing a mouthful of dental fillings and crooked teeth. A human. This wasn't the first time Vader had encountered one who exploited their own kind, but the disgust never lessened, no matter how many times he crossed paths with one. Vader snapped the worthless human's neck and dropped his limp body, then ran for the house. The sound of an ATV starting ripped a snarl from his gray wolf. 2 ATVs had sat behind the home. Reno likely escaped on one. Losing one ATV meant either he or Xander would have to shift and run. Somehow he didn't think the Winchester Alpha would volunteer for the job. It also left them with at least one enemy unaccounted for. Is it safe? Xander's question slipped through Vader's mind. As his Alpha, even if Vader refused to acknowledge him as such, Xander could join their minds at any time, as long as they were close, without needing Vader's permission. Unfortunately, the same didn't apply to Vader. He was merely a dominant, a male who was supposed to concede everything for his Alpha. Once before, he'd done that. The decade Xander had been married to Elizabeth had been the worst of Vader's long life. Never again would he sit on the outside looking in. Vader scanned the woods. No movement. No unusual sense. Only the crackling of the flames engulfing the helicopter reached his ears. Yes, for the moment. Good, we're coming out. A minute passed before Xander and Gwen rushed out the front door. A drawstring sack was slung over Xander's shoulder, while Gwen carried a bundle of blankets. She zeroed in on Vader. Her pace quickened. You're safe! Gwen dropped the blankets and threw herself into his arms, not even blinking an eye at his nakedness. They didn't have time for tender moments, but he enclosed Gwen in his embrace, savoring the feel of her and ignoring Xander's scent on her skin. For just a second, Vader wanted to hold her. Then he'd let her go. Xander picked up the fallen blankets and moved behind Gwen, blocking her body with his. The living shield he provided gave Vader precious more seconds. He squeezed Gwen tighter, before forcing himself to release her. Reno took off on one of the ATVs. Xander motioned toward the remaining ATV with a jerk of his chin. But it looks like he left us one. Vader glanced in the direction Xander indicated. Probably as a tracking device. My guess is Gwen does too. Xander echoed Vader's earlier thought. Yeah, we're gonna have to cut it out. Hope she knows where it's at. We can ask her after we put some distance between us and this house. My wolves are anxious, edgy. They want us to move. Then we move. Vader wouldn't question Xander in this regard. An Alpha's instincts were sharper than other shifters. He had the spirit of their pack influencing him, even if Xander could only officially connect with the Winchester pack spirit during the full moon celebration. Xander took Gwen's hand. Vader took her other one. Then they ran to the back of the house, keeping her as close to their bodies as possible. No danger greeted them on this side of the building, nor did his wolves alert him of any threats. They headed toward the shed a couple 100 feet behind the home. No shots fired. Nothing in the woods around them moved. Only the crackling of flames carried through the night. Trepidation settled over him with the ease of their escape. He cut a quick glance at Xander. While he ran with them, his gaze remained locked on the house. Several feet from the shed where the ATV sat, Xander hooked an arm around Gwen's waist, lifting her and tucking her against his chest. Then he bolted toward the ATV and dove behind the vehicle with Gwen clinging to the front of his body. Vader followed. He rounded the ATV just as an explosion rocked the house behind them, spewing flames and debris into the air. Vader arched over both Xander and Gwen, shielding them with his body. The stinging bite of ashes and debris rained over his bare back. He didn't move. Better his than Gwen's. Or Xander's. It irritated the shit out of Vader, but his instincts demanded he protect his alpha, whether or not Vader wanted to admit to belonging to the Winchester pack. Finally, the dangerous shower waned. He hopped to his feet and scanned the destruction. One side of the house had been blown away, along with part of the roof. Had Gwen been inside, she would have died. And Xander? Only the loss of his head or heart, accidentally or on purpose, would take out a royal, but regenerating a limb took time. It also hurt like hell. While Xander healed, he'd be vulnerable. "They tried to kill us." Disbelief choked Gwen's words. Vader glanced at where she lay, propped on her elbows under the shelter of Xander's body. "You sound surprised." "Reno promised to return me to—" "They're all lying pieces of shit," Vader snapped. Gwen flinched and dropped her gaze. Regret choked him. He couldn't soften his tone, though. "Why the hell would you believe anything that comes out of their mouths? You're dispensable. You're—" "Gwen's trying to save someone she cares about." Xander cut him off, giving him a warning look to drop his attitude. Vader knew the expression well from those centuries when they'd been inseparable. "That takes courage. It's not her fault Reno lied to her." "Shit!" Vader shoved away from them and gathered the blanket Xander had dropped in his haste to protect Gwen. She'd need the additional layers for the night ahead of them. "You're right. It does." She took the blankets from him, shaking off the ashes covering them. "I don't trust Reno. Not entirely. But I did believe what he'd said about returning me." "You know Reno well?" Xander asked. "Not really." A shiver shook her body. She clutched the pile of blankets to her chest. "But the virgin hunt was his idea. I was told he'd be punished if he didn't return me, and Reno doesn't like pain." Vader rested his fingers against her arm. Splotches of dried blood, all Xander's, covered the dirty jacket she wore. She'd need to lose it once they cut out her tracking device. They couldn't risk the scent of Xander's blood drawing a shifter to them. As predators, the stench of blood equated weakness that could be exploited. "I want to know more about this man you're so anxious to save. More about what you suffered. But we need to move." Vader looked into her eyes, grateful she didn't glance away as she'd done for years. "Reno will be back to collect Xander's body before he heals or finish him off once and for all. We need to be far away from here before then." Gwen looked at Xander. "Why would—" "To demand money for his return, or they'll expose him for his participation in the hunt?" Vader shrugged. It was the only thing he could come up with. The Winchester pack was the largest and strongest of the Royal Wolf packs. To shame them in the eyes of the shifter community would be a devastating blow. "Who knows? But I'm not letting it happen, nor will I lose you again." He stretched out on the ground and looked under the ATV before popping the engine cover and scanning the inside. With a modified elongated nail, he removed the tracking devices from under the wheel well and beneath the seat. "There, should be safe." He met Xander's impassive gaze. "Take Gwen and head northwest. There's a lake about 10 miles out. There are hunting cabins around it." The moment the order was out of his mouth, Vader regretted it. A dominant didn't order an alpha around. Ever. Even if the command stemmed from his desire to protect his alpha. And Xander was his alpha. Pissing and moaning about it didn't change the truth, unless he was willing to sever the mystical tie linking him to the pack, to Xander, and join another pack, binding his soul to their communal group. He was a Winchester. Xander held his gaze for a long moment, then worked his jaw back and forth. Deeper into the forest, with a storm approaching? Vader breathed a sigh of relief over Xander's non-aggressive response. Getting into a dominance fight with Gwen's safety at risk couldn't happen. "Yes, they won't be expecting that. It'll buy us some time. We need all we can get because unless Gwen knows where they planted the tracking device on her body, we'll need to strip her and examine her for any lumps or scars, then cut it out. We'll need shelter to do that." Gwen's eyes widened. "Tracking device?" "Yes." Xander turned Gwen's head toward him with a finger against her cheek. "You don't know where they implanted it, do you?" She shook her head, and Xander nodded before meeting Vader's gaze. "You'll run ahead and look for shelter." Not exactly delivered as a question nor as a command. Xander phrased his statement more as a confirmation, as if he fully expected Vader to have anticipated running recon. The assumption reminded him of a time, before Elizabeth, when they'd been able to accurately guess at each other's actions and motives. "Yes," Vader nodded. "Good. Xander lifted Gwen, setting her on the ATV seat, then draped the blankets around her. With her bundled, he slipped in front of her and reached back, urging her closer with a hand at the base of her spine. She snuggled against Xander and linked her arms around his waist. The sight tore a low growl from his wolves. Vader ignored the animals, grateful his 700 years of life allowed him the ability to do so, and stepped back. Xander started the ATV, then met Vader's gaze. And this time, let's not fail Gwen. Whether he referred to the fact that they'd both given up on her in Alaska, thinking her dead, or how they'd failed her soul in both previous lifetimes when she'd crossed their paths, Vader didn't know. He did, however, agree with Xander. Never again. He'd do the right thing for her, being the male she needed, even if that meant sharing her with another man. Chapter 9. The press of Gwen's body to Xander's back while they fled to safety eased the dark emotions choking him. She was alive. He hadn't failed her. Had Vlad not shown up when he had, though, Gwen would have died. It would have been Xander's fault, too. He'd had no intention of leaving that house until help arrived, whether that took minutes or hours. He hadn't wanted to risk her life by exposing her to the elements. The sun had set in the time between when they'd gotten off the helicopter and when they'd showered. With the onset of night, the temperature had dropped, and the wind had kicked up. A shiver ran the length of Gwen's body, as if to remind him of her fragile state. She snuggled closer, crossing her arms over his chest and squeezing him tight, as if she never wanted to let him go. The simple move fed his protective and possessive instincts. He wanted to comfort her, wrap his arms around her and hold her. That was impossible while driving the ATV. The need to touch her, even if it were only a simple caress, couldn't be denied, however. With the advantage of his wolves' enhanced vision, he scanned the darkened woods around them. No movement beyond the snowflakes floating to the ground around them. No sound, other than the wind whipping through the trees. No unusual sense except for the stench of smoke clinging to their clothes. They were safe, for the moment at least. He eased his foot off the gas pedal. The roar of the engine dimmed some, allowing for conversation. That was another stimulant both he and his wolves needed. Gwen's voice, with its soft, lulling, and seductive edge, calmed him, man and beast. Using one hand to guide the ATV, he maneuvered the vehicle to a more level path, and stroked Gwen's arm with his free hand. Her cool skin met his fingertips. They'd forgotten her gloves in the rush to leave. He slipped his fingers inside the sleeve of her jacket and caressed her, from her forearm to her hand, then covered her icy fingers. She groaned, a sound of pleasure that didn't match the simple touch. That feels good. He urged her to slip her hands under his shirt, then keep them against my stomach. They'll stay warmer. I'm jealous. Here I am with a jacket and all these blankets. She slipped her fingertips under the waistband of his kilt and sighed in relief. And you don't even have pants on. I hate pants. It's the kilt or nothing. Actually, he'd prefer nothing, but society frowned on public nudity. Even among the pack, he wore at most a kilt. There were a few females who'd take his nakedness as an invite for sex. He'd never minded engaging them, but over the past few years they'd started wanting more. Conversations, dates, attention. He knew why, too. He'd been alpha for many years, yet hadn't taken a mate. They wanted him to pick one of them as his partner. For royals, the drive to breed and produce the next heir was just as strong as what the single shifters experienced upon maturing. Eternity was a long time to be tied to the wrong mate, however, even if she were nothing more than a breeding partner. Despising the mother of your children wasn't a fate any honorable male wanted. Why do you hate pants? Gwen asked. Gwen would soon find out he'd fucked most of the females in his pack and many more from other packs. It'd be impossible to hide the truth when the dominant females would gravitate toward him the moment he stepped on pack grounds, whether Gwen was with him or not. Once they got their hands on their alpha, they'd want to greet him. Properly. He settled on a less damning reason. They're too restrictive. In an emergency, seconds count. If I shift while wearing my kilt, the buckle or button holding it up will pop, and the material will fall. I won't have to wrestle out of pants. But you'll still have your shirt to deal with. I rarely wear one except in public. You had one on today. I hadn't wanted to frighten you. I'd figured the less exposed skin, the better. You didn't frighten me. Her softly spoken words didn't sound convincing. He had, but he wouldn't call her on it. The confusion and shock he'd seen in her eyes when she'd looked into his had been unmistakable. After several moments of silence, Gwen asked, "What are your plans for dealing with Reno? Once we get to the lake Vlad had mentioned, we need to look for a cabin." "What if there isn't one? We're in the middle of nowhere." "Not nowhere. Canada. And this tract of land used to belong to a private hunting club. There are cabins scattered through the area. We'll find one." "And you want to get me under a roof so you can dig out the chip Reno's group put inside me?" "Yes. It needs to come out." I'd wondered how Reno was going to find me in the morning to return me to the compound, but I hadn't thought he'd be tracking me that way. I assumed he'd... She made a frustrated sound. "I don't know. Maybe track me the same way you had, using your instincts. Now that I think about it, I can't believe how stupid and naive that was." "Not stupid or naive. Do not say such things in reference to yourself again." "In this case I am. I knew the government had developed the technology. All the agents in my stepdad's unit got them a couple of years ago. Advancements like that don't stay proprietary for long." "You're right. The human who'd leaked the information was punished, severely. But you wouldn't have known the technology had been sold. You can't blame yourself. Besides, even if you had suspected it, you said yourself, you don't know where they'd placed the chip on you." He felt her nod, but she didn't speak. Minutes passed while they navigated the terrain before Gwen lifted her head. "Xander?" "Yes?" "The tracking device. It might be on my hip. I have a scar there. I'd passed out from the blood loss when I'd been injured. I can't think of any other time when they could have inserted one. I haven't been unconscious since then, and I know I haven't felt any lumps under my skin. If they're the same type the agents in my stepdad's unit had gotten, they're fairly large, roughly a half-inch in diameter and 1/8 of an inch thick. The only way I would have missed one is if my scar tissue masks it." "How did you get hurt? From the kidnapping?" "No, this was a couple of weeks after that. It was my fault. I'd gotten in the middle of a fight." A minute passed in silence, then another as he maneuvered the ATV through the darkened woods. She wasn't going to say anything else about the fight. How was he supposed to avenge her if she didn't supply him with details? "Well, aren't you going to say more about the fight?" "There's nothing to tell. Fights happened all the time at the compound where I was held. I was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time." "Tell me more about this compound. I want to know everything that happened to you there." "Xander?" She spoke his name hesitantly. "I'll tell you what you want to know, but right now I'm concerned about this tracking device. I don't think we should wait until we found shelter." Gwen exhaled, her warm breath heating his body. "Because, I hate to say it, but it's going to be hard getting off this mountain on foot in a snowstorm, and we're running out of gas. We're going to have to hole up and pray we're not found. If I still have this chip in me, they'll know where we've stopped." He glanced at the gas gauge, nearly empty. He sighed. "If I have to strip you, it'll be cold." "I'd rather be cold than dead. Besides, once we get back on this thing, all I'll need to do is hold you. You're a living furnace." "Shifters have a higher metabolism, and we can consciously increase our body temperature." "I know. I'm thankful for that. I likely would have frozen to death if it hadn't been for Killer holding me all night. We didn't have heat in our cell." Xander tensed with the surge of possessiveness. Another male, a shifter, had slept with Gwen? Every night. Our cell? You shared living quarters with a shifter male who called me his little sister. Gwen pulled her hands from under his kilt and rested them on his hips, the minimum contact she needed to hold on to him. "There was nothing sexual between us. If there had been, I wouldn't have been offered up in a virgin's hunt." He maneuvered the ATV toward a cluster of trees that would offer some protection from the wind, and fought to rein in his primal nature. The reason why Gwen had remained a virgin, despite being held by a group known for its abuse of their kidnapped victims, male and female alike, made sense. This male Gwen had wanted to rescue had protected her. Xander should feel grateful for that. He was grateful for that. He simply hated knowing another male had done so, just as he hated knowing it had been Vader's actions that had saved her today. She was Xander's to protect and cherish. He cut the engine, then turned his attention to the woods, scanning the space for any signs of danger. His wolves rose in unison and did the same. No fighting, no bickering. They worked together. Thanks to Gwen. Once assured they were alone, he climbed off the ATV and lifted Gwen, blankets and all. She linked her hands around his neck, and he carried her to a natural grove framed by tree trunks and upturned roots. The wind didn't cut through this area. It was almost peaceful. He willed his body temperature higher and turned so his body blocked the opening formed between the tree roots and trunks. With his booted foot, he cleared the top layer of snow-covered leaves and set Gwen on her feet. He glanced into her face and kept his voice as calm as possible, with the riot of emotions choking him. You will no longer allow other males to hold you. Ever. Brows pinched in confusion, she studied him. Why? Because not all males are as honorable as this shifter who protected you. And if one decides to take something forcefully from you, even if it's only a kiss, they'll die at my hands. She smiled. You'd kill for me then? Intrigued by her reaction to his promise of violence, he nodded slowly. Yes, I'd do anything for you. Her eyes widened with shock. She studied him, searching his face with her gaze. You're serious, aren't you? He nodded. Very serious. Why? She covered his cheek with her small hand, and the blankets that had been draped over her shoulders slipped to the ground. You've only met me today. Her fingers on his roughened face whipped energy through him to settle in his groin. The immediate response to her tender touch reflected his need for her. Not only did his soul remember her, so did his body. Because of this. He moved her hand to the front of his kilt and the growing length of his arousal there. Her eyes widened and her mouth opened slightly. She looked from his face to the outline of his dick. You've awakened my primal side. She yanked her hand away. I'm sorry. This is my fault. I made you chase after me. I did it on purpose so you'd go after the other shifters. I was hoping it'd give me a chance to escape. You awakened it long before that. She dragged the tip of her tongue along her lower lip. At the waterfront in Delaware. Yes. I caught your scent on the breeze. It hooked me. I had no choice but to follow you. She smiled, then quickly looked away. I was drawn to you, too. He stepped closer and lifted her chin, needing to see her expression. Were you? Yes. The single word held a husky edge that matched the warmth slipping into her eyes. He brushed his thumb over her chapped lips, then bent close and licked them, healing the damage the cold had done to the tender flesh. On any other part of her body, such an act would seal his scent into her, exactly as Vader had done when he licked her hand years ago. But her cracked lips weren't a deep enough wound to retain his scent for more than a couple of days. The bite he'd soon deliver to her shoulder was a different story. Once he licked her mate mark, she'd smell of him forever. Anticipation hummed within him. He slid his hand to the back of her neck. But you ran from me. Molly told me to. What about now? Do you still want to run from me? Not run from you. I want to go back and... He kissed her, stopping her words. It seemed smarter, safer for his future involvement in her life, to avoid forbidding Gwen. To risk her life in order to save another person spoke of courage and determination. He didn't want to break either of hers. They made this version of his true mate irresistible. She arched into him and slipped her cold fingers through the strands of his hair to cradle the back of his head. The slight caress cranked up his needs. He couldn't give in to them. Not here. He couldn't make himself pull away, though. He craved her kiss. Had since that day on the waterfront. He supported her with a hand between her shoulder blades and another at the base of her spine. She leaned back, forcing him to bend over her. The move put him in a place of dominance. It appealed to his primitive nature. It wouldn't take much to lower her to the ground and take her. She'd let him. He didn't doubt that. He knew how to seduce a woman. Too bad he couldn't. Not yet. Practical matters had to be addressed before pleasure. He eased back and met her unfocused gaze. This male you want to return for. Do you love him? As a friend, he protected me. Her lips curved into an amused grin. Killed for me. The reason behind her earlier smile when he promised to do the same for her made sense. He tucked a lock of her brown hair behind her ear. I'll do my best to see he's rescued then, but you're too important to me to allow you to risk your life. Because you want to have sex with me? He stepped closer and tugged the zipper on her jacket. The heavy material of her coat parted, revealing the long-sleeved shirt she'd put on after her shower. The outline of her breasts made his mouth water. In both lifetimes before, she'd been thin, with curves in proportion to that body type. In this incarnation, Gwen had been born into a soft, curvy body he couldn't wait to explore. No, Not because I want to sleep with you. He raised his gaze to hers. Because you're mine. Have been since the day you were born. She inhaled sharply. You're talking about true mates, aren't you? Gwen had learned much about shifters since she'd been kidnapped. He doubted it had been from her captors. Even the most depraved of the shifter world kept their species' secrets. The inborn drive to protect their kind from the humans was too strong. Yes, Gwen, you are my true mate. Her breathing deepened. She clutched his shirt. Are you sure? You're an alpha, and I'm... Her words trailed off. My gift from the goddess of the Winchester Pack. I won't lose you. I don't know what to say. Don't say anything now. We'll take this slowly. She lowered her gaze to his mouth. I'm not free, Xander. I promised Killer I'd take care of him like he took care of me. I can't break my promise. She closed her eyes. But how am I supposed to do that now? If I don't return to him, his handlers will end up killing him. They can't control him. But you can? No! She laughed and laid her hand against his chest. But I think I triggered his protective instincts the day they tossed me, bleeding and running a fever into his cell. They told him he'd get to keep me if he saved my life. So he did. By feeding you his blood. He's a royal, isn't he? Yes, a wolf royal. And his name is Killer? She gave him a wan smile. That's what everyone called him. He's undefeated in the cage fights, but they rarely use him since he kills anyone they put in with him. Every now and then they'll book a death match, though. Those draw huge crowds. I imagine they do. The bloodier the better. And Killer's participation in the rare death matches would make it easier to find him, theoretically anyway. She wiggled her nose, a move he suspected was supposed to express her disgust, but instead made her look adorable. It's sick. The crowd taunts his opponents, calling them dead men walking or worse. Most of the time, they end up begging for their lives, too. Killer has no empathy, though. Of course, he can't. He makes the killing blow or he dies, and he doesn't want to die. If he does, so do his wolves. The urge to protect the animals' souls living within their body was a primal drive few shifters could ignore. As much as he'd butted heads with his wolves, he couldn't imagine existing without them. They were his. I'll do everything possible to get him out of there. I promise you. She shook her head. We'll do everything possible. If you try to approach him, he'll attack you. No way would he allow her to walk into danger if he could prevent it. Let's not worry about semantics now. We can't make a good choice when we don't know the facts. She stiffened and raised her chin as if preparing for a battle of wills. The sight spiked his curiosity. What had he said to set her off? He'd used the word we. Did she not recognize the significance of that? He was referring to her as a partner, not simply a female. Of course. Haughtiness gave her response a sharp bite. That would be dumb. We need to have a well-thought-out plan. Yet hers hadn't been, he'd bet. She'd wanted to return with her kidnappers and... he couldn't even guess. Had she expected to break Killer out on her own? He shook his head. Doing so would be foolish, but he wouldn't hold it against her. At 23, Gwen was young for a human. Had she been a shifter, she wouldn't have even hit maturity yet. He pressed his lips to her forehead. At nearly 700 years old, he'd experienced almost everything life had to offer, physically, sexually, mentally. He was too old for her, too wicked, too jaded. No way would he let any of that stop him from making her his. He'd simply have to be patient with her, guiding Gwen into their relationship. Together, we'll make the best plan possible to get your friend home. Gwen wrapped her arms around him and squeezed him tight. Happiness radiated from her. Thank you, Xander. You're welcome. He picked up the blankets, draping them over her shoulders, then knelt in front of her before meeting her gaze. I'm going to check out this scar. Are you ready? Gwen caught her bottom lip, biting it firmly, and ran a hand through her hair. The signs of her anxiety confused Xander. Only minutes ago they'd been kissing. She'd welcomed his touch then. What had changed? He stood and captured her hand, covering her trembling fingers with his. I won't hurt you. You're safe with me. I know. It's just that... Just what? I don't have underwear on. Her words rushed out. You're my true mate. Xander brushed his open mouth along the edge of her jaw. Do you understand what that means? Yes. The single word didn't fill him with confidence, and the topic of being his mate was too important to allow for miscommunication. I will know every inch of your body, Gwen, as you will know mine. Nothing between us will be off limits. Not your body, not your heart, not your thoughts. That is what being my mate means. Her pulse kicked up. Her breathing quickened. And will I have access to yours? Yes. I will give you a piece of my soul and take a piece of yours to fill the hole left behind. Once we complete that connection, you will be immortal and have full access to my thoughts and my memories, which meant he had to be damn sure she'd forgiven him for being a selfish bastard toward her previous incarnations. If he didn't... What if you see something you don't like? He raised a brow. Are you secretly a serial killer? The smile he was growing fond of flitted across her lips. No, but... Regretfully, he pressed a finger to her lips, stopping her words. As much as I'm enjoying talking with you, we need to get moving. We can't do that until we remove your tracking device. You're right. She straightened her spine, visibly steeling herself. Let's get this over with. Make the cut quick, please. It'll hurt less. He took her mouth in a slow kiss, despite what he'd said about them needing to leave. Her courage drew him. Her inner strength impressed him. He should tell her. Showing her was easier and sweeter. Gwen tasted of a fine wine. He wanted to get drunk on her. She relaxed in his arms, submitting to his lead, matching his passion, arousing his primal drives, testing his control. This woman had no idea what she did to him, how she tempted him, how much he craved her. He pulled her closer and deepened the kiss until her teeth banged and she clutched at his shirt. The demand to join their bodies built. They both needed the intimacy and the relief. She ached as much as he did. The way her fingers flexed on his shirt, and the low sounds of pleasure she made told him that. He hated knowing he couldn't give in, but he hated the thought of losing her more. He turned his head, breaking their kiss. You tempt me more than you know, Gwendolyn Annabelle Burnett. And you scare me, Xander, Alpha of the Winchester Pack. He faced her. Her heavy-lidded eyes didn't remind him of a woman in fear. Do I? How? I want to do things with you I never even fantasized about, but I know those things will please you. I want that, Xander, to satisfy you. Gwen stood on her tiptoes and brushed her fingers over his stubble-covered jaw. It's because we're true mates, isn't it? My soul recognizes yours, like yours recognized mine. He stared into her eyes and debated telling her about their past. They didn't have time to discuss all the details, all his sins, but he couldn't pass up this opportunity to broach the subject. Yes, our souls have always belonged to each other, and each time we have crossed paths our connection has strengthened. Or at least that was his best guess. Understanding flashed across her face. We've met in a past life. He inclined his head, never breaking her gaze. 2 previous lives. Fate took you from me both times. I won't allow it to happen a 3rd time. Xander. Awe and need gave his name a seductive edge. She slid her hand to the back of his neck and urged him closer. Then she was kissing him. Her tentative strokes grew more confident. Her grip on him tightened. He savored both, along with the knowledge that she'd reached for him on her own, without him arousing her to the point where lust directed her actions. On a groan, she ended the kiss and rested her head against his chest. I wish we were somewhere different. I want... Sex. She didn't need to say the word. He knew. He wanted the same. Soon, Gwen. I need to warn you, though. I've been keeping my lust on a tight leash for you. I don't want to push you away with my hungers. He tipped her head back. But in this lifetime, I won't hide them from you. She held his gaze for a long moment, while the scent of her arousal grew, then nodded. He dropped to a crouch in front of her and tugged on her sweats, pulling them partially down and exposing the soft swell of her lower belly. The scent of her arousal filled his lungs and hardened his body. He ignored the ache in his shaft and focused on the thick, wide scar running from the side of her hip to the top of her thigh. Had the wound been a little lower, her femoral artery would have been nicked. He could have lost her before he got the chance to. He shut down the destructive train of thought before it could take hold. She was alive and in his arms. He'd make sure she stayed here. With gentle fingers he pressed along the edges of the scar, sweeping from her outer hip lower. A couple of inches from where the scar ended, she winced. He stilled his fingers and glanced into her face. "Does that hurt?" "Yes." He inclined his head and turned his attention to the spot, pressing along the raised edges of the scar. Her breath hitched, but she held still. "I hate causing you pain, Gwen." "It's okay. Can you feel the disc?" He dropped his hands. "I think so. I'm going to have to cut you to know for sure. You've got a lot of scarring here." "Do it." Xander nodded and opened his mind to Vlad's. Already at the lake, Vlad was in the process of scouting out the best cabin out of the 3 located there. Xander quickly shared what he and Gwen were doing, then shut down the connection before Vlad could respond. He didn't need his packmate's opinion or complaints over not being present. Vlad had no right to express either. Gwen's safety came above everything. The pressure against his psyche increased, Vlad demanding Xander reopen their connection. He ignored his packmate and cupped Gwen's ass in his hands. With her held steady, he licked the length of the scar, focusing his attentions on the spot he'd need to cut. His saliva would numb her skin or heal it if she'd been injured, while his blood would rev up her metabolism and fight infection. The healing gifts only the royals possessed had to be willingly given, not forced or coerced. For Gwen, he'd give everything. Confident she wouldn't feel the pinch of his sharpened nail, he eased back. In one quick move, he sliced open her skin. She inhaled sharply and he jerked his gaze to her face. I'm fine. It just caught me off guard." She rolled her hand. "Hurry, before I bleed all over." He licked away the blood dripping from her wound before it soaked her sweats, then turned his attention to the scar he'd reopened. The hard silver disc he'd read about but had never seen showed through the blood leaking from the cut. Scientific advancements would refine the technology, making the chip smaller and harder to find. Of that he had no doubt. At the moment, though, he was grateful for its size, as it had allowed him to find the disc easily. Using a curved, modified nail, he freed the tracking device and dropped it on the ground. Without another wasted second, he licked the wound he'd made, healing it, and sealing his scent into her body, making Gwen his beloved human too. Soon she'd be more. She'd be his eternal mate. Longing took hold. He couldn't wait for the moment when he could explore her body, worship her. He turned his head and brushed his open mouth over her belly. "Xander?" Gwen moved her small fingers to his shoulder. "Are we safe for the moment?" "Yes." His wolves would alert him of danger. "I wouldn't have stopped here if I'd thought you'd be at risk." "Then, will you—" She gripped his shoulders. "Will you kiss me again?" He glanced into her face. The lust displayed there fed his. "Are you warm enough?" Gwen nodded. "I feel hot, crazed. I need—" She shook her head. "Never mind. I don't know what I'm trying to say." "I do." She ached. It was his fault. His lips on her body had aroused her. He hadn't meant to. Their connection intensified everything, however. "And I'll take care of you." "Say yes, Gwen." "Yes." No hesitation. He hadn't even specified what he was asking permission for. The acceptance in her expression told him the truth, though. She'd give him anything. He zipped her parka and wrapped the blankets around her shoulders, directing her to hold them. Then he slipped his hand inside her pants and between her legs. The short curls covering her sex brushed his knuckles. So close. He was so close to heaven. He wanted to experience it, but Gwen deserved paradise more than he did. With his wolves on alert, he stimulated her, stroking her cleft at the same time as he took her mouth in a deep kiss. On and on, they twined their tongues, while he languidly caressed her. He didn't want to shock her by taking things too far, too fast. Honestly, he had no plans on loving her here, but she needed this as much as he did. The connection they shared demanded intimacy. She sighed against his lips before arching into him. Hungers unfurled within him. The press of her chest to his, and the soft sound of her submission stirred his darker drives. Didn't she know what effect she had on him? Didn't she sense how he was struggling to hold himself in check? She had to know. He'd told her what he wanted from her, yet she tempted him. Using 2 fingers, he pressed against her folds, spreading her lower lips and teasing her opening with his stroking. She jerked slightly, as if caught off guard by the bolder touch. Oh yes, easing her into a physical relationship would take time and patience. Bringing her to the point where she'd submit completely to his darker nature would take longer. He repeated the intimate caress, stopping with his middle and forefinger at her opening. The wetness of her arousal coated his fingers, tempting him to dip into her. He wanted that. Instead, he broke their kiss and brushed his cheek against hers, leaving her aching. She wiggled her bottom, a silent attempt to get him to move. A shaky sigh escaped her mouth. "Xander, He nipped her lip, stopping her words. He would please her, but at his pace, not hers. It'd be the only way to retain control. Close your eyes, and focus on what I'm doing to you. Nothing more." She didn't move, didn't speak. He eased back enough to look into her face, eyes closed exactly as he'd ordered. She waited for him to stimulate her. It was the best sight he'd seen in ages. His black wolf growled, but no sense of animosity accompanied the sound, and neither his Arctic nor his gray wolf reacted. Danger hadn't found them, but someone had. He opened himself to his black wolf, allowing the animal to partially merge with him, and looked through his eyes. The sight of Vlad a few hundred feet away confirmed his guess. Possessiveness slithered through Xander, stirring the darker side of his nature. He forced open the pathway to his packmate and growled. The menacing sound was meant to strike fear into those shifters less dominant than him. Vlad didn't flinch. He strode forward, anger radiating off him. "Aren't you going to touch me?" Gwen asked hesitantly, drawing Xander's attention back to her. With her eyes still closed, Gwen waited, exactly as he'd ordered. She was captivating, a beautiful and innocent female, but her trust in him enhanced her allure. He wanted to reward her. Holding the pathway to Vlad's mind open, Xander allowed the barrier around his most intimate emotions to fall, and forced Vlad to feel the peace Xander's wolves experienced in Gwen's presence. Once Vlad shared in the undeniable evidence that Gwen was indeed Xander's true mate, Vlad wouldn't be able to claim she was actually his. If Vlad still claimed to share Xander's true mate, then... Xander didn't have an answer to that. He'd worry about it later. This moment was his and Gwen's. With Vlad on guard, he'd be able to indulge in it too. Xander dropped to his knees and tugged Gwen's sweatpants down, exposing her sex. The short curls that had teased his skin earlier glistened with her arousal. He brushed his finger over them, pushing slightly against her cleft. Her breath hitched. The sound spurred him on. He wanted to hear more. He tipped her bottom and drew her close. She gasped, but spread her thighs for him, giving him access to her body. He willed his core temperature higher and blew a warm breath of air over her sacs. She shivered. "Are you cold, Gwen?" "No, not even a little." She dragged her fingers through his hair. "What are you going to do to me?" "Make you feel good." He managed to get the words out before burying his face against her sacs. He licked her, from her opening to her clit. Her flavor hit him. Her scent drugged him. He repeated the slow swipe, dipping his tongue between her lower lips. Another shocked sound escaped her. She didn't push him away, though. She wiggled her bottom, showing him with her body what she needed. The unspoken demand guided him. He explored her, tracing her opening and pressing the pad of his thumb against her clit. Each teasing stroke excited her more. Her soft gasps and the arousal coating his tongue told him what his touch did to her. She squirmed, her breathing shortened. Her grip on his shirt tightened, pulling him closer. She was going to come. It was too soon. He hadn't satisfied his craving for her. He pushed to his feet and captured Gwen's mouth. She inhaled sharply but didn't shy away from the taste of her arousal in his mouth. She curled her tongue around his and sucked. The pull of her mouth whipped through him. In all the years he and Elizabeth had lived as man and wife, she'd never gone down on him. Such acts weren't acceptable in her time, not for a woman of her upbringing anyway. That would change in this lifetime, but it wouldn't happen today. He had other plans, and those involved being the first male to breach Gwen's sex and bring her to orgasm. On a groan, he eased back. "Say you want me to make you come." "I want you to love me." Her words came out in a rush. With the confirmation given, the proof Vlad wouldn't be able to deny, Xander dropped to his knees a second time. Holding her in place, at his mercy, he licked her, swiping his tongue through her folds. With each pass he dipped deeper, teasing her and testing Vlad. Gwen's breathy sighs turned to whimpers, and Vlad's anger morphed to lust. The first Xander had expected. The latter surprised him, yet it shouldn't have. Before Elizabeth had walked into their lives close to 200 years ago, he and Vlad had often shared women. Those encounters had always been more satisfying than taking a lover alone. There was something about working together to shatter a female, bringing her to release multiple times, that had taken his pleasure higher. The competition to outdo each other's skills had made the sex rewarding. Xander put those thoughts out of his mind before he considered why it felt right to have Vlad's gaze on them, and focused on what he was doing to Gwen. He repeated the teasing path his tongue had taken with his fingers, spreading the folds of her cleft. Pink, glistening, and inviting, she tempted him to dip his head and eat her out again. Another time. He wanted to breach her body and make her orgasm, even if it was only his fingers that got to enjoy the waves of her release. He pushed his middle finger into her tight opening. Slowly. She tensed, her breath hitched. He stilled his finger and turned his attention to her clit, alternating between licks and nips. The tension in her body eased. Arousal flowed to coat his hand. He added a second finger and twisted them while he pushed deeper. She didn't flinch as he loosened her body. She rocked against his hand. Assured she felt no discomfort, he pumped 2 fingers into her, enjoying the way her inner muscles tightened around them. "Xander," she pushed against his shoulder. He met her gaze. "Not like this. I want you inside me." He wanted the same, but it'd have to wait until they were on Pac lands. Loving her would be an all-night encounter. While he hated the idea of waiting, the extra days would give him time to expose her to the hungers he'd kept in check around her. What they shared tonight didn't even come close to meeting them. He shook his head. Not here. But he didn't give her a chance to counter his words. He thrust his fingers as far as they'd go in her body and curled them, searching for the spot that would push her over. She sucked in a rough inhale. Her inner muscles clenched around his fingers. "Xander." Shock and a hint of fear tightened her voice. The heaviness deep in her womb would feel different from any release she might have given herself while stimulating her clit. It'd be even more profound when he joined their bodies. The extra pressure of holding his length inside her would intensify the orgasm. She'd feel as though she were shattering into a million pieces. Or at least, that was what lovers had told him it felt like to reach ecstasy at his hands. For Gwen, it'd be more profound, a full body and soul experience. "Look at me." He waited until she met his gaze. With a flush to her cheeks, she was beautiful. His. "Watch me while you find your pleasure." She nodded. "Please, show me." The word "please" appealed to that side of him he rarely let out. While most shifter females enjoyed being dominated, their submission never satisfied him. Gwen's would. She'd learned to appease that side of him, and her lessons would start here, while Vlad watched. Xander bent his head to her sex, blowing warm air on her exposed skin. She sighed, and he buried his face against her cleft. A slow swipe of his tongue along her cleft flooded his mouth with her arousal. The flavor excited him. He gave himself over to the craving for her taste. With a rough thrust of his tongue into her opening, he ate at her, sucking and licking, until her whimpers surrounded him. Her restless movements turned into a dance he matched. She rubbed her face against him. "Please, Xander, I need..." Her breath hitched. "I need..." He replaced his prodding tongue with his fingers, pushing them slowly into her body. She moaned. Her muscles clamped down around them. He held them still. "Me. You need me. Say it." "Yes." Sultry, low, needy, her voice wrapped around him. "I need you. Please, Xander." He grinned. "Then come for me. Give me your pleasure." With the command given, he stroked her G-spot until the waves of her orgasm danced over his fingers, then yanked them free. She jerked. He didn't give her the chance to come down from the high. He covered her opening with his mouth and sucked. She trembled. Her head fell back on a moan. Her arousal filled his mouth. He swallowed the sweetness of her release, then licked her, bringing her down from the high. Her knees gave out. Her hands slid from where she'd been clutching his shirt. He stood and wrapped his arms around her, supporting her while she relearned how to breathe. "That was amazing." She dropped her forehead against his shirt. "But You've ruined me for other men. You know that, right? Xander waited a moment until Vlad was within earshot, then said, That's how it's supposed to be between true mates. Vlad's anger slashed him. If the two of you are done... Gwen gasped and yanked at her sweats, pulling them up and covering her exposed skin. We didn't... If the two of you are done, Vlad went on, ignoring her interruption, then we need to dispose of that disc somewhere. Otherwise, Reno and his men will follow the signal here. Once they realize what happened, they will search the area, and the lake isn't that far away. Gwen dropped her gaze. Brows scrunched and lips pressed tightly together. She looked as if Vlad had accused her of the world's problems. Which is why we stopped here to remove it. Xander ran a hand down Gwen's arm, offering the most comfort he could give without drawing attention to her embarrassment. Waiting until we got to the cabin would have drawn them right to us. With the storm, we might not be able to move quickly. Vlad stepped closer to Gwen and drew her jacket down, letting it fall to the ground, then fixed the blankets over her shoulders. The code has Xander's blood on it. You need to lose it. Gwen nodded, and Vlad faced Xander. The devices have a failsafe that could have been overridden if I'd been here. I could have pressed the small switch on its back, and it would have gone into redirect mode, which modifies the signal, skewing it so it appears to go in a different direction before shorting out completely. That was news to him. He'd read the informational packet sent to all shifter leaders when the technology had been leaked. The human government had wanted to inform the shifter community of the newest danger to them. According to the information I'd been given, there isn't one. Vlad snorted. Of course not. Why would you think... Watch your tone in front of your alpha, Vlad. We don't have time now for me to put you in your place. But trust me, the lesson is coming. Xander slammed the door on the mental pathway he and Vlad shared before Vlad felt Xander's reluctance over punishing him. Vlad cracked his jaw. Shifter Affairs hadn't wanted everyone to know of the override, especially when they didn't know who they could trust with the knowledge. They'd purposely left it out of the informational packet. The reprimand stung, despite Vlad dropping the accusatory tone. Xander motioned to the device. It's not broken. Can you still override the failsafe? Vlad shook his head. It's too late now. Once the temperature of the disk drops below a certain threshold, it locks all reprogramming. Gwen jerked her gaze to Vlad's. It was my idea. I didn't know. Vlad pressed a finger to her lip. Why would you? I'm not blaming you or Xander. He turned his head and met Xander's gaze. I'm just saying I could have saved us if Xander hadn't shut me out, but he refuses to accept that my involvement in your life is necessary for your safety and your happiness. And if he doesn't realize that soon, we're all going to lose. Because we're in this together. We've always been in this together. Chapter 10. Xander's intense stare should have been enough to force Vader to drop his gaze. It wasn't. Never had been enough. Before today, Vader had always assumed it had been because they'd shared too much over their long lives. Watching Xander and Gwen together obliterated those theories, and affirmed the suspicion he'd formed in the months since he and Xander began searching for Gwen. Her soul belonged to both of them. Always had. What that meant going forward? Vader had no freaking clue. But their connection couldn't be denied. Xander had purposely left his soul open, forcing Vader to experience what Xander felt in Gwen's presence. Peace. It had echoed Vader's contentment, intensifying it. His anger over Xander's actions turned into some emotion he had no name for. He'd say lust, but that word didn't fit exactly. He didn't desire Xander, but the sight of Gwen in his arms had left Vader energized and aroused. He shut down the thoughts before his body reacted to the memory, and met Xander's gaze as an equal would. That was what they were, what they'd always been and always would be. Partners, joined by a small female they'd both hurt with their ignorance. Well, Alpha of the Winchester Pack? No comment? Vader prompted, ending the silent battle of wills. Until we get Gwen safely back to West Virginia, we are in this together. Reluctance echoed in Xander's voice. It's unfortunate you didn't disclose the facts about the tracking device when you'd had the opportunity. And when was that? Gwen glanced between them. We've been separated and running for our lives. Xander glared at him. We've been together every day for the past 4 months while we followed one lead after another on you. We'd talked about the possibility that your captors had chipped you. He hadn't mentioned the switch or the failsafe that blocked reprogramming. Every day? Gwen stepped closer to Xander. Happiness brightened her eyes and lightened her voice. You walked away from all your responsibilities? For me? Xander brushed his lips over Gwen's. Of course. You are my gift from the Winchester Pack's goddess. Nothing is more important than your safety. The wolves sharing Vader's soul growled. No aggression accompanied the sound. Annoyance did. They'd seen what Vader had. Xander had a right to Gwen's body, just as he did. They wouldn't fight Xander's claim, but their acceptance didn't mean they weren't irritated by Xander or their situation. I'm glad you feel that way. Vader used the snow to clean the tracking device, removing the frozen blood. Then you'll agree taking it back to the waterfalls is the best place to dispose of it. The trail leading down from there isn't the safest way to reach the highway, but it's the quickest. Reno might believe we'd gone that route to get Gwen out of here because of the coming storm, and if we're lucky, the chip will travel with the current. Xander glanced from the disc to Vader's face. Sounds like a good plan. Make it happen. Not me. He held the device out to Xander. You should take it. And why is that? Xander asked. Because I know the way to the lake, and I... No, Xander chuckled. I don't think so. I'm not abandoning Gwen. It's not about abandoning Gwen. It's about protecting her. I know the path, and I can smell the water in the air. My wolves will lead us there. Never again will I let anything happen to my true mate. Curses whipped through Vader's head. He wanted to demand Xander look into Vader's soul to see the truth about Gwen belonging to both of them. Convincing Xander to willingly do so would take too much time, however. They were short on it at the moment. Vader curled his fingers around the tracking device. I chose the smallest cabin. It's the least drafty, and there's some canned goods stored in the pantry, too. Hurry back. We'll need the extra set of eyes once visibility drops with the storm. We can't start a fire that'll draw attention to our hiding spot, and I can't be inside holding Gwen all night. Someone needs to be on patrol. Vader knew without being told who'd be delegated to lurking outside in the cold. Damn, he hated this. Every instinct he possessed demanded he stake his claim on Gwen, too. But he wanted her safe more. Vader slid his gaze to Gwen. When I get back, you and I need to talk. When he gets back, he'll be on patrol. Xander pulled Gwen against his body. He won't have time to talk to you. She cocked her head to the side and studied Vader. Talk about what? Them. Their past. Their future. What they could do about their unusual connection. None of those would be easy topics. Lena, I hurt her, and I hurt you. I want to apologize. She stared at him a long moment. Her eyes widened. You didn't mate her, did you? No. Vader shook his head. She wasn't my true mate. Let's go. Xander wrapped his arm around Gwen's shoulders before Vader could say another word, and led her toward the ATV. Vlad can apologize later. I go by Vader now. You know this. Why Xander had decided today to start correcting him in front of others, Vader didn't have a clue. Xander stopped walking and slowly turned his head, meeting Vader's gaze. Not anymore. You have no... Enough. I've put up with your shit for 4 months. I'm done playing nice. You accept who you've always been, or you sever your tie to the Winchester pack and join another pack. Brown with streaks of black, green, and blue overtook the white in Xander's eyes. And let me warn you, my friend, if you choose that path, you will never see or speak to Gwen or me again. Xander's threat drifted through Vader's head before their connection severed, blocking Vader out. He didn't bother trying to reform the mental pathway or speak for that matter. He couldn't. The hypnotizing sight of Xander's eyes left him speechless. Only males who were in the presence of their true mate could pull off the feat. Like this, Xander's eyes were breathtaking. Deal with the tracking device quickly. Xander lifted Gwen onto the ATV, then climbed on in front of her. We'll be safest together. The ATV's engine turned over, drowning out anything Vader might have said in response. He stood there, watching the ATV drive away, confused by Xander's words. Although he hadn't acknowledged their unusual connection, he'd guaranteed they'd end up exploring it. All Vader had to do was accept the name and role he was born into. He grinned, amused by their connection instead of hating it, as he'd assumed he would. He looked forward to the moment when he could turn Xander's ultimatum on him, demanding Xander accept the role he'd been born into. Alpha of the Winchester pack, who was bonded to its top dominant through Gwen. Chapter 11. The wind had picked up in the time since they'd stopped to remove Gwen's tracking device. Although not cold, there was no way she could be with Xander's body pressed to hers. Gwen buried her face against his back to avoid talking. Guilt and confusion left her thoughts muddled. Xander's revelation about them being true mates had shocked her, yet it hadn't surprised her. She'd felt the connection between them back in Delaware. His commitment to her also made her feel incredibly special. So why wasn't she happier? She had been before Vader arrived. No, Vlad. That was his pack name. And if he wanted to remain a part of the Winchester pack, he'd reclaim it and his role in the pack. Xander's order had been delivered in the tone of an alpha, not allowing any room for discussion or dissension. Hopefully Vlad would follow his alpha's command. To her it didn't matter what name he used. He was the same person, and the very idea of never seeing him again chilled her. Her emotions toward Vlad confused her. They always had. She'd desired him, craved him in ways she couldn't describe, longed for things she had no name for. It had hurt knowing he hadn't felt the same, and it had destroyed her every time she'd seen him with Lena. She squeezed her eyes closed before the pain and anger surfaced. The past was over. He'd chosen Lena. But he hadn't mated her. Gwen lifted her head. Who did Lena mate? A royal feline shifter named Devon Moore. He's a member of the Alexander Pride and my best friend outside the pack. She hadn't liked any of the feline shifters she'd met while at the compound with Killer. They were colder and more calculating than the other groups, but she had to admit they were exotically beautiful. While the wolves and bears resembled humans for the most part, the feline shifters exhibited more of their animal traits. Does he love her? Very much. She's the light in his dark world. And Vlad just let her go? Xander slowed the ATV, pulling in front of the cabin. He didn't have a choice. Lena is Devon's true mate, and separating true mates hurts everyone involved. Once a shifter meets his, he can never be complete, even if you have no choice but to walk away. Sadness tinged his voice, and she couldn't help but wonder if he was referring to them. He had said they'd met before. She opened her mouth but closed it without asking him more about those lifetimes. The sight of the lake and snow-covered cabins lit up by the headlights of the ATV mesmerized her. She climbed off the seat, leaving Xander sitting there alone, and strode forward. The water shone as if it were a blackened mirror, and snow painted everything white, leaving the branches heavy and drooping. Never before had she seen a more beautiful scene. The light from the ATV's headlights cut off, leaving her in darkness. Her shoulders slumped, disappointment rushing over her. Xander stepped behind her, pulling her into the shelter of his body. It'll be even lovelier in the morning. It's too bad Vlad lost his phone. He could have taken a picture. I'm sure Dante will have his cell. When he comes for us, I'll ask him to snap a picture for you. She tipped her head back. Who's Dante? Devon's brother. Xander urged her toward the smallest cabin. He's been a tremendous help with our search for you, following up on leads and getting us out of situations that could have ruined our pack's name. Like participating in human hunts? He chuckled. Yes, my pack would be furious if they'd known. They're already not happy with me. Neither's my twin, Zane. He's been shouldering the day-to-day duties of running the pack while making excuses for my absence. But from what Dante has said, he's frustrated. You haven't talked to him? No, I don't need to hear his lectures about the deteriorating state of our pack. The picture Dante has painted for me is bad enough. Dominants are fighting and tensions are running high. It's my fault. Every full moon that passes without a ceremony weakens our communal bond. I'm sorry I was the cause of it. Never apologize for something you can't control. With one hand on the doorknob, he glanced over his shoulder. It'll make you appear weak, and that's not how you want to be viewed by shifters, especially wolf shifters. The reprimand caught her off guard. Since meeting Xander, he'd only spoken warmly of her. He'd even defended her reasoning for stopping to remove the tracking device in front of Vlad, and for wanting to save Killer. Why the change? She stiffened, unsure of how to respond. He sighed, an exasperated sound that spoke of annoyance. I shouldn't have said that so soon. You're obviously not ready to hear the truth. Not ready? Her voice cracked. She hated when it did that. She sounded like a child scared of the dark. Yes. Xander opened the door to the cabin Vlad had chosen for them and scanned the interior before stepping to the side and ushering her forward. I know you've been around shifters, but you've never lived with them in a pack environment. It's different. You need to be prepared. Prepared for what? The door closed, sealing them inside. Total darkness surrounded them. She froze. Her heart rate kicked up. Memories of hiking through the Alaskan forest at night rushed over her. She'd never felt more vulnerable, even while imprisoned in the fighting compound. As a human, she hadn't been able to see where she and Molly were going. Molly was the one who'd taken her hand and led Gwen as a child through those woods. She'd felt like such a failure. She'd been a pathetic guardian. It was no wonder they'd been cornered by those shifters who... Strong arms wrapped around her. She screamed. A hand clamped over her mouth, muffling the sound. The instinct to escape took hold. She twisted and slammed her elbow into the hard chest of the man holding her. "Gwen, calm down." Xander. Embarrassment tightened her throat. I'm sorry, I... Never apologize for something you can't control. He repeated his earlier words. She squeezed her eyes shut. They burned. You startled me, that's all. I can see that. But this is what you must prepare for. I can hear your heart pounding. I can smell your fear. And I can see how you're trembling. That's what a predator does, my mate. Focuses on the weaknesses of those around him. Outside of the pack, a shifter will ignore such things for the most part, as we understand humans can control these traits. In a pack, however, we'd exploit it, even if we don't consciously do so. The pack order is constantly in flux, and my absence has sent the structure of the Winchester pack into chaos. When we return, you will draw everyone's attention, and they'll view me as a beta. She spoke the truth she already understood. She might not have lived in a pack, but there'd been a structure of strength among the prisoners in the compound. Killer had been at the top. She'd been the highest of the betas only because of her friendship with the man everyone feared. Yes, Xander squeezed her harder. I don't want you to experience that, but you must rise above their assumptions and prove you're an alpha female. She turned toward Xander. A slight outline of his face filled her vision. She focused on him and ignored her racing heart. I'm not strong enough to fight against shifters without a weapon, and I refuse to use one on your packmates. They'll never hurt you physically. They'll exclude you from activities, correct you constantly, look at you with pity in their eyes. It'll be subtle, and most won't even realize they're doing it. You'll know, though. So will I, and it'll anger me. He cupped her face in his hands and lowered his voice. And I'll hurt them for it, make them beg for forgiveness. I won't be able to help myself. If they hurt you, they hurt me. And will that make you resent being with me? Xander leaned in and kissed her, slipping his tongue past her lips and slowly twining their tongues until she arched into him, her belly warming. I won't ever lose you. You're the light to my darkness. Not a confirmation or a denial. She would have looked away, but he held her steady with his strong hands on either side of her face. His focused stare demanded she say something. She wasn't sure what, but finally said, I'll try harder to keep my reactions under control. Only in public. When we're alone, you don't need to hide anything from me. I won't judge you for it. Wouldn't he? He'd just admitted shifters did so subconsciously. He released her and stepped back, leaving her alone. Cold. I need to go deal with the ATV, then keep watch. And I should stay here? Alone, in the dark. Yes. He slipped his arm around her waist and led her to the other side of the room, then urged her to sit on the bed. I know it's cold in here, but there are blankets on the bed. Climb under them, and as soon as Vlad gets here, I'll come hold you. Okay. She slipped under the covers, refusing to think about who had last slept on this bed, or if there were spiders or mites on the sheets. That would make her look weak. I'll be fine. Yell if you need me. He trailed his knuckles along her jaw, then he walked out. She lay in silence until the memories of her time in the Alaskan forest choked her. Throwing the blankets off, she sat on the edge and brushed her hand over the nightstand. The stump of a half-melted candle met her fingertips. Perfect. She grabbed it, then rifled through the drawer, feeling for matches or anything she could use to spark a flame. The telltale contours of a matchbook under her hand brought a smile to her face. With a flick, the match lit. She held it to the wick until the flame caught before shaking it out. Using the candle, she scanned the single-room cabin. A small kitchenette took up one section of the wall, and a fireplace dominated another. No other doors. No bathroom. She swept her gaze over the space once more, noting the rocker and recliner by the fireplace. A single window offered a view outside. Likely it overlooked the lake. Would she be able to see it with the light of the candle? With nothing else to do, she made her way to the window. The wooden shutters creaked as she unfolded them, then moved soundlessly. Ice covered the inside of the panes, blocking her view of the outside. Using the sleeve of her shirt, she wiped the glass. A man's scream tore through the night. She couldn't make out the word, but her instincts took over. She blew out the candle and froze in place. Again the man yelled. She focused on the garbled word. Her name. Xander was screaming her name. The door was flung open. She caught a glimpse of Reno running into the cabin. He raised his hand. A soft pop sounded, a whoosh she barely heard. He toppled, knocked over by the weight of a white wolf jumping through the doorway behind him. Her mouth opened on a soundless cry as the sounds of fighting wolves built around her. Pain registered, blood filled her mouth, and numbness spread from her chest, lower. Her knees gave out. The world spun. Then she was falling forward. She hit the ground face first. It didn't hurt. Nothing did. And that scared her most of all. Chapter 12. Darkness surrounded Killer. For years he'd welcomed the obscurity it offered. If he sat in the corner of his cell facing the wall, he didn't have to hide his expressions. He could grieve in peace. Each life he took deserved his remorse. It was all he had to give. Today the pitch-black tomb he inhabited left him agitated. So did the whispers of his handlers. They talked about his packmate, his little sister, Gwendolyn. How she was going to be raped, multiple times, until she either couldn't walk or died from the abuse. Killer couldn't save her either. They took her away. Snarling, Killer grabbed the bars of his cell and shook them until the metal groaned and concrete dust rained over him. A light flicked on. The sound of pounding feet grew closer. Killer gritted his teeth and yanked the bars. The metal screeched. He grinned. They were going to give this time. He'd been working on loosening them for weeks. One of the cowards on the other side stared at the ceiling. His eyes widened. His mouth opened. Then he scrambled for the prodding stick. Killer flicked his gaze from the pathetic bear shifter to the ceiling. Another chunk of concrete gave way, exposing the tip of the bar. Using both hands, he tugged on the metal. The bar snapped. The door to his cell opened. Killer spun and swung the piece of the bar he'd torn free at the second coward. The metal connected with the male's head, tearing a gash across his face. The scent of blood hit Killer square in the chest. Instincts took over. He drove the metal forward, skewering the shifter. The injured male screamed. His hands flailed at the rusty bar, impaling him. Killer jerked the bar upward, ripping him open. The male's hands fell limply at his sides. His cry cut off. Death slipped into his eyes. There was no mistaking that look. Killer had seen it too many times. More shifters rushed into the cell. Killer pulled the bar free. He pivoted to face the new males. Some he'd seen before. Some he'd never laid eyes on. That was the norm, though. The guards feared him. They begged to be transferred elsewhere. He'd killed too many of them. All it took was getting a little too close to the bars. The male who'd gone for the prodding stick jabbed at Killer. He arched, avoiding the electric tip. The jolt it delivered could kill a human. The shock wouldn't end his life, but it did mess with his nerves. Killer didn't like the feeling of vulnerability. He couldn't protect his packmate. But she wasn't here. He'd failed. His job had always been to watch out for their women. The other males trusted Killer with their precious mates. No greater honor could be bestowed upon a male. This time he'd failed. His little sister, gone. Killer bared his teeth and grabbed the nearest male. With a sharp twist, Killer broke the shifter's neck. He tossed the dead body of the others, trying to get to him. More rushed forward. Killer whacked them away, then reached for the skinniest of the bunch, a wolf shifter who looked too prissy to be a guard. The guy yelped, while the other shifters around them froze. "Bring her back!" Killer wrapped his hands around the scrawny neck of the wolf shifter, a single, not a royal. "You hear me?" Killer shook the male until his green eyes bulged and veins popped out on his pasty skin. Bring her back! You kill him, and I guarantee you the female will die. Killer whipped his head to stare at the male who'd spoken. A royal wolf shifter stood on the other side of the bars. Dressed in a suit with wavy black hair caressing his shoulders, he stood apart from the other males in this basement dungeon. For good reason. Power and strength clung to him. He was old. Very, very old. His orange eyes told his story. He'd seen too much and hated it all. The other males were smart to give him a wide berth. He was important, but he wasn't a fighter. He was a leader. The thought took hold. Yes, he led others. Killer had met him before. Those eyes were unforgettable. He was sure of it, but he didn't know where or when. Memories didn't linger long in his mind unless he worked at keeping them. Or if the drugs stirred them to the surface, and he could latch onto them. "Where is she?" Killer demanded. The orange-eyed royal shrugged. "I have no clue. I'm not even sure who she is." "Then how do you—" "Because the shifters running this fighting compound are spiteful. If you kill the male who's been funneling the money and information, they'll retaliate against this female because she's important to you." The royal rolled his eyes. "Surely you're not stupid on top of being feral?" Killer clamped his jaw closed. He didn't know if he was feral. His handlers punished him for both acknowledging and denying it. No matter how he answered, they pumped him full of drugs that made him hallucinate and act like a crazed animal. If they were going to return his packmate as they'd promised, he couldn't allow himself to be forced into that delusional state. He might hurt her. Again. Silence was best. They left him alone if he kept his mouth shut. Mostly. Killer eased his grip on the skinny wolf shifter, allowing him to fall to the ground. Gasping, the male clawed at the floor, dragging himself toward the door. "Smart move," the royal praised. Killer turned his back on the shifters in the cell with him and faced the royal. "What do you want?" "You." The royal wolf shifter swept his gaze over Killer in a calculating appraisal that tensed his muscles. "I'm in the market for a skilled tracker and hunter. I was told you once were the best of the best, but it appears you're no longer on the market." Killer had been sold several times before ending up here. He'd been everything from a laborer to a sex slave. He got flashes of those times every now and then. He also knew it was him killing his mistress that landed him in the fighting pits. Gods, he wished he could go back in time. All those males who'd stepped into the ring with him would still be alive. Would it really have killed him to service his mistress? "There are others here. Let's check them out." The skinny wolf shifter joined the royal on the other side of the bars. Killer focused on the royal. There was something ominous about his statement. Killer's wolves fed him the knowledge. "Why am I not for sale?" "Because it's time for you to die." The skinny wolf shifter grinned. A jolt of electricity whipped through Killer's body. His muscles seized. 2 more hard jabs sent fiery pain to his fingers and toes. His muscles twitched. His legs gave out. His head smacked into the ground. The male who'd shocked him jabbed a syringe into his chest. An icy cold sensation numbed the fire in his veins. His eyelids grew heavy. Killer cursed, but no sound came out. He was locked inside himself with 3 angry wolves who feared dying, and failing a true mate they'd never met. Chapter 13. Rage and fear mixed, leaving Xander seething with a fury he'd never known before. He ripped Reno apart, making him suffer, making him scream. No one threatened his true mate. No one. He would not lose her. In his white wolf's body, he clamped his jaw around the male's neck and bit. The sound of bones snapping added to the distinctive thump of a body hitting the floor deeper in the cabin. "Gwen." Xander released the dead wolf and spun. Gwen was lying, face down in a twisted heap on the floor. One arm was bent at an odd angle at her side, and her legs were folded next to her as if she'd been trying to curl into a ball, then passed out. Or died. No, she wasn't dead. His wolves supplied him with the truth. Her heartbeat weakened but steady, but she'd been hurt. The scent of her blood was unmistakable. He shifted into his human form, then ran to her and grabbed her shoulder. "Gwen!" She didn't move, didn't speak. Her heartbeat stuttered. The fear he'd felt when he'd watched Reno slip out of the outhouse and rush to the cabin, where Gwen was hiding, gripped him again, tightening his chest. As the alpha of the strongest royal wolf pack, the emotion wasn't one he dealt with often. Only with his true mate had he turned into a weak male, unable to counter the threats to her, unable to save her. Never again. He swept his gaze over her, looking for the source of the blood he smelled and finding none. He silently cursed. I need to turn you. Ready? No answer. He gripped her shoulder and slipped his other hand under her body, then rolled her. The sight of the blood soaking the neckline of her shirt chilled his soul. You're going to be okay, Gwen. Promise you. With a lump in his throat, he stared at the wound she'd sustained. The bullet had hit Gwen in her upper chest, right at the base of her neck. She wouldn't be able to swallow his blood if it ripped through her throat. Without his blood, she'd never be able to heal the wound. His saliva would do little for internal injuries, and sealing the wound would make matters worse. She'd still bleed, but the blood wouldn't have anywhere to go, and neither would the bullet. It had to be lodged inside her, maybe in her spine. No! He wanted to curse his pack's goddess for not protecting Gwen. It would do little good. The deed was done, and his goddess had forced his hand. He flicked his gaze to Gwen's face. Her mouth was slightly open, and her eyes were closed. She was unconscious and time was running out. He was going to lose her before he ever got the chance to earn her love and forgiveness. His fangs slipped into place. He tore at his wrist, ripping it open, and shoved the bleeding wound between her cool lips. She didn't swallow, didn't move. Only her exhales warmed his skin. Gwen! He leaned close and yelled. Do you hear me, Gwen? Don't give up. I won't lose you. Her eyelids didn't even flicker. His pulse sped. He knew what he had to do. Mate her. It'd be the only way to save her life. They were too far from human doctors, and what he knew of humans, how to ease their afflictions and pains, was centuries outdated. He had no choice, but a flicker of unease slipped through him. He'd be taking the choice out of her hands. That was wrong. They'd reconnected only hours ago. She didn't know of their tragic past. She didn't know how he'd betrayed her, lied to her, used her. She didn't know how sorry he was for not looking beyond her soft exterior and uncovering the strong woman inside. Didn't know how he'd watched her run from him twice and felt relieved. The moment he soul-bonded them, she would. She'd know everything. For the first time he understood why Devon had chosen the path he had, partially mating Lena in the way of a breeding partner. By giving her a piece of his soul, he'd stopped her slip into death. Xander could do the same with Gwen, and as long as he held her soul close to his, she'd be able to steal his life force, using it to heal herself. He'd cocoon her in his strength until her internal injuries healed. She wouldn't be able to learn much in that time, he hoped. He pulled his hand from her mouth and crawled over her. Most mate bites were delivered from behind, as it put the female in a position of submission, but he feared moving her and causing more damage than he probably already had by rolling her over. Besides, what they were doing had nothing to do with lust or dominance. It was about survival, both Gwen's and his. He cut her top with a sharpened nail, exposing her shoulder, then opened his mind to Vlad's. Get back here now! Gwen was shot! What? Is she okay? Xander slammed the door on Vlad. He didn't have time to discuss details or think any longer about the consequences of his choice. Instinct took over. Xander twisted his arm in front of him and pressed his bleeding wrist to Gwen's lips, then bit the spot where Gwen's shoulder met her neck. She didn't flinch as he ground his fangs into her bone. Her pulse didn't quicken. His did, however. They were running out of time. Xander closed his eyes and opened the pathway between him and Gwen. Her pain rushed over him, but not her fear. A sense of acceptance surrounded her. She wasn't fighting, or maybe her body was too injured to do so. Either way, she was fading. The light in the pure, white, pulsating orb that held her soul was dimming. No, he wouldn't let her go. Never again. Gwen, my mate. It's Xander, he murmured softly so as not to frighten her. She didn't acknowledge him. That worried him. Knowing he couldn't waste another moment, he acted, surrounding Gwen's soul with his. Peace slipped through him, along with a sense of coming home. Xander! Pain tightened Gwen's voice, but she recognized him, reached for him. I'm dying! No, you're not. I'm going to heal you, but you need to accept me. Do you, Gwen? Do you accept me as your mate? Yes, I'm yours. You told me so. I did. Do you feel the truth? A long moment passed. The sensation of Gwen's mind slipping through his settled over him. He fought the instinct that made him want to pull away and blanked his thoughts. It was his only defense. He couldn't push her away. He'd opened himself to her scrutiny with his question. He should have accepted her answer and finished this. Too late for regrets. The crackling of a fire and a woman's laughter surrounded them. The scent of roasting meat and sweet wine filled his lungs, and the press of Elizabeth's body against his brought the memory of their wedding night rushing to the surface. Are you ready to finally love your wife, Xander Winchester? Elizabeth stepped back. A flowing nightdress flitted around her feet, covering his wife's body from her neck to her wrists and ankles. He'd seen every inch of her many times, licked her head to toe, and worshipped her as a human would, loving her slowly and tenderly. All those encounters paled in comparison to this. The marriage vow she took made her irrevocably his, at least by human standards. He went to her without speaking and undid the interwoven silk strips holding the top edges of the gown together. The material parted, exposing her small and perfect breasts. The sight of her erect nipples and the flush to her skin quickened his pulse. He ran the back of his hand over her chest and enjoyed the hitch in her breath in response to the slight touch. Oh yes, Elizabeth Mary Winchester. He raised his gaze to hers. I am ready. Her coy smile tempted him to toss her to the bed behind her and ravish her, but he couldn't do such a thing. She'd married a gentleman, not a male consumed by primitive drives she'd never understand. If she knew the truth, she'd run back to her father, and Xander would lose this feeling she elicited within him. He didn't want that. He didn't want to face the darkness again. Alone. Then take what's yours, my husband. He slid his hands up her chest and over her bare shoulders, pushing the gown down her arms. The garment fell to the floor, pooling at her feet, and leaving her naked, while he remained dressed in the ceremonial tunic and pants he'd worn to their intimate wedding under the stars. Normally he couldn't keep his gaze from roaming her body. He loved everything about it, from the many freckles on her skin to her narrow waist and the dark red curls hiding her sex. In this moment, with the power of the full moon riding him, he couldn't tear his gaze from her bare shoulder. He wanted to see his bite there. The longing took hold. He brushed his knuckles over the delicate spot. The raised scar would have been beautiful. It was a pity he hadn't been able to sink his fangs into her. Such was his fate, though. If only she'd been... Xander yanked back, cutting off the memory before his thoughts drifted to the reason he'd married Elizabeth instead of mating her. Gwen's soul slipped from his grasp. The light in it flickered. A crack formed through the center of the pulsating orb, and her cry of pain resonated in his soul. Gwen! He reached for her, but she slipped farther away. No! Don't fight this! Don't fight us! We need each other. I didn't realize it in that lifetime until it was too late. I won't make the same mistake in this one. I won't lose you. She whimpered but reached for him. Please, don't want to die yet. It wasn't the confirmation of their connection he'd sought, but he took her words as the agreement he needed. Without another wasted second, he twined a piece of his soul into hers, partially joining them, then pushed his strength, the power of the Winchester pack, into her body. In a rush of agony that stopped her heart for the briefest of seconds and tore a scream from her throat, the damage to her body caused by the bullet healed. The moment the light in her soul brightened and her heart picked up his steady and strong beat, he eased back slowly, cautiously. The crack in her soul he'd caused by abruptly yanking away from her remained as a thick line bisecting the glowing orb. With gentle metaphysical fingers he mapped the scar he'd inflicted on her. No gaps showed, but the darkened line marred her pure white soul. Guilt choked him, twisting him and sending a wave of fury through him. He'd done this to her, hurt his mate. Gwen, Rage washed over him, stopping his words. The fury didn't belong to him or Gwen. Vlad had found them. Xander released her shoulder, breaking their connection, and met Vlad's livid gaze. You fool! Vlad stepped over Reno's lifeless body and strode forward. You've ruined everything! No. Xander dragged his tongue over the bite mark on Gwen's shoulder, sealing his scent into her, then crouched over her unconscious body. I finally did the right thing, claiming my true mate. Yeah? Vlad laughed. And how's Gwen gonna feel when she realizes she only got half of hers? Chapter 14. The fury slithering through Vlad left him hovering on the edge of control. He wanted to hurt Xander, beating on him until the stubborn male understood the truth about their mate. It would do no good, though. The deed was done. Fucking answer me! Vlad flexed his hands. How is Gwen going to feel? Relieved. How do you figure that? Because he didn't know how she would be. Her connection to Vlad hadn't been severed. Despite the anger he felt, his wolves remained quiet. If anything, they watched Xander with curiosity. Xander lifted a still unconscious Gwen into his arms, then faced Vlad. If I'd soul-bonded with her, she'd know every wrong I've committed against her. She'd hate me and resent me for forcing her into an eternal bond. He motioned to her shoulder with a jerk of his chin. This way I'll be able to earn her love, before she learns the truth. Tension drained from Vlad's muscles. There was still time to figure out how they were supposed to make this fucked-up three-way bond work between them. You didn't take a piece of her soul? Xander lifted a brow, his haughty attitude in full force. That is how a breeding bond works. Vlad swept his gaze over Gwen. The torn, bloody shirt she wore left her upper chest exposed. Although no mark remained, the location of the blood on her skin hinted at the bullet's entry point, the base of her throat. The truth became clear. The last of his rage slipped away. She couldn't swallow your blood, could she? You had to do it. Xander rested his cheek against her head and closed her eyes. I couldn't take the chance of losing her, and never finding my true mate's soul again. Now it's our last chance with her. Xander held his gaze for a long moment. Hour? Vlad couldn't decipher anything from Xander's tone. He'd kept it neutral. Deliberately neutral, maybe. Yes. Gwen is mine, too. And we need to figure out a way to share her because... Vlad... Gwen cut him off and stretched an arm to Vlad. He met her gaze. Pain gave her eyes a hazed look, but it was the silent plea in her steady stare that urged him forward. He slid his palm against hers, and she curled her fingers around his hand. They held each other's gaze. Finally, she said, I'm sorry. For what? Hating you for loving Lena. He hadn't been expecting that. She wasn't my true mate. You. I told Gwen about Lena and Devon, how they're mated and happy now. Xander once again cut off Vlad before he could tell Gwen the truth. Probably a good thing. He didn't have any solution to their unusual problem yet. Unlike the only other menage bond in the shifter world, he and Xander weren't gay, nor did they love each other. And my brother's mate will be happy to finally hold her sister in her arms. Dante walked into the cabin, sweeping his gaze over everything before focusing on Vlad and Gwen's twined hands. But if we don't leave soon, we'll be stuck here another couple of days. And with all due respect, I don't want to be around two stubborn-ass wolves as they fight over the same woman. Been there, done that. Twice. And watched the poor girl die both times. I'd rather not make it a third. I've gotten emotional in my old age. I might even cry this time. Gwen gasped and tugged her hand from Vlad's. What are you talking about? Nothing. Xander's raised voice echoed in the room. He turned his head and glared at the royal feline. And if Dante knows what's best for him, he'll shut his mouth. Dante smirked. Don't use your alpha stare or tone on me. Won't work. I'm a lone cat, remember? I don't answer to anyone. But you'll cry if I die a third time. Gwen met Dante's gaze. Won't you? He never said you. Vlad knew she was exactly whom Dante was referring to, but they didn't need to get into this in front of the silent witness who'd watched the tragedies of their past unfold. Lena knows you've been found. She's waiting for you, Dante said. I asked you a question. Gwen's demand was delivered smoothly, without raising her voice, but the directness in tone left no room for mistake. She wasn't backing down. A small smile tugged at Vlad's lips. He fought it. Gwen might take it the wrong way if she saw it, but his pride grew with each moment he spent with her. It also left him questioning why she'd finally let her assertive side show. She'd never done so in his presence before. Her meekness had stopped him from approaching her. And I'm choosing not to answer it. Dante motioned to her. You're still healing. You don't need to deal with any other shit right now. I feel fine. Xander saved me. Dante snorted and strode forward. He held his arms out and glanced at Xander. May I? Xander glared at Dante, then handed Gwen over without a word. Xander's trust in Dante and his brother Devin was unbreakable. Too bad Xander didn't feel the same way for Vlad. Maybe if they'd talked years ago, they would have worked things out. Or not. Social norms would have made a menage incredibly difficult then. Actually, they still would. Shifter culture didn't advance easily. Cradled against Dante's chest, Gwen appeared fragile and small. The feline shifter stood 2 or 3 inches taller than both Vlad and Xander and carried more muscle. With his short black hair and black eyes, he looked daunting. The dangerous vibe he usually gave off added to the effect. There was no hint of the killer he could become in this moment, however. He brushed Gwen's blood-soaked hair from her shoulder, exposing Xander's bite, then tapped a single finger to the base of her neck. The bullet entered here, little sister. Do you know what would have been in its direct path? Yes. Gwen lowered her voice. I know. Dante leaned closer, forcing Gwen to meet his gaze. Tell me, just so we're clear on the facts. My trachea. What else? 'Cause at the distance you were shot, that bullet would have been moving fast, and this delicate neck of yours doesn't have much to stop it. My spine. What did they teach you about spinal injuries in that fancy school you went to in order to become a nurse? That they can cause paralysis or... Dante shifted his hold on Gwen and sat her on her feet, then released her. She gasped and crumpled, her legs giving out. Both Vlad and Xander rushed forward, but she never hit the ground. Dante caught her with an arm around her waist. Xander might have stopped you from dying this time and started the healing process. But you're not fine. You won't be fine for several hours at least, maybe longer. So don't tell me you're fine and don't argue with me when I say you have enough shit to deal with. I'm the only male you'll meet over the next several weeks who doesn't have an agenda where you're concerned. Got it? Gwen held Dante's gaze and nodded. Yes, I got it. Good. Dante lifted her and handed her over to Xander. Then take what your mate can give you and grow a set of balls, little sister. You're going to need them. The Winchester pack is about the most bloodthirsty group of immortal assholes I've ever met. He chuckled. That's why I hang out with them. Makes me feel like I'm among family. As much as Vlad hated to admit, that about summed up his birth pack. Chapter 15. The flight back to West Virginia on the Alexander Pride's personal jet was as uncomfortable as the last time Vlad had flown in it. Then Lena and Devin had been fumbling in their relationship, and Vlad had been the antagonist who'd forced their issues to the surface. Today, within the metal belly of the plane, Vlad would do the same. Except this issue involved him, and the outcome would determine the fate of his eternal soul. Shower with me, Gwen. Xander brushed his lips against Gwen's neck. No blood from the gunshot covered it. Xander had gently cleaned it off her before they ever got on the plane, and Dante had offered his shirt to replace her torn one. Xander hadn't blinked an eye as Dante had stripped Gwen, exposing her bare chest. Each time Vlad got within touching distance of her, though, Xander was there making sure he couldn't. Resentment thickened, leaving Vlad pissed off and unable to do a damn thing about it. He couldn't risk pushing his ex-friend too far. As Alpha, Xander could order him off their pack lands. That couldn't happen. Gwen flicked her gaze to Vlad, then to a shirtless Dante, who was stretched out on a nearby sofa with an arm covering his face. No, I don't feel strong enough to stand on my own. I'll wait until I can take a bath. I'll hold you up, my mate. I know you will, but I want to wait. She turned her head, bringing her lips within a hair's breadth from Xander's. Vlad held his breath and waited. Would she kiss him? Part of Vlad wanted that, if only to see her eyes close as Xander twined their tongues. Why? She licked her lips, leaving a tempting sheen of moisture. I'm not ready for what will happen when we're alone. Xander slid his hand to the back of her head, holding her still, and kissed her. Slowly. Gwen's eyelids fluttered before closing. She lifted a trembling hand to Xander's shoulder, and Vlad gripped the armrests of his chair. The desire to go to her had never been stronger. Watching Xander kissing Gwen didn't dampen it. The sight of them sharing this passion inflamed Vlad. Even his wolves urged him closer. They had accepted the unusual bond between the three of them. To them it didn't matter with whom they had to share Gwen, as long as they could experience the calming effect she had on them. Finally, Xander eased back, leaving Gwen with a drowsy, aroused look on her face. You don't need to fear this thing between us. It's as natural as the moon's cycle. I know, but She lowered her gaze, her words trailing off as her cheeks reddened. No need to say more. Xander rubbed his knuckles over her jaw. For you, I will wait. Thank you. Gwen's breathy voice betrayed how Xander affected her. I'm going to try to get some rest. I haven't slept much in days. Then after my shower, I'll make some calls from the phone in the bedroom. I've much to arrange. Will you make sure Lena knows I'm safe? I should call her, but I'm tired. Of course. Xander turned to Dante. Make sure my maid isn't disturbed. She wants to rest, not talk. To anyone. By anyone, Xander obviously referred to Vlad, as he was the only other person in the cabin. Vlad locked his jaw before he said something he'd regret. Damn, he hated this game he was forced to play. Vlad reached out mentally to Xander. On a sigh of reluctance, Xander opened to him. I know what you want to talk about, Vlad, but it must wait. I need to get my thoughts in order. Being alpha makes this harder. No, it makes it easier. Nobody would dare later. Xander cut the connection and focused on Dante. Answer me, Dante. Dante slid his arm to the top of his head and raised a brow. Do I look like a male you can order around? No. You look like the grown-up version of the child I saved from being beaten to death at the hands of your father. Ice slithered into Dante's eyes. Noted. Nobody will talk to Gwen while I'm here. Thank you. Xander inclined his head, trailed his fingertips over Gwen's arm, then headed toward the private bedroom. The moment the door closed, blocking Xander from view, Dante glanced at Gwen. There's much gossip in the shifter world. I don't know how much reached you while you were held prisoner, but you might be interested in hearing about the 2 single shifter wolf packs bordering the Winchester Packlands. The alpha of the Kagan pack is mated to a human female who is pregnant with his children, and the alpha of the Jaeger pack has 2 mates, a shifter female and a shifter male. I have a feeling you might find the information... Dante slowly turned his head and focused on Vlad. Useful in your situation. Gwen's brows furrowed, then her eyes widened. She flicked her gaze to Vlad, then quickly looked away. Her cheeks reddened. Vlad sat straighter in the deep-cushioned recliner, excitement and disbelief mixed. Did she sense their connection, too? He wanted to ask, but didn't want to frighten or embarrass her more. Learning she belonged to 2 shifter males might be intimidating, especially for a virgin human. You're right. Vlad forced himself to meet Dante's stare. Those matings are unusual. I can't help but wonder if our goddesses influenced their pairings as they did for Mira and Josh. The shifter council and the rest of the community were still reeling, some amazed, some furious at the outcome of the prophecy surrounding Mira, Devon's sister, that allowed her to mate a human male and conceive half-breeds. Vlad hadn't cared if their mating went against nature. With Josh in her life, Mira was finally smiling. She deserved happiness after the centuries of hell and shame she'd endured for killing her mate. I'm not surprised. The elders think the goddesses are doing their best to prep the world for the day when the general population learns about the other species living among them. It'd be foolish to only prepare the royals. They did create the singles, too. If that's the case, they've foreseen something horrible for us. Vlad didn't want to contemplate what, but he knew what the actions of the humans would stem from: fear and jealousy. Probably, Dante shrugged. Humans abuse and kill their own for being different. It'd be foolish to think they won't act aggressively toward us. Even if they don't, they'll resent us, treating us as second-class citizens. Not all. Pride strengthened Gwen's voice. My stepfather didn't feel that way. He gave his life trying to protect Molly when those shifters came for her, and fought for countless shifters during his years in shifter affairs. Those humans who worked in his department did also. My apologies. Your stepfather was a good man, but sadly few humans are, Dante said. I think you'd be surprised at the number who'd be accepting. Dante inclined his head at Gwen's words, stood, and walked toward the pilot's cabin at the front of the plane, leaving Gwen and Vlad alone. He'd have to thank Dante later. Vlad moved to where Gwen sat with her legs folded, next to her on the couch. She watched him approach with a neutral expression, not speaking or yelling out to Xander. It would have been nice if hunger had flared in her expression, but not seeing the evidence of her interest didn't surprise him. She'd had years to perfect her indifferent mask. He stopped in front of her, then stood there, debating his next move. They had many things to discuss and only a short time to do it in. His opportunity would be cut short if she refused to allow him the chance, though. "Will you shout for your mate if I talk to you?" Never breaking their gaze, she shook her head. All these years he'd waited for her to look at him, to acknowledge him. Gods, if only he hadn't been so stupidly blind where she'd been concerned. If he lost her to Xander, it was his own damned fault. Wasn't going to happen, though. Winchesters never gave up. He knelt, his chest brushing against Gwen's outer thigh. Energy whipped through him with the slight contact. Her nostrils flared, a sign she felt something too. Good. She needed to sense their connection, too, if he had any hope of getting her to believe him. "Do you remember the day we met?" "Yes, I remember. You pulled both Lena and me into your arms and tried to kiss us." "I only tried to kiss you. Lena kissed me first." Gwen lowered her gaze, color staining her cheeks. "Then the two of you slipped onto the dance floor. Only for one song. The moment Lena realized you were gone, she left me standing there alone." Gwen's lips twitched as she obviously fought a smile. She flicked her gaze to his. The amusement in her eyes betrayed the effort she made to hide her emotion. "Were you even able to stand for long on your own?" He chuckled. "I was a little drunk." "A little?" This time she did smile. It brightened her face, and a wave of peace swept over him. "I was off duty. Getting shit-faced drunk was what I did. It was one of the few things that drowned out the noise echoing in my head from the constant fighting of my wolves." "I can't even imagine how that feels, to always be the peacemaker for your wolves. Their discontent must get old." Discontent. That was a nice way to put it. The word didn't come close to capturing the truth. Being the battleground for three dominant, immortal wolves who all wanted to be in charge sucked. Yes, it's unbelievably hard. That's why it's such a miracle when we find the one person who can calm us. Gwen stared at him for a long moment before she spoke. "Your true mate?" "Yes." He brushed her hair from her mate bite, letting his fingers caress the raised entry points. Her mouth opened on a shaky exhale, and her eyes drifted closed. Her reaction confirmed what he'd suspected. The bite she wore might have been made by Xander, but he wasn't the only male whose touch would awaken her. With his palm covering the bite, he said, "And my wolves calmed that night. Instantly, Gwen." Her breathing quickened. "You said Lena wasn't your true mate." "That's right. Lena isn't my true mate." He leaned over Gwen and lowered his head to her shoulder, brushing his lips over the mate bite Xander had seared into her skin. Gwen groaned, a husky sound he'd only ever fantasized hearing. "You are." I was just too wasted to realize the truth. She gripped his shirt but didn't push him away. She pulled him closer. "You slept with Lena. After I came to you." No denial of their connection. Vlad's pulse raced. She also wasn't trying to deflect it by claiming she couldn't have more than one mate. If he'd been attracted to males, he'd plant a wet, sloppy kiss on Dante's mouth for bridging Vlad and Gwen's issues. Hell, maybe he would anyway. "After the two of you left the party, I started drinking harder. I had to, or else I would have followed. And maybe mated the wrong female, guaranteeing not only his misery but Devon's too. By the time I got my hands on you, I wasn't thinking straight. Which is why you took off after making me your beloved human." The memory of sucking on her cut hand had tormented him for years. The moment he put his mouth on her, he'd gotten hard. He'd known there would have been only one way to ease the ache. It had taken every ounce of honor he'd had to resist pushing Gwen to her back and fucking her. "You were a child, Gwen, and it was Lena who'd reached for me, accepted my touch. You'd rejected me, turning away and then running." Gwen shoved him back and scooted toward the center of the couch. "I was 17. She shot him an annoyed look. "Almost 18. That's not even close to being a child." The fire in her eyes was new. Then again, she'd avoided him for years. Maybe the fire had always been there, simmering below the surface. "I turned 700 a few months ago." He waited a moment, letting that fact sink in. "All humans feel young to me, even those at the end of their lives." She turned her body, leaning her side against the back of the couch, and closed her eyes. I can't change what I am. Sadness tinged her voice. Why? He couldn't come up with a good enough reason. I wouldn't want you to. I don't want to lose my true mate. I can't be yours. I'm Xander's. Here was the denial, yet her words held no conviction. He gripped the cushions on either side of her face to avoid pulling her into his arms. You're also mine. I can't be. Did you not hear Dante? It's possible. The Jaeger Alpha and his mates prove it. And if Gwen could somehow conceive Xander's children, he'd never have to hand over the pack. For Gwen, that was the best outcome. No one would dare harm the Winchester Alpha's mate. Then why is it this is the first you've mentioned it? You've known me for years. She narrowed her eyes. Yet you never touched me, never even acted like you wanted to. You slept with Lena, and probably several women after her. Dozens more than that. He'd lost track. Sex only matters between mates. With other females it's an act, something to temporarily soothe our darker sides. Nothing more. Her nostrils flared again, in anger this time. Her glare hardened. He'd never seen her look at anyone the way she did him, as if she wanted him to hurt. Curses zinged through him. He'd screwed up and said the wrong thing. Gwen, this conversation is over. She pressed a balled fist to his chest and shoved. The push didn't come close to having the strength to move him, but he eased back. No, it's not. You need to understand what I'm trying to tell you. You're my true mate. I know you feel it too. You don't know how I feel. Then tell me, because unless you lied to me, you said you did feel our connection. Yes, I wanted you that night we'd met. Lust, I'll admit to. But I thought it was sick for me to be drooling over a man my sister was dancing with. So I ran, but I couldn't stop thinking of you. Because you sensed this connection between us. He pressed the point she needed to admit. I sensed that I was horny, and I was tired of my friends teasing me because I was still a virgin who'd never even kissed a guy. Even Lena joked that she'd share one of her lovers with me. I decided to take her up on her offer when I saw you slip into her room. That's why you came in? I'd thought it was because I broke that lamp and woke you. The lamp she cut her hand on, forcing him to heal the injury and turning her into his beloved human. I was the reason you broke that lamp. I slipped into Lena's room. You were standing there staring at her bed, obviously waiting for her. The door clicked closed behind me, and you whirled around with your fangs bared. Gwen pushed to her knees, bringing her lips to within a hairbreadth of his, exactly as she'd done moments ago with Xander. And I still went to you. I would have let you take me then, Vlad. In my sister's bed. On her floor. I hadn't cared. I only knew I needed you inside me. He settled his hands on her hips. I wished I had known. It doesn't much matter now, does it? The past can't be changed. She slipped around him and pushed to get up. I'm not sure I would want it to either. Sometimes things happen for a reason. He stopped her with a hand on her thigh. You're right. Because I would have mated you. After losing you twice before, I wouldn't have waited, and it would have been the worst mistake of my long life. She needed Xander, too. She rubbed at her eyes. I don't want to discuss this anymore. I want to get a shower and change. I won't let you go this time. I'm going to fight for you. She dropped her hands. Then why didn't you fight for me the last 2 times I lived? Xander told me about finding me those times. How he loved me, married me. Where were you then? In the shadows. Watching you. Wishing I was the one loving you instead of Xander. Dante strode into the room. His steps quickened. He mouthed the word, back, and jerked his head toward the door leading to the private bedroom. Only then did Vlad hear Xander's raised voice as he called Zane, a selfish bastard, among other things. Vlad dropped his ass on the recliner, and the door flung open. Xander zeroed in on Gwen, then scanned the room before glaring at Vlad. Everything okay, Dante? Was my mate able to rest? Until you started yelling. She sensed your distress and wanted to go to you. Dante motioned to where Gwen sat on the edge of the couch. Vlad and I had to talk her out of it. Of course. Xander crouched in front of Gwen as Vlad had done. I should have thought about that, and kept my temper under control. It's difficult at times. Her brows pinched. Why? I thought you said I'd calm you. That's how you know I'm yours. It is. You've bridged me and my wolves, allowing us to coexist peacefully. But the effect is only partial. I need to be able to see you, smell you. Xander slid his hands up her arms to her shoulders, then stroked his thumb over his mate bite. Her air escaped in a rush, and she swayed toward him. He pulled her into his embrace. And touch you. But why? I need the reminder that you're here, because we aren't soul-bonded. What we share is a one-way bond, or what many shifters refer to as a breeding bond. You hold a piece of my soul, allowing you to feel my emotions, but I don't own a piece of yours. Without it, your emotions are blocked to me. And until we soul bond, you won't share my memories, right? And you won't experience mine. Only when the pathway to our souls is open will we share that intimacy. She worked her jaw, then glanced at each male in the room before wrapping her arms around her chest. I changed my mind. I do want to get clean. I don't want to meet your packmates looking like this. She motioned toward herself and the baggy clothes she wore. Then I'll help you. I'll do it myself. I feel stronger than I did a few minutes ago. Resting must have helped me. Her features hardened, daring him to call her a liar. Xander studied her, then nodded. I'll wait right outside the bathroom. Great. If I fall, you'll hear me. Yes. Xander slid his hands under her and lifted Gwen's curvy frame into his arms. He glanced over his shoulder at Dante. I hope you will stay with us for a little while. I would appreciate you looking after Gwen when I can't be with her. Isn't that a task the Winchester Pack's protectors should be doing? I need a male I can trust explicitly. With one sentence, every protective drive Vlad possessed flared to life. Why? Will Gwen be in danger? Xander didn't acknowledge Vlad's question. He kept his intent focus on the Winchester Pack's honorary member, waiting on Dante's agreement. Then I will cancel my plans and stay in your little neck of West Virginia. I've been meaning to spend some time with Devon's new family anyway. You'll arrange those visits so you don't put Gwen at risk. Xander uttered the command, fully assuming Dante would follow it. Of course. I won't leave Gwen unless she's in her mate's presence. Thank you. Xander walked toward the private bedroom. We'll be out once the plane lands, not a minute sooner. The moment the door closed, Dante spun on his heel and focused his deadly stare on Vlad. You'd better not fuck this up. I refuse to watch that woman die a third time because her mates are too damn weak to be the males she needs. You knew all along? Suspected it? Dante gave a half shrug. And freaking pitied the three of you? Because I figured one of you would get left out in the cold. That was me. Both times. Then you better get your shit together, and make this work so it doesn't happen again. Weathermen are predicting this will be the snowiest and coldest winter we've had in over 200 years. Let it. This time I won't be left out. He'd rather pay someone to take his head. Chapter 16. Either Xander had lied about giving her a piece of his soul, or there was something wrong with the bond they'd formed, because she hadn't felt anything from Xander while he'd been gone. The only thing Gwen had suffered was anger over Vlad's revelation about his so-called connection to her. He must think her incredibly naive to believe him. That was the only explanation she could come up with. The alternative left her too depressed to consider. When given the choice, he'd opted for any other woman who'd spread her legs for him over his true mate. The fact that one of those other women happened to be Gwen's sister made the resentment worse. That lame excuse he'd made about her being too young didn't come close to absolving him of those sins. As soon as the bedroom door closed behind them, blocking Vlad out, she turned her attention to Xander. He'd shaved and his shoulder-length black hair hung loose, softening his harsh cheekbones and straight nose. Those dark eyes that had ensnared her at first glance burned with hunger, need, and possession. Like this, he didn't come close to resembling the intense, focused alpha who'd slaughtered his enemies in order to rescue her. Here, he was simply a man. Hers. This strong, honorable man had picked her, not another woman, not her sister. If that memory she'd shared with him told the truth, this wasn't the first time he'd chosen her either. What could possibly have gone wrong? Xander had loved her in that recollection. She'd shared in it. Something horrible must have happened to end things. The memory of our wedding night cut off abruptly. That was your doing, right? You pushed me out. Why? That wasn't our wedding night. I don't understand. Wasn't that red-headed woman me? That was the woman who once held your soul. She died, though, and you were reborn multiple times. In each lifetime, your soul was influenced by your experiences. So, yes, Elizabeth was you, but you are not Elizabeth. Nor are you Tabitha or any of the other incarnations you'd been in those years when we hadn't reconnected. You are Gwen, unique to this lifetime, and our relationship can't be based off what we shared in the past. I too have changed. I just happen to retain all those memories. The defensive tone set her on edge. Then how can you be sure I'm your true mate? Me, Gwen Burnett. Maybe I changed so much that we aren't compatible anymore. Xander sighed, a weary sound, and dropped his chin to his chest. I know it. There is no mistaking this connection. If that was true, then why hadn't Vlad recognized theirs? Sure, he'd been drunk that night, but the excuse didn't explain why years had gone by. Years where he lusted after Lena. Ugh, Vlad irritated her. She couldn't make sense of his actions. She'd never been able to do so. She shoved thoughts of him out and focused on Xander, her mate, or partial mate, or whatever he was to her. Then why didn't you complete our mating when you had the chance? I can die like this, right? That's the point Dante was trying to make back in the cabin. I'm a weak, fragile, and mortal human. Xander cracked his jaw, then strode for the bathroom with her still cradled in his embrace. Steam and the rich scent of man surrounded her the moment they stepped into the small room. He closed the door, sealing them inside, then set her bottom on the counter and stepped into the space between her legs. She held her hand out, stopping him from getting closer. I want to take a shower by myself. Not happening. With a smooth sweep of his hands, he drew her shirt over her head and tossed it carelessly aside. I won't risk you falling and hurting yourself. She covered her exposed chest with her arm. You lied to me? I saved you from being reprimanded by me in front of Vlad and Dante. Reprimanded? She sat straighter, dropping her arm as fire built in her veins, replacing the shyness that made her want to curl into a ball. With her gaze locked on to Xander, she studied his expression, looking for some clue as to why he'd yell at her. Why would you reprimand me? His features hardened. He pressed his hands to the counter on either side of her hips. Because I can. Mating law gives me the right to make every decision for you, and nothing you or your government says can stop me. He leaned closer, dominating her space and forcing her to arch into him. I can choose your meals, what you wear, who is allowed to talk to you. Actually, I don't even have to allow you out in public. I can keep you naked and locked in my bedroom if I so choose. Her heart skipped a beat. Fear and indignation mixed, leaving her shaking. You would do that to me? Take all my choices away? He shoved away from her. Disgust twisted his features. What do you think? She defended him. Too bad. She needed answers. I don't know. That's why I'm asking. I don't know you, not really. His unblinking gaze scrutinized her. She got the impression he was judging the validity of her words. You hold a piece of my soul. You know exactly how I feel. That's the beauty of the mate bond. My emotions and hungers can guide your actions, so you can comfort me or pleasure me any time I need you. Her earlier thought came back to her. There was something wrong with the bond they'd formed, or maybe it was her. I'm human, and young. I don't understand what I'm feeling. I also don't understand men. I'm inexperienced, remember? I remember. He skimmed his fingertips down her cheek to her chin, and lifted her head slightly. No, I won't take your choices away. I want a partner, not a slave. But I can make your decisions. That is the point I'm making. It's my right, and if you question my choices in public, other shifters would expect me to call you on it. Being alpha forces me to meet those expectations or lose respect. I didn't want to put either of us in that position. Why would any law allow such things? He covered her upper chest, right over her heart. You own a piece of my soul, that's why. If you die, I won't be able to give your reincarnation another piece. I can only form a mate bond once. His words tore a gasp from her as the seriousness of their situation registered. He was immortal. She was not. He hadn't taken a piece of her soul, binding her to him for all time and making her immortal. That was the point of Dante's scene back in the cabin. This is our last chance. Yes, in more ways than one. Then why didn't you finish our bond by soul bonding with me? I'd thought to give you the chance to willingly offer me a piece of your soul. It only seems fair, don't you think? You should have the final say as to whether or not we spend our eternity together. You aren't going to walk away from me. She'd sensed that from the moment they'd met. No, I'm going to earn your love, however long that takes, whatever I have to do, no matter how unconventional our mating ends up being. Determination burned in his eyes. He curled his fingers around the waistband of her sweats. Starting now, the silent question showed in his expression. Would she deny him? Her first instinct was to push him away. Vlad wasn't here. If he was her true mate too, then... She shut down that thought. If Vlad belonged to her too, he wouldn't have slept with her sister for months and talked about wanting to mate her for years afterward. Her anger surged, feeding the resentment. With Lena mated to another man, Vlad had no choice but to move on. Or settle. Oh yes, that was what he was doing. No man in his right mind would turn his back on his true mate. Well, my mate, shall we explore this connection we share? Or wait? Your call. All those times she'd seen Vlad with other women flashed across her mind. Shame choked her, making her throat burn. She hadn't even been good enough to use as a one-night stand. Xander wanted her, though. She lifted her bottom, giving her silent answer. He grinned and pulled her pants off, stepping back only long enough to draw the sweats off her legs. With a slow caress, he dragged his knuckles up her legs, from her ankles to her inner thighs. Tingles spread in the wake of his caress. His gaze never left her face. She couldn't look away either. The possessiveness in his focused stare spread warmth through her. Anticipation built. Would he touch her? Lick her? She couldn't wait to find out his plans for her. With his fingers inches from her groin, he paused in his upward sweep. We need to get something clear. Going forward, I want no misunderstandings. I won't hear you say I didn't warn you or give you an out. I'm doing it now. You will remember my words and use them if need be. She licked her lips. His warning both scared and excited her in ways she didn't quite understand. Will I need an out? He pressed his palms to her upper thighs, holding her in place. Other females have. That didn't soothe her, not one little bit. I don't understand what you're telling me. Should I be scared of you? I will never hurt you, my mate. But I have changed in the years since our souls last touched. Changed how? He wrapped his long fingers around her throat. His hold didn't hurt, but a sense of vulnerability settled over her, speeding her pulse. But she didn't dare move. His wicked brown eyes held her entranced. She'd experience heaven in his arms, no doubt about it. The predatory glint in his eyes warned she might walk through hell to reach it, though. That should send her running, if she were sane it would anyway. Eagerness left her trembling, though. He inhaled deeply. A satisfied smile spread over his face. The sight of it heightened the dangerous aura unfolding around him and built her anticipation. Still holding her steady with his hand wrapped around her throat, he bent close and kissed her, slipping his tongue past her lips and dominating her mouth. She sighed and closed her eyes, letting Xander lead her. The deep, rolling strokes of his tongue relaxed her body, even while warming her lower belly. The combination felt right. She wanted to lie back and welcome Xander's possession. He unwrapped his fingers from around her throat and dragged his hand down the front of her body. His palm skimming over her nipple sent a shiver through her, and the brush of his knuckles over her stomach skipped tingles through her womb. The sensations amplified everything, making her crazed. Every inch of her sensitized body screamed for his attention. She wanted him to explore her and leave his mark on her. His kiss didn't allow her a chance to voice her wants, though. She grabbed his wrist and urged his hand lower. On a growl, he broke their kiss and shook off her hold. He grasped her wrist. With a firm tug, he drew her arm behind her. Holding her in place, he moved his free hand between her thighs. She tensed, even though Xander touching her was what she wanted. Not being able to move intensified the vulnerability. It wasn't fear. This was her mate. He'd loved her in a previous life and married her. He'd also given her a piece of his soul. But apprehension left her trembling. Xander was stronger than her, more experienced. He could take her to the edge of ecstasy and leave her there, pleading to come. There'd be nothing she could do to stop it, except beg him to give her release. With his gaze locked on hers, he slowly drew his middle and forefinger into his mouth, wetting them, then used them to map a path down her body to her cleft. He circled her opening, then pushed his fingers into her on a steady drive. Her breath rushed out. He pumped them into her, and his palm smacked against her wet lower lips. Each thrust left her quivering. He quickened the pace of his prodding fingers. She squirmed, needing something more, but he withdrew his hand, leaving her wanting. "Xander." She tried to free her arm so she could direct him back to where she ached, but his hold never wavered. He moved his fingers to her cleft. The barely there exploration left her panting. She inched her bottom closer to the edge of the counter. Xander thrust his fingers back into her body. A gasp tore from her throat. He must have added a third finger. She felt stretched. The sensation didn't exactly hurt, but it did leave her squirming, unsure if she wanted to tell him to stop or not. One corner of his mouth lifted to an amused smirk. "Did I shock you?" "No, The lie left a sour taste in her mouth. She couldn't follow through with it. He had caught her off guard. "Yes, I hadn't expected you to use more than..." She couldn't even say it. "You hadn't expected to feel so full. I understand, my mate. You'll need to get used to that feeling, though. My cock will stretch you more than my fingers." Her cheeks warmed. She glanced away. Uncertainty killed the lust, leaving her unsure of herself. Would she ruin this with her inexperience? She didn't want that. "I know." Xander turned her head toward him and kissed her, gentler this time, until she sighed and relaxed into him. All the while he stroked her body. Her arousal flowed, easing his pumping fingers. He kept working her, building the pressure. Her inner muscles squeezed around his fingers. Her breaths shortened. She lifted her bottom, countering his movements. He moved faster, and the thumps of his palm on her cleft radiated through her. Her body tightened. She was going to come. The first waves of her release started deep within her. Xander yanked his fingers free, denying her relief. "Xander, Before she could finish her plea, he lowered his head. His tongue replaced his fingers. "Oh, Xander." She drew in a rough breath and closed her eyes to focus on what he was doing to her. With the tip of his tongue, he teased the sensitive inner walls of her sacs. More tingles danced through her. She wiggled her bottom, both trying to escape the sensation of his tongue moving inside her and encouraging him to touch her more. The ache rebuilt inside her, deeper than where he touched her. Only his thick erection would satisfy the need. She didn't ask him to stop what he was doing, though. The intimate kiss sent her up in flames. No other man had made her burn this way, except Vlad. Or, she should say, fantasies of him had inflamed her. The man she desired for years had never touched her romantically. He dismissed her as too young, too shy, too innocent. She probably had been when they first met. She'd been a senior in high school. Her studies had been more important than boys or sex. Oh, yes. Had Vlad gone down on her then, she likely would have freaked out and run from him. Vlad had probably known that. Maybe by walking away from her, he'd meant to give her a chance to experience life before he introduced her to this. If so, his reasoning was way off. She would have rather been eased into lust than sheltered or avoided, as if her virginity turned her into a fragile doll. She should have asked him more questions instead of focusing on her resentment. She'd acted like a stubborn brat, too wrapped up in her hurt to see where Vlad had been coming from. If anything, her time spent in the fighter's compound had taught her that Shifter's instincts and drives were much different from a human's. Darn it. Why hadn't she talked to him? Xander nipped her thigh. She yelped and jerked her gaze to his. Focus on me. Only. Not on what's happening in the world around us. Not your friend you want to rescue. Not your anxiety over meeting my pack. When you're in my arms, you turn your complete attention to me. That is rule number 1. Do you understand it? As long as she kept thoughts of a certain brown-haired, hazel-eyed man out of her head, it'd be easy to follow Xander's order. At the moment, she wasn't sure if that was possible. His unwavering stare demanded her compliance, though. Yes, I understand. Xander smiled, his brown eyes heating with desire. Good girl, Gwen. The praise warmed her. Now, repeat your question. He stoked her core as he spoke, an almost lazy exploration of her body. She closed her eyes to focus on the drag of his finger along her inner walls. If it felt this good with only his fingers inside her, what would it feel like when he slipped his erection into her body? Gwen, your question. What had she asked? She leaned back, resting her head against the mirror. Her eyelids drifted closed. They'd been talking about what she'd need to remember while in his arms. He was going to give her a trigger word or something. She'd read about those. Never had she thought she'd need one during sex. Xander wasn't a simple lover, however. He was the alpha of the Winchester pack, and he'd changed since their souls had last crossed paths. Yes, that was what she'd asked. How have you changed? I'm darker, and the drives riding me demand your submission. I'll make you beg and plead for my touch. I'll take you to the edge and leave you there until I'm satisfied you've given me everything. I'll take you every way a male can be with a woman, over and over, until I'm spent. She lifted her head and stared at him wide-eyed. She didn't know what to say. But I refuse to take things further than you are comfortable with. He brushed his knuckles against her inner thigh, skipping more awareness through her. Above all things, I want your happiness. You will tell me to stop if you become overwhelmed. Anything else, I'll ignore. I thought safe words were supposed to be something unique and memorable. This isn't a bedroom game or some alternate lifestyle chosen by humans. She swallowed hard. Then what is it? He pushed his fingers farther inside her, impossibly deep, and leaned over her. His exhale warmed her shoulder, inches from his bite mark. What I need to be satisfied. Simple as that. And if I can't satisfy you? You will. I'll teach you. His voice lowered. And I promise you will always experience pleasure too. His lips brushed the bite mark he'd left on her. Energy whipped through her, stealing her breath. She clutched at him, digging her nails into his shoulders. Will I? Yes. Starting now. The first flick of his tongue over the bite tightened her body more. The next few licks increased the heaviness in her womb. The ache built the longer he touched her. She needed something to send her careening into ecstasy. He didn't give it to her, though. He slowed the thrusts of his fingers. His erotic kiss on her shoulder turned dangerous as he pressed his distended fangs into the marks he'd left on her body. More. Oh, God, give me more. He growled. The low, rumbly sound made her lower belly quiver, and waves dance along the walls of her sex. He didn't move his fingers, though, giving her the relief she needed. A whimper tore from her throat. Please, Xander, please. A thump sounded from somewhere. Cool air washed over her thighs. She didn't get the chance to process what either meant. On another growl, Xander slammed his fingers deep into her body, then sucked on her mate bite. Her body seized. The waves of her release swept over her, from her fingers to her toes. She tipped her head back and moaned, wishing this feeling would last forever. But sooner than she would have liked, the waves eased, bringing her back to reality. She inhaled. Xander's scent filled her lungs. Twined into his masculine scent was a hint of something earthy and rich. The smell was soothing and familiar. It reminded her of... She glanced over Xander's shoulder and collided with Vlad's gaze. Lust shone in his hazel eyes, brightening the green. She stiffened and clutched Xander's body, using him as a shield. Vlad! Excuse my interruption, but Zane is on the phone. He wants to know if you're setting up a pack meeting immediately, or if you want to wait until tomorrow. Thank you for taking the call. Put the phone on the bed on your way out. I'll get to Zane in a minute. Xander ran a hand over her back. And ask Dante to come in here and help Gwen shower. Her legs are still a little unsteady, and I don't think I can help her without giving in to lust again. Vlad didn't answer. He held her gaze another long moment. Anger slid into his eyes. Her insides twisted on a wave of guilt. He'd told her she was his true mate, too. But, dang it, he'd known her for 5 years and hadn't shown any interest in her until today. All she'd been able to do was watch from the sidelines while he screwed every woman he could get his hands on. She should not feel bad for allowing Xander to pleasure her. Except, she did. Chapter 17. The moment their feet touched the tarmac runway of the airport, Xander knew his time had run out. Devin and his maid Lena were waiting for them. Xander snatched Gwen's wrist, stopping her from walking toward her sister and Devin. Gwen shot him a questioning look. "What's wrong?" "We need to talk." The skin around her eyes tightened and her lips thinned. "But we've just spent hours on the plane together." In other words, why hadn't he talked to her about whatever it was he wanted to say then? "I know." He turned her into his arms, pulling the zipper higher on the jacket they'd found on the plane. She frowned more. No doubt her confusion stemmed from his act. Although cool, it wasn't cold enough to be bundled head to toe. He ignored her response. "I forgot something." "What?" He glanced over her head. Vlad and Dante were heading straight for Devin and Lena. It'd be just as devastating if they shared the knowledge of his mating to Gwen as it would be for Gwen to do so. The revelation of her importance could happen only once Xander was sure Gwen had completely recovered from her near-death experience. The scrutiny and disdain of the pack weren't things he wanted her to deal with yet. "Stop!" Xander delivered the order into Vlad's mind, slipping behind his mental shields with ease. "Neither you nor Dante can say anything about my mating to Gwen." Vlad grabbed Dante's arm, preventing him from closing the last few feet, then looked over his shoulder to focus on Xander. "Why?" "Because I can't risk anyone knowing the truth about our bond." "Why? Aren't you strong enough to protect her?" Vlad's question deserved to be answered with a fist to his face. How dare he suggest Xander wasn't strong enough or worthy enough to be Gwen's mate? Had anyone else said such a thing, Xander would have beaten him. Vlad, unfortunately, was important to Gwen. Xander had to give the male some leeway. "The pack will not easily accept a human alpha female. You know this as well as I." "You can't hide the fact you mated her for long." "No, but I can delay it until I've had a chance to ease Gwen into pack life and give her a chance to rest. She's been through a lot." "Good idea. And while we're helping Gwen adjust, we can explore our Not now, Vlad." "Then when?" I've given you an order." And disobeying it in front of others, even if Devin and Dante couldn't hear it, put Xander in a tough position. He was obligated to ensure Vlad's compliance. Damn Vlad. Xander didn't want to get into this here. His thoughts concerning Vlad and Gwen were too jumbled. If Xander acted now, he very well might regret his actions. He couldn't chance it. He'd already made enough mistakes where his true mate and Vlad were concerned. A long moment passed before Vlad inclined his head. "Then I shall abide by my alpha's command." Vlad cut the connection, leaving Xander in shock. After years of denying him as his alpha, Vlad took his stance back with one sentence. Xander didn't have time to ponder the reason behind his packmate's change of heart, though he likely knew it. Vlad wanted to be a part of Gwen's life. He wanted to share her, mate her, if that was even a possibility now that Xander had already given her a piece of his soul. Gwen tugged on his arm, drawing his gaze to her. "Everyone is staring at us. What is it that you want to talk about?" A quick glance at Lena and Devin proved Gwen's statement right. Xander rested his hand on Gwen's elbow and guided her to the side of the stairs. With his back blocking them from view, he met Gwen's expectant gaze. There was no way to deliver this without upsetting her. She'd think he was either embarrassed or ashamed of her. He skimmed his knuckles over her cheek. The softness of her skin soothed him as much as the purity shining in her eyes. The fact that she'd retained the innocent glow, despite the horrors she'd endured over the past few months, was a miracle. He would not allow his pack to succeed where the bear shifters had failed. She would not lose this spark of humanity and goodness. It was his lifeline. She just didn't know it. "I'm not introducing you as my mate, and I don't want you to tell anyone what you are to me either. Not even Lena." Gwen's eyes widened on a rough inhale. "Why?" "It's too dangerous." "Dangerous?" Her voice cracked. "How?" "I need to assess the pack. There's been fighting in the ranks in my absence, and much displeasure with me. If one of our dominants has decided to be a better alpha, he might kill you in an effort to kill me, assuming we're soul-bonded." That was as close to the truth as he could safely get. Although killing Gwen to take him out was a possibility, Xander didn't think any of his pack would do such a drastic thing. Immortals never forgot betrayal. Any shifter who'd take over a royal pack in such a manner would face an eternity of looking over his shoulder, waiting for the one who would exact revenge for Gwen's death. Because I'm human, and until you soul bond with me, I can die easily. What point was she trying to make by regurgitating the details he'd already explained to her? He didn't know and didn't have time to figure it out. Vlad would likely head their way soon. Yes. Back off, Xander. My mate wants to hold her sister. Devon stepped next to them, and Lena, Devon's petite mate, looped her arms around her slightly taller and curvier sister, squeezing Gwen tight. Words of love were exchanged, along with more hugs and tears. It was the kind of greeting only women could give one another. Xander had seen it many times over his lifetime, but never quite understood the need for the exuberant show. He backed up, giving them the space to reconnect. All he could do was hope Gwen didn't betray his order. I apologize for interrupting. Arms crossed over his chest, Devon leaned against the movable staircase attached to the plane. Lena was getting upset, and when she's upset, I'm upset. That never ends well. Despite his statement, Devon didn't appear uncomfortable or stressed. With his multicolored hair, brown, black, red, and blonde, pulled into his short ponytail, a pair of sunglasses hiding his yellow feline eyes, and the casual stance he'd taken, he looked more relaxed than Xander had ever seen him. He wouldn't call Devon on his statement or question the validity of it, though. The deal they'd made years ago was one he adhered to whenever possible. They didn't talk about Devon's shattered mind, or about how those in the shifter community thought he should be put down. To Xander, it didn't matter if Devon was unstable. He was still a friend. How were the girls? Xander used the generic term so as to avoid drawing Gwen's attention. She didn't need to learn of Molly's fate or the troubles her twin Megan faced. Not yet, anyway. Guilt already saddled Gwen over the fact that she hadn't been able to protect Molly. Learning that the little girl still remained in her lioness form would be too much, on top of everything else Gwen would be dealing with over the next few days. Every day Molly refused to shift back into her human form increased the possibility she never would. And Megan? Her life remained in flux. The ancient spirit partially bonded to her hadn't yet merged with her. If it didn't, no one had a firm answer to that. Xander, for one, didn't want to find out. Devon turned his head to look at Gwen before facing Xander. He lowered his voice. The same. I guess they're happy for the most part, too. Molly's with Cade's cousins, but Megan is living with Josh and Mira full-time now. We still get the little munchkin for visits or when Mira has to go to the doctor or something. But Lena and I will be moving in after the holidays to take care of Megan. Mira's doctor wants her to go on bed rest. Protective instincts rose. Xander tensed. Mira and Josh's unborn triplets were an anomaly. They'd be half-breeds. What that meant exactly in terms of whether they'd be immortal or able to shift was a secret Josh and Mira were keeping close. Why? Is something wrong with the babies? The doctor hasn't said anything, but she's worried Mira will go into labor early because the babies are so big. My cats aren't concerned, so I'm not, but I agree with the doctor. The longer they stay in, the better. Although as crazed as Devon, his cats were attuned to the world in a way other shifters' animals weren't. Probably because they were feral and reacted to the slightest change in their environment. Either way, Xander trusted their assessment too. I'm glad to hear that. Those babies are too important to our future. The goddesses had prophesied their birth, saying they'd change the world. Yes, they are. Devon tilted his head slightly and studied him. Gwen reeks of the Winchester pack. Xander laughed. Reeks? Don't use that term around her. She'll take offense. Don't know why she would. She's been claimed as a beloved human by the Alpha and the top dominant of the most powerful royal wolf pack in the States, maybe the world. She should feel damn lucky. Devon snorted. At least until the two of you start fighting over her. We're not going to fight over her. By mating her, Xander guaranteed he'd never lose his spot in her bed. As far as who else joined it, he couldn't contemplate that yet. Yeah, I suppose you wouldn't care. It's not like you're going to mate her, even if she is your true mate. She wasn't born into a worthy body. Lena spun on her heel and glared at Xander, an icy look that rivaled Dante's deadly one. And what kind of body would Xander consider worthy? Hey, shut up, Xander snapped, cutting Devon off. He turned to Gwen. Ignore him. He's being an asshole because I gave him a hard time over Lena. Gwen studied him for a long moment, then turned to Lena, who shrugged but didn't speak. Likely Lena would spill all the nasty details about how Xander had sworn he'd wait until his true mate's soul was born into a shifter female's body, and about how he'd walked away from his true mate twice before. He inwardly cursed, until he talked to Gwen, explaining more about the past and why he'd done the things he had. He'd have to keep Gwen away from her sister, too. The idea didn't sit well with him. Family and friendships were important. They needed to be cherished and cultivated. Cutting contact with Devon and Lena went against those values. It was also unavoidable for the moment. "Why did you give Devon a hard time?" Gwen motioned to where Devon held Lena against his side, tucking her into his embrace as if it was the most natural thing to do. "It's obvious he loves my sister." Devon needed some intervention. Vlad stepped next to them. Xander and I gave it to him, the only way he'd understand. "And that was?" Gwen asked. "By forcing me to be honest with my mate. I kept shit from her, thinking I was protecting her. I wasn't, though. I was trying to hide the fact that I'm fucked up in the head." Lena sighed. "Enough, okay? Gwen just got home and she looks exhausted." She tipped her head back and caught her mate's gaze. "Once we get Gwen settled at the house, I'll need to go into town and pick up enough clothes to hold her over until we can go shopping." "That's fine. It'll give Gwen and me a chance to—" Devon looked in Xander's direction. "Talk about stuff." Xander ground his teeth. "Gwen isn't staying with you. She's moving into my house." "Yeah?" Devon stepped forward, pushing both Lena and Gwen behind him. "And who gave you the right to demand that?" "The Shifter Council, and the human government, actually. She's my beloved human." "She's also mine," Vlad smirked. "Maybe Gwen should return to Delaware with me. I still have the flat under the strip club." "Hey, maybe she should stay with me." Dante dropped his ass on the stairs leading to the plane. "I've decided to hang out here for a while. At least with me, Gwen can adjust to being part of our world without people fighting over her." "Nobody is going to fight over her. She's staying with me." Xander glared at each male, daring them to question him. "Stop it!" Gwen stepped forward. "I'm still healing from an injury I suffered. And since Xander's helping me recover, I'm moving in with him. End of discussion." "Oh my God." Lena turned Gwen toward her with a hand on Gwen's arm. "What happened?" "I was shot." The fact was delivered calmly, without any indication of the fact that she'd almost died. Nothing showed in her expression, and her scent didn't change. She'd completely buried her emotions. Pride surged within Xander. "How? Where did you get hit?" Lena studied Gwen as if trying to spot an entry scar. Gwen waved her off. "It doesn't matter. I got hurt and Xander took care of me. I don't want to talk about it anymore." "Of course, sis. You shouldn't have to relive the bad memories. You're home with us, and we're going to make happy ones." "Absolutely," Gwen nodded. She reached a hand out to Xander. He grasped it, pulling her against his chest and tucking her close. "I'll call tomorrow. Maybe we can arrange a visit to see Molly." Lena looked to Devon. "I don't know if tomorrow would be the best day." "Why not?" Gwen tilted her head to the side and studied Lena with that inquisitive gaze Xander was starting to associate with her when she suspected someone was lying to her. "She was getting stressed out here. Too many humans around. So she's visiting with Cade's cousins. They live out in the middle of nowhere. It'll take time to drive out there." Devon supplied an answer that skated the truth without delivering a lie. Too bad Xander hadn't come up with the diversion himself. "Then I'll call her." "They don't have a phone or electricity. They believe in living off the grid." Xander fed off the spin on the truth Devon had started. "Oh." Defeat laced the single word. Gwen's shoulders slumped. "I want her to know I'm okay. She protected me as much as I protected her in Alaska. We were partners." Xander brushed his lips over her cheek. "Write a letter. Vlad will take it out to her." "I'm not going." "I want to go see her myself." Gwen cut off Vlad. Xander tipped her head toward him with a single finger against her chin. "You're not strong enough yet. You said so yourself. When you are, I'll take you." "So you plan on leaving your pack for another couple weeks while you visit Molly?" Vlad asked. "Maybe miss a 5th full moon celebration and really give our packmates a reason to despise you and resent Gwen." Xander met Vlad's challenging gaze with a hard one of his own. "Do not concern yourself over my affairs." "I'm not. I'm concerned about my pack." "Well, this is news." Surprise laced Lena's response. "You're calling yourself a Winchester again?" "I've always been a Winchester." Vlad stepped into Xander's personal space, crowding Gwen between them. "But I've just recently realized where in the pack hierarchy I belong. And this full moon, I'm going to claim my position." Tension slithered through Xander. Whatever connection they shared through Gwen was not something that should be discussed in front of anyone else. "Have you now?" Xander asked his packmate. "Yes, and nothing will stop me from taking what's mine." Whether Vlad intended it or not, he was setting them up for a fight. Couldn't he just wait until they were alone? Even a telepathic argument would take time he didn't have. As Alpha, he had to respond to any challenge, real or implied, immediately. "Don't deliver any threats yet. Come the full moon, I very well might give you exactly what you want. Without a fight." Vlad rested his hands on Gwen's shoulders and leaned closer, bringing his face to within inches of Xander's. "That's exactly what I'm counting on." He stepped back before Xander had to force him away from Gwen to save face in front of Dante and Devon. Without another glance, Vlad walked toward where Devon's SUV was parked at the entrance to the runway. Dante bumped into Xander's side as he walked past, following Vlad, and muttered under his breath, "Last chance, big brother. Don't fuck this up." Chapter 18. The drive to the Winchester Pack lands passed in a blur. Gwen answered questions about her time in the fighting compound and how Killer had protected her, but steered clear of her promise to save him. She couldn't deal with the lectures or the doubt. Damn it, she would save Killer. She was not as weak or incompetent as everyone thought. She'd survived 2 fights with shifters, the surgery on her wrist without anesthesia, and had managed to get a feral shifter to talk to her. Really talk to her, not just answering grunts or garbled words. Killer hadn't spoken often, only late at night, and then only in whispers, as if afraid of being overheard. When he had, though, their conversations had been meaningful. He'd recounted his time as a child, growing up among his pack, and shared with her his love for his packmates, even if he couldn't remember their names or his own. He described adventures he'd shared with his best friend and detailed celebrations he'd attended. He'd also told her how he'd regretted every death he'd caused, but his drive to live was too strong to ignore. He had to kill, had to survive, had to keep getting up every day. If he didn't, his wolves would die. He couldn't fail them. Simple as that. They hadn't asked to be tied to the soul of a male who'd allowed himself to be forced into slavery. Killer had trusted her with those details. He'd known she wouldn't betray him, no matter what the bear shifters did to her. He'd told her she was brave and strong. A fighter was the term he'd used. Why didn't Xander see her the same way? She glanced at Xander, who sat in the row behind her. He spoke in hushed tones to Dante and Devon about the Shifter Council and the level of corruption among its members. A calm sense of leadership radiated off him. It drew her. She wanted to climb over the seat and snuggle against his side. The need to be close to him didn't stem from love, not yet at least. She couldn't label her feelings with such a strong emotion after knowing him only a few days, but there was a powerful and primal connection between them. It was based on survival, hers and his. He wanted the peace only she could give him, and she wanted to live. She had too much left to accomplish in this life. Giving up wasn't an option for her any more than it was for Killer. What did that say about her? She wasn't sure, but it didn't change anything. When faced with the prospect of dying, she'd reached for Xander, accepting a piece of his soul. There was no going back. He was hers, and she'd proved to him she was worthy of being his. Xander's words trailed off. He focused on her, as if he could feel her determination. After a moment, a small smile spread over his mouth before he turned his attention to Dante and finished his sentence. A warm, giddy feeling swept through her. He might have ordered her to keep their mating a secret, but he still wanted her. "So, you and Xander, huh?" Lena's whispered question wouldn't prevent the shifters in the SUV from hearing them. Their enhanced senses would easily pick up on Lena's lowered voice, if they wanted to eavesdrop. From what those shifters who'd worked with her stepfather had told her, few did, unless they had a reason to listen. It was an invasion of privacy, and most shifters did their best to respect others' personal secrets. All the men in the SUV had a stake in Gwen and Xander's relationship, however. They'd be listening. "I drank his blood and will carry his scent with me for the rest of my life. Those things affect how we interact. It's natural." Gwen delivered her answer in the most neutral way she could, not admitting to desiring him or craving his touch. "You will forever carry my scent too, Gwen." She met the reflection of Vlad's hazel eyes in the rearview mirror. The green in them darkened and took on a faint glow. Hunger slackened his jaw. She got the impression he'd devour her if he ever got his hands on her. His words rushed back to her. He claimed she was his true mate, too. A refusal surfaced. He'd chosen other women over her. His cryptic words about claiming his role in the pack stopped the denial, however. So did knowing it was possible to have more than one true mate. The alpha of the Jaeger pack and his mates proved it. What that kind of mating bond entailed, how they loved each other. She broke Vlad's focus and glanced out the window before the images of wicked pleasures skipping through her head made her blush. They stopped for a red light. It gave her a chance to study their surroundings. From what Vlad had said earlier, this was the last neutral human town before they drove through the Jaeger packlands in order to reach the Winchester territory. It was obviously a poorer area, if the style of cars and buildings were any indication. She'd seen many towns like it. There was nothing noteworthy or special about the buildings or stores, but the people going about their daily lives drew her attention. Kids with school bags flopping on their backs chased each other down the street, and a couple of teenagers hung out near the front door of a grocery store. They had cell phones in their hands and backpacks sitting on the ground at their feet. Farther down from them, a group of laughing men in dirty work uniforms leaned against a truck, while mothers with strollers and elderly couples waved to each other as they walked leisurely down the street. The sense of normalcy among the residents appealed to her. After the hell she'd endured over the last few months, she wanted to wander through the town, maybe do a little shopping, stop for coffee in the diner they'd passed a couple of miles back, or just sit on the bench in the town park and do nothing. Her heart beat quicker, excitement taking over. She could do whatever she wanted, go anywhere she chose, and pick her own meals. There'd be no guards hovering outside her cell, or depraved prisoners watching her every move, waiting for the chance to grab her. She was safe. More importantly, she was free. "How far are we from your pack's land?" Hopefully it wasn't too far. She couldn't wait to come back to this town and simply enjoy being alive. "Our pack lands." Xander's deep voice wrapped around her, seeming to touch her deep inside. She caught his gaze and drowned in the intensity of his dark brown eyes. "I'm not a Winchester." At least not until he officially claimed her as his mate. "No, but you are our beloved human." Vlad pulled into a gas station, stopping next to the single gas pump and cut the engine. He turned in his seat and stared at Xander. "And both Xander and I have the right to remain close to you." She stiffened. Xander had promised not to take her rights away, but Vlad had made no such claim. "A right?" "Yes. Your government acknowledges the privilege out of respect for our intense protective instincts. Lucky for you, Xander and I are both Winchesters. We won't have to fight over which pack is allowed to claim you as an honorary member. The three of us will just have to sit down and discuss your living arrangements so we can both exercise our rights." Vlad shifted his gaze from Gwen to Xander. "Because your safety, health, and happiness are our top concerns." "There will be no discussion." Xander's voice hardened along with his expression. "Gwen already said she's staying with me. That was before she realized the complexity of our unique situation." Vlad's smirk added to his condescending tone. "Now that she knows that I, too, am exercising my right to protect and cherish her life, she'll reconsider her stance. If there's one thing I know about Gwen, it's that she cares for other people's happiness. She'll want us both content and satisfied." The weight of everyone's gazes pressed down on her. She scrunched lower in her seat, hating the reaction but unable to stop it. With the way Xander and Vlad had been acting toward each other, they'd only fight, no matter where she ended up living or whose bed she shared. That would put her in a tough spot. Would she stand by her mate or the man who'd been a shadow in her dreams for years? "I thought the two of you weren't going to fight over Gwen," Dante remarked. "We're not fighting. We're simply arranging the details of our future with Gwen in our lives. Since Xander has refused to discuss these things in private, I'll do so now," Vlad said, never taking his gaze off Xander. Silence stretched into an uncomfortable chasm that quickened her breath. If this was how Xander and Vlad would act in front of family and friends, how much worse would it be once they were alone? Tension would build and tolerance would deteriorate. When it snapped, violence would erupt. She'd seen the effects of a shifter's primal nature too many times in the fighting compound among the guards and prisoners. This would be so much worse. They'd be fighting over her. How is she supposed to deal with it on a daily basis? I'm thirsty. Gwen popped her seatbelt and shoved the car door open. I'm going to get a soda and use the bathroom. Wait. Xander grabbed her shoulder. You shouldn't go by yourself. She swung her head to look over the seat at Xander, her hair whipping with the move. She shoved the strands away from her eyes and blurted, Why not? Xander's eyes widened. At what? The show of her temper? Well, he was in for a shock. She might not give in to her frustration or anger often, but when she did, it always blindsided people. Probably because everyone viewed her as naive, innocent, weak. She clenched her jaw. Well, Xander, do you expect there to be bear shifters lurking in the women's bathroom waiting to grab me? Because I can't think of any reason why I wouldn't be allowed to go by myself. It's not like we're mated, or even dating for that matter. You're his beloved human, sis. Lena rested her hand on Gwen's arm. Xander will always be protective of you. So will Vader. Gwen jerked her gaze to her sister. Vlad, not Vader. And he's only egging Xander on. If I was important to Vlad, he would have exercised his right to protect me years ago. He didn't. Probably because he regretted making me his beloved human in the first place. This, she waved her hand in Vlad's direction, is just a primitive reaction to losing something he'd claimed. Yeah? Lena waited a moment as if expecting Gwen to respond, then shook her head when Gwen remained silent. Didn't you ever wonder why he was always lurking around our house? I didn't have to wonder. He'd told me why. You. Even if he hadn't, she wasn't blind. Vlad had drooled over Lena, watching her every move with hunger in his eyes. Never had he looked at Gwen the same way. At least not until Lena was off the market. Then, suddenly, he realized he'd been chasing the wrong sister, and Gwen was actually his true mate. Confusion, regret, and anger choked her. She flung the door open. She had to get out of here before she said something horrible, like calling her sister a slut for stealing Vlad from her. It'd be a cruel, childish move, but the hurt over knowing Vlad had dismissed Gwen, the woman he claimed was his gift from the goddess, left her bitter. This conversation is over. Gwen, wait. Xander slid his fingers closer to her mate bite. Her jacket prevented the skin-to-skin contact, dimming the effect of his touch, but the tingle skipping down her spine reminded her of their bond and her obligation to listen to him, at the very least. What? The word came out harsher than she'd like, but she couldn't separate her emotions. She needed to be left alone for a bit. This is neutral territory. That means there's a chance wolf shifters from the local packs might be here, and they don't know a royal wolf pack has moved into West Virginia. I don't want them to learn about us by smelling me on you. They might take our presence as a threat to their territories. It's not true, but until I meet with their alphas, they won't know for sure. Fear might make them do something to you. I can't take that chance. Her annoyance fizzled, embarrassment replacing it. She'd taken her frustration out on Xander for no reason. An apology sat on the tip of her tongue. Xander's warning about apologizing for things out of her control stopped her words. Why haven't you introduced yourself yet? There's been much tension between the single packs bordering our lands. The one had been ruled by a corrupt alpha, and the other's alpha was dying. I hadn't wanted to add more to their tension. Then I left in search of you. By tradition, treaties between shifter groups must be made between their leaders only. Devon spoke for the first time in several minutes. My pride leader, Cade, has met with both the Jaeger and Kagan pack, so we've been the ones buying supplies for our pride and Xander's pack. Lena can go with Gwen as she comes here often by herself. My mate will warn us if there's a shifter inside. Because obviously Gwen couldn't recognize them. She was the only human without a tie to Xander's animals. Devon's right. If we run into a shifter, Devon's cats will alert me. Lena got out of her side of the car before anyone could argue. Gwen shrugged off Xander's hold and hurried after her sister. The moment the brisk air hit her face, she breathed a sigh of relief and hurried toward the convenience mart. She needed the escape it offered. Remaining in that SUV with the two males who both drew her and frustrated her was not on her top 10 list of things to do. Too bad for her. She'd have to get used to it. Tonight she'd be sleeping under the same roof as them, hopefully alone. Maybe she could convince Xander to give her a separate bedroom. It might work. He didn't want anyone to know she was his mate. At the moment, that suited her just fine. Chapter 19. Each step toward the cement block building, eased the pressure on Gwen's chest. She quickened her pace. Once inside the store, the weight of Xander and Vlad's stare on her would lessen too. She'd have a few minutes of peace. The thought tore a crazed laugh from her. According to Xander, her presence was enough to calm him. If the way she'd reacted in the SUV was any indicator, the same didn't apply to her. Being in an SUV full of dominant shifters can be overwhelming. Lena fell into step with her. Yes. Gwen couldn't say more than that. Explaining why Xander and Vlad's outburst had upset her wasn't an option. Honestly, she wasn't sure she'd want to. She loved her sister. That didn't mean they were close. Certain topics had always been off-limits. Vlad had been one of them. Lena might have suspected that Gwen found Vlad attractive, but she didn't know the extent of her fascination or how Gwen had been saving her virginity for him. No way would she ever admit that, or how sharing her first sexual encounter with Xander had felt like a betrayal to Vlad. Then again, she and Xander technically hadn't had intercourse. There was still a chance to be with... Oh, God. Guilt wrapped around her at the thought of cheating on Xander. He was her mate, whether love bound them or necessity. She pressed a shaky hand to her chest, right over her heart. The pain centered there stole her breath. I need to use the bathroom. Are you okay? Concern edged Lena's voice. She laid a hand on Gwen's arm. Car sick. Gwen shrugged off Lena's touch before Xander assumed she was feeling too weak to walk and came after her. I'm not used to being in the back. Really? Yes. Gwen hurried through the door Lena held open. I've never had a problem in Devon's SUV, and I've always been sensitive to car sickness. His SUV is the biggest, most luxurious model money can buy. It drives like a high-end sedan. The door shut behind them. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to suggest it wasn't nice, Gwen quickly added. Lena smiled warmly as if she knew Gwen's faux pas hadn't been intentional. And expensive. I like cars, but for what we paid for it, we could have gotten matching sports cars or a boat. He'd insisted on the monstrous thing, though, saying it was the safest SUV out there, and he didn't want me driving in anything else. Gwen frowned. But you're Lena squeezed Gwen's hand, stopping her words, and tipped her head toward the clerk and the older man at the register. The silent reminder not to talk about shifter secrets in public felt like a slap in the face. A well-deserved one. Gwen knew better. Gwen rubbed at the bridge of her nose. I mean, he worries. He doesn't want to ever see me hurt, whether it's a paper cut or something more. It makes me feel loved and cherished. Lena grabbed a basket from the stack next to the door. I'm going to pick up a few things while you go to the bathroom. I usually shop at the grocery store on the other side of town, but since we're here, I'll get the necessities and save myself a trip. You're not going to follow me in? There's nobody here. Lena waved her hand to encompass the empty store. We're fine, but if you want me to, I will. I'd personally rather not leave those men alone for too long. Goodness knows what will happen. Gwen didn't want to think about that scenario either. Okay, I'll meet you outside when I've got myself together. Lena stared at her a long moment, then nodded. I'll stall them as long as I can. Thanks. Gwen grinned. Maybe they weren't as close as sisters should be, but Lena knew how much Gwen disliked being the center of attention. That scene in the SUV had dropped her right in the limelight. She'd better get used to it, though. Once Xander announced their bond, the spotlight would be back on her. She couldn't help but wonder what his pack would think. Likely they'd disapprove. Xander had mentioned his pack had chosen breeding partners carefully to maintain their pack's strength. No doubt they'd look at her and think he could have done better. He might even lose their respect. He'd said how important that was to maintain. If he did fall from their graces, would they ask him to step down? Or maybe forcibly oust him in a challenge? Another thought took hold. Vlad had hinted at claiming his role in the pack. Although he could have been referring to anything, he could be alpha if he wanted it. He was strong enough to fight Xander for it. If he did, only one contender walked away from a challenge alive. She stumbled, the thought of losing either of them to death stealing her breath and constricting her chest. The agony intensified, as if someone were ripping her in half. It wasn't as if she'd never experienced pain before. She had, several times, knew exactly how it felt to have her muscles torn and bones broken. This soul-wrenching agony was different, more intense. She bit her lip to stop from crying out. Lena would come over. Gwen didn't want her sister to see her like this, so weak. Tears blurred her vision and her limbs trembled. "Are you okay?" The young clerk's concerned voice yanked her gaze to him. She blinked until his baby face came into view. "Yes, I'm fine. My heartburn's acting up." He stared at her, clearly unsure what to say. "Where's the bathroom?" she asked, saving them both from the awkward moment. "We don't have a public restroom." He tapped the piece of paper taped to the glass countertop that said the same thing. "But I might throw up. You don't want to clean that, do you? The pizza shop next door has one." The moment she stepped outside, Xander and Vlad would be there, waiting for her. She'd have to watch them argue again. Another sharp pain pierced her. She choked on bile. "Please." She pressed the heel of her palm against her heart. "I don't want my boyfriend to see me like this. I'm pregnant. That's why my heartburn is bothering me, but he doesn't know it. He can't." She leaned closer and lowered her voice. "It's not his." The lie rolled off her tongue with ease. At one point in her life, telling any fib would have bothered her, but that had been before she'd had to say and do whatever necessary, including committing murder, to protect Molly. "Oh, geez." The teenager scrubbed a hand down his face. "Go through there." He pointed to the door behind him. "Straight across the stockroom to the door on the other side. It leads to the kitchen. If someone stops you, tell them Mikey sent you over." "Thank you." She hurried around the counter, not bothering to look for Lena. She could follow her if she wanted. But Gwen needed to use the bathroom. She hadn't been kidding about being nauseated. She hurried through the cramped room and slipped into the pizza shop's kitchen. An older lady frowned at her sudden appearance. "Bathroom," Gwen blurted. The woman pointed. "At the back of the dining room." "Thank you." Gwen hurried through the restaurant. A few people glanced her way, but she avoided eye contact. She didn't want anyone's concern. She needed to get to the bathroom before she embarrassed herself even more by throwing up. The door marked with the Universal Women's Restroom symbol, a faceless stick figure wearing a skirt, loomed ahead of her. Her chest burning and stomach roiling, she stumbled into the bathroom. She grabbed the sink, turned the water on, and splashed some on her face. The cold blast eased the pain some. Deep breaths calmed the churning in her stomach. She gripped the counter's edge and hung her head. The water poured from the faucet, splattering cool droplets on her knuckles. She didn't bother turning it off or moving. She couldn't. Dizziness made the room spin. Her toes tingled and her muscles twitched. Her hold on the counter was the only thing stopping her from falling over. Maybe she wasn't as healed as she'd thought. But really? What did she expect? She'd been shot yesterday, paralyzed. The bullet had cut through her larynx and lodged in her spine. Dante had picked the mangled piece of metal off the floor and handed it to her, telling her to keep it as a reminder of Xander's sacrifice for her. She slid her hand into her pocket, feeling for the misshapen object. Her finger bumped the lumpy piece. She breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to lose the bullet or forget the path her life had taken. A creak sounded. Someone was coming in here. She didn't want anyone seeing her like this, too weak to function. She eased away from the counter. Her knees buckled. She gasped but never hit the ground. Thin, strong arms wrapped around her from behind, saving her from the fall. "Lena?" Her sister must have followed Gwen in after all. "No, I'm Hannah." The smooth, lazy edge to the woman's rich voice surrounded Gwen, urging her to match Hannah's calmer state. On a deep inhale, Gwen did exactly that, shoving her anxiety deep. Gripping the counter for dear life, she pulled herself up and glanced over her shoulder. The small woman who'd stopped her tumble was shorter than Lena, but not as delicate or thin. Power and strength radiated from Hannah, but with her full curves, deep blue eyes, and black hair, she likely drew as many men to her as Lena did. Gwen shrugged off those thoughts before the bitterness that had choked her life for years over her inability to capture a certain wolf shifter's attention surfaced. "Thank you for saving me, Hannah." "No need to thank me." Hannah's expectant pause demanded a response. "Gwen." Hannah rested her small hand on Gwen's arm and turned concerned eyes on her. "I followed you in here because you didn't look well. I'm glad I did. You're obviously not feeling okay, are you?" That was an understatement. "I've been better. Do you need me to call somebody for you, or help you home?" Gwen shook her head and instantly regretted it. The room spun, but Hannah's hand never left Gwen's arm. The touch grounded her. She breathed shallowly until Hannah's pinched features came into view. "No, I'm fine, really. Just lightheaded. It's to be expected." "It is?" Curiosity laced the question. Continuing the lie she told the clerk, she nodded slowly. Yes, I'm pregnant. 11 weeks. Hannah's brows raised in disbelief. She swept her gaze over Gwen, lingering on her belly before meeting her eyes. And you're 11 weeks along. Yes? Isn't the baby's heart beating by that point? Babies! I'm having twins. That was most common for royals. Twins? Hannah's eyes widened more. That is exciting. But are you sure? Gwen glanced at the floor as longing skipped through her. Twins would be fun. She could dress them alike, hold one in each arm, drive herself nuts chasing after them once they got older. She wanted to experience it all. If she could conceive Xander's babies anyway. At least in this fantasy she was spinning, she could. Yes, I just left the doctor's office where I got to hear their heartbeats for the first time. In a quick move that tore a gasp from Gwen's throat, Hannah squatted, then pressed her ear to Gwen's belly. What are you doing? Gwen pushed at Hannah's shoulders but couldn't budge the other woman. On a derisive sound, Hannah stood, then leaned against the wall opposite the sink and crossed her arms over her chest. Lying is not very becoming, Gwen. It's also incredibly stupid to do around other shifters. If you were pregnant, I'd be able to hear your baby's heartbeats, and if you'd lost them in the past few hours, my wolf would have sensed their death on you too. Gwen inhaled sharply and inched away from the shifter female, eyeing her with disdain. At the door, Gwen reached for the handle. Her knees gave out. Hannah was there, catching Gwen before she hit the floor. Gently, she helped Gwen into a sitting position, then grabbed the edge of Gwen's jacket and tugged, exposing her mate bite. Gwen slapped a hand over the raised scar, but it was too late. Her secret was out, and this shifter knew it. How long ago were you mated? Or are you going to lie about that, too? Hannah challenged Gwen with her focused gaze. Gwen tried to count the hours, but the events since leaving the snowy cabin where she'd been shot ran together. I don't know. More than 12 hours, but less than a day. 16, maybe? Less than a day? Shock raised Hannah's voice. No wonder you're dizzy. What are you doing walking around? Hannah glanced at the bathroom door. And why aren't your mates coming in here? Don't they care you're in pain? Mate, not mates. And he wouldn't feel my pain. We're not mated completely. He doesn't own a piece of my soul, so he can't feel me. Gwen sighed. There was no point hiding anything. She only hoped Xander wouldn't be too angry with her for spilling the details. It wasn't as if she had any other choice. Please, don't tell anyone. I'm supposed to keep this a secret. He doesn't want his pack to know about me. Hannah squeezed the bridge of her nose. He mated you to save your life, didn't he? Not because he loved you and planned the mating. Yes, I'm his true mate, though. We would have gotten to this point eventually anyway. Of course, being his true mate hadn't been enough the last 2 times their paths crossed. I'd assumed it's impossible for a shifter to mate a human who isn't his true mate. Our animals won't want to waste our only chance to breed on a partner they view as weak. A noose tightened around Gwen's chest, and her stomach dropped at the implication of Hannah's words. The short blip of the memory Xander had shared with her of his wedding night to Elizabeth flashed before Gwen's eyes. He'd been about to reveal his thoughts on why he'd married Elizabeth instead of mating her. Was this his reason? He'd viewed Elizabeth as too weak to bother mating? And it's not like we can force our animal to give a piece of its soul away, Hannah went on. I'd imagine it's even more difficult for royals with 3 animals. Each might want something different, but they all have to agree. Xander's wolves have to give me a piece of their souls? He hadn't mentioned that. What if they were the ones who viewed her as unworthy? Ah, Hannah nodded. Look, maybe your mate should be the one telling you this. No, you're here. Please, tell me. Because if it was something bad, there was a chance the facts might get twisted or kept from her. It wouldn't be the first time she'd been left in the dark. Her parents, Lena and Vlad, had done so where Molly was concerned, thinking to spare her the horrid details of her little sister's past. How she'd been tortured and experimented on. How she'd been turned into an anomaly. How she was feared. The lack of information had only made things worse. A complete mating, as you call it, is soul bonding. It's a meshing of souls, his, yours, and his wolves. That's the only way to guarantee you'll stay together for eternity. Hannah linked her fingers as if she were praying. Our souls are like our own personal sun. If we give a piece away, it leaves a hole. She widened her hands, forming a space between her palms. Until we take a piece of our mate's soul to fill the hole, we're not complete. Some shifters prefer it that way. If their mate dies, they won't die too. They'll just live out their life with that hole in their soul. On a weary sigh, Hannah leaned against the base of the sink and propped her arm on her bent knee. A large diamond ring dominated her small hand. And I hate to be the one to tell you this, but unless Xander soul bonds with you, you'll live out your human life, then die, while he lives forever. And he'll be alone. Who would calm his wildness or give him peace? Hannah studied her. You want the ugly truth, or something to pacify you? The truth. Gwen had endured enough hand-holding to last her an eternity. Not alone. He'll take other lovers. Hannah nibbled on her lip, a pained look on her features. Maybe even while you're still alive. Excuse me? This woman didn't know Xander. How could she assume he'd cheat on her? How dare you say that? Your assumption is unfounded and cruel. Hannah held up a hand. I don't mean for it to be. You asked for the truth. I'm telling you what I know of shifter males. For those that aren't soul-bonded, monogamy is rare, even while their mates are alive. For females, though, it's expected. Hannah shrugged. Sucks, I know. Such a shifter culture. Our males are possessive of what belongs to them. Xander had already hinted at the latter when he mentioned their mating laws. At the thought of Xander with other women, however, a dark, dangerous emotion slithered through Gwen. He'd given her a piece of his soul. He was hers. She wasn't sharing him with anyone else. But in the end, it didn't matter what she wanted. She'd seen enough failed relationships, including Lena and Vlad's, to know that commitments only worked when love was involved. Lust and ownership meant little in the long haul. Oh. Gwen didn't know what else to say, but the awkward silence demanded she respond. I know, Hannah rolled her eyes. Some of our laws are ridiculous, which is why in the human world I'm married to one of my mates, but in the shifter world I'm mated to the other. Gwen gasped and covered her mouth to stifle the sound. You're the Jaeger Alpha's mate? Hannah smiled. I'm Hannah Reynolds Jaeger. My mates are Ethan Jaeger, Alpha of the Jaeger Pack, and Noah Reynolds, our top dominant. Gwen? Lena's muffled voice sounded panicked. We're in the bathroom, Hannah called out. She hefted Gwen to her feet and fixed her clothes, hiding Gwen's mate bite, then steadied her with a hand at her waist. The bathroom door flew open. Lena glanced from Gwen to Hannah. Oh, shit. Hannah laughed. Well, you're in the right place for that. Lena smiled and shut the door behind her. Is everything okay? Yes, Gwen and I were just talking. Well, this is a bit awkward. Lena cleared her throat. I know introductions between neighboring shifter groups should be done formally, not in the bathroom of a pizza shop. Please know they were planning on it, but their alpha hasn't gotten the chance to do so. Oh. Hannah cocked a brow and shot Gwen a questioning look. Gwen hadn't mentioned that her male's pack was moving here. Actually, the Winchester pack has been living here for as long as the Alexander Pride has been here, Lena said on a sigh. And they didn't think to introduce themselves? Hannah's eyes narrowed, and her voice hardened. That could be means for starting a pack war. I know, it wasn't intentional. Their alpha has been absent for several months. Lena glanced over her shoulder at the door. He's home now, and if we don't get outside soon, Xander's going to barge in here. Xander? Hannah's scowl faded, amusement replacing the irritated look. She grinned. Then we should go outside so I can invite the alpha of the Winchester pack to our home for dinner. Chapter 20. The sight of Gwen walking between Lena and an unknown wolf shifter female tensed Xander's body. He gave a sharp tug on the tethers connecting him to his wolves, demanding their obedience, and stepped away from the other males. He stood, arms loose at his sides and legs widened. Although the tiny female didn't appear dangerous physically, strength and confidence radiated from her. No doubt she held a dominant role in her pack. A weaker shifter, male or female, would never hold his gaze so boldly. The woman quickened her pace, reaching him before Gwen and Lena, and held out a dainty hand with a large diamond ring and wedding band on her finger. Hello, Xander Winchester, Alpha of the Winchester Pack. I'm Hannah Reynolds Jaeger, the alpha female of the Jaeger Pack. His twin, Zane, had mentioned the female when he'd shared the gossip of their neighbors, but Xander hadn't expected the woman causing such upheaval among the shifter council would be this petite female in front of him, waiting to shake his hand. Xander looked from her hand to her face. Shifters do not greet each other in such a human manner. No, but unfortunately my mates aren't here to do this formally. I am, so this is my version of the ritual greeting. as I do not imagine either Ethan or No would appreciate me hugging you and exposing my throat to you. This will have to do. Hannah smirked. If you feel the need to kill me, you can yank me close and rip out my throat. If you accept me and mine as your neighbors in peace, then you can shake my hand. Xander chuckled and took Hannah's hand, matching her grip as he would have had she been a male he viewed as an equal. I regret that our introduction occurred here, months after my pack's arrival, but I've been out of town. I'd like to ask what was so important to make you abandon your pack for so long, but I won't. It's none of my business, especially since your packmates haven't threatened mine. Hannah's words invited a willing disclosure of his whereabouts and reasons for his absence. Neighbors or not, she didn't need the information, especially when his packmates wouldn't be getting it either. Only Zane deserved the details. Well then, Hannah cleared her throat after the long moment of silence, I should head home. My mates are expecting pizza for dinner. While I didn't order enough for guests, I hope you and your mate will join us tomorrow. I'm not mated. The lie tore a growl from his wolves and left him with a sick feeling in his gut. He kept his gaze on Hannah's face and fought the urge to glance at Gwen. No doubt his words had hurt her. Really? Hannah's eyes widened. Have you recently become alpha? No. I've been alpha for many years. It's not uncommon for royal alphas to remain unmated, especially when we have a twin who can accept the spirit if something were to happen. Understandable, but haven't your wolves urged you to take a breeding partner? The drive is powerful for single shifters. Immortality changes things. Our animals understand this. Eternity is a long time to spend with the wrong female. And you've been searching for the right one for many years, haven't you? Hannah studied him as if she could see right through him. Because you feel old to me. Very old. I imagine it's been difficult going through the centuries knowing your true mate was out there somewhere, and not being able to find her. I was lucky to have found my true mate so quickly. If fate is kind to us, we'll have many, many years together. Hannah had led him into a trap. Likely she didn't realize it, or maybe she did, if the intensity of her stare were any indicator. Either way, her statement left him in a sensitive position. Gwen knew their paths had crossed, but the parking lot of a human town in front of other shifters was not the place to discuss the mistakes he'd made. It is difficult, Vlad stepped next to Xander, especially when circumstances and social norms prevent matings to occur the way our goddess intended them. Hannah's nostrils flared. She flicked her gaze between the two of them and grinned. Yes, society's rules can be difficult to overcome, but not impossible. I'm proof. We should go. It's getting late, and our beloved human hasn't had a chance to sleep much over the past couple of days. I'm sure Gwen would like to get a good night's rest before meeting our pack tomorrow, Vlad said, once again saving Xander from coming up with something civil to say. While Xander didn't care one way or the other who the Jaeger Alpha shared his mate with, the bond they formed had left many in the shifter community uneasy. The attention it drew to those living in this area was the kind to be avoided. Hate and fear made people, humans and shifters alike, do things they normally wouldn't consider. Xander didn't want his packmates at risk. Unfortunately, the proximity of their lands to the Jaeger territory left them open for the backlash he anticipated would eventually come. Of course, please at least stop by tomorrow evening. Ethan and Noah will want to discuss some of the changes to our little corner of the world, including the Shifter Affairs office that's been built on my brother Nick Kagan's pack lands. All the local shifter groups are being asked to appoint a contact person to represent them. I would be honored to visit, but it'll be late. Xander gave the only answer possible. He could no longer ignore the responsibilities of being Alpha. No problem. Our door is always open, but I do suggest knocking first. Hannah's smile turned wicked. Unless you're okay with threesomes, then come right in. We don't mind being watched. I'll knock. Xander turned his back on the Jaeger Pack's alpha female and strode for the SUV, where Dante and Devon waited. He needed to get out of here before he admitted to enjoying the same thing. Chapter 21. The sun had set by the time they reached the Winchester Pack lands. They would have arrived sooner, but Xander had insisted on picking up his SUV, an old Hummer that looked as if it had seen better days. He hadn't wanted to damage Devon's vehicle or drag Devon and Lena out here unnecessarily. Gwen had understood the latter reason for the detour, but not the first. Devon's SUV, while luxurious, looked as if it could go anywhere. After seeing the remote area she'd soon call home, Xander's motive made sense, however. Not only was the road narrow, but the longer they drove, the more impassable it became. They hit another deep pothole. The SUV lurched, and her seatbelt locked, tightening over her chest. She stifled a groan. How much longer? A few minutes. Xander slid his hand over her thigh, branding her with his touch. Then I'll take you up to our bedroom so you can rest. Needing to see Vlad's reaction to the announcement, she flicked her gaze to him. The light from the dashboard cast a soft glow over his face, but she couldn't see his expression from where she sat. His white-knuckled grip on the steering wheel hinted at how he viewed Xander's proposed sleeping arrangements, however. I don't think that's a good idea. She turned to Xander. Nobody is supposed to know I'm your mate. If one of your packmates walks in and sees me in your bed, then they'll know you're my lover and not to touch you. Am I supposed to keep my shirt on at all times while you're... She cut another glance toward the front of the vehicle. Dante, who sat in the passenger seat, smirked. He turned on the radio, filling the car with some country song she never heard before. The song wouldn't drown out their conversation, but it gave the illusion of privacy. She'd take that. Trusting in Vlad's driving, she popped her seatbelt and leaned closer to Xander. His scent filled her lungs and her body warmed. The instantaneous reaction embarrassed her, but didn't surprise her. He was her mate. Wanting him wasn't wrong. It was just that sex with him frightened her on some level she couldn't name. Actually, that wasn't true. She knew why the thought of being with Xander no longer sounded as appealing as it had yesterday. Vlad. She needed to talk to him. There were too many unanswered questions surrounding their connection. That conversation couldn't happen if Xander was sharing her bed. He'd never let her sneak out of their room in the middle of the night, and she'd had a feeling he'd make it nearly impossible to get near Vlad during the day, too. She slid her hand to the back of Xander's head. The silky strands of his hair slipped between her fingers, caressing her sensitized skin. It didn't take much to imagine how it'd feel to have the ends tickle her chest, her thighs, her back as he took her from behind. She exhaled, pushing those wicked and wanton thoughts aside. Unless you leave my shirt on while we're having sex, there's a chance someone might see my mate bite. At least I'm assuming your packmates are allowed in your home. Xander moved his hand to her waist and flexed his fingers, as if fighting the urge to drag her into his lap. Yes, most alphas have an open-door policy. Then we can't risk it. I'll need to sleep in a separate room. His deep chuckle slipped through her. Lust surged. That won't stop me from coming to you, Gwen. You'll just have to keep your shirt on as you suggested. The music cut off abruptly. The car came to a jerking stop. So, you don't plan on waiting until you can claim your mate's body in the way of an alpha? Vlad's voice held derision. Or are you too embarrassed to risk our packmates seeing you love Gwen in our sacred circle? It has nothing to do with being embarrassed. We don't have a sacred circle yet. Right, because it takes so long to cut a vein and walk a circle. Sarcasm dripped from Vlad's words. It is not your place to question me. There are many details that need to be worked out before the pack learns about Gwen, or else I'll be facing a challenge. Challenge. The word squeezed her chest, making it hard to breathe. She turned to Xander. Do you expect to be challenged? Because if he mentioned Vlad as a possible contender, she might have a breakdown. Xander stared at her for a long time. Defeat slackened his features. An alpha lives with a constant assumption he will be challenged at some point. The moment I announce our mating, I fully expect at least some of our packmates to demand I hand the spirit over. Once I refuse, he gave a half shrug. A challenge becomes the next step. Then go to them prepared to knock down their fears. If Gwen can give you an heir, there will be no reason for you to step down or face a challenge. Dante glanced over his seat. Unless Vlad is right and you're too embarrassed by the fact that... Enough! Xander's booming voice shook the car. She tightened her grip on his hair, an automatic reaction, and one she was starting to really hate. It made her look weak. Without knowing the details of how the Kagan Alpha impregnated his human mate, I can't make any assumptions that whatever procedure they used would work for a royal. Our breeding rates have always been poor. Xander took Gwen's hand in his and caressed her knuckles with his thumb. Besides, I don't know if Gwen would want my child. I won't force her to bear an heir if that's not what she wants. Well? Do you, Gwen? Vlad gripped the edge of the passenger seat and leaned partially between the front bucket seats. Do you want to carry Xander's babies? Gwen swallowed past the lump in her throat. The thoughts she'd had while talking with Hannah returned. Gwen would like to be a mom someday, but with Vlad's accusatory stare focused on her, she couldn't admit that. Doing so felt like a betrayal to Vlad. Ugh. She hated this. She hadn't even gotten the chance to talk to Vlad to see if his claim to be her true mate had any truth to it, or if it was merely his possessiveness driving him to own her too. She shook her head. Xander squeezed her hand slightly. Do not put my mate on the spot. This is a conversation we'll have sometime in the future. It's one we'd better have before the full moon. With the way you look at Gwen, you'll never make it until next month, and if Gwen wants me to love her for the first time in the sacred circle, Xander cut Vlad off, then I will walk the circle tonight. Won't your pack assume I'm your mate then? You said you didn't want anyone to know yet. The hint of desperation in her voice annoyed her too. She wasn't doing a very good job of convincing Xander she was worthy of being an alpha female. They'll assume you're a female he wants to own for the rest of your life. It fits his past actions too. He claimed you once already that way. Dante supplied the explanation in an amused tone that tore a growl from Xander. When I was Elizabeth. He'd married her then, too. Why hadn't he mated her? Darn it. She needed to know what had happened to ruin things. Yes, Vlad bit out the word. When your soul inhabited Elizabeth's body, Xander made sure she wouldn't desire... Well, Gwen, shall we love each other in the circle or not? Xander's harsh tone demanded an answer. All eyes turned to her. She wanted to crouch in her seat and hide from their probing gazes, but she forced herself to sit taller. Xander had unknowingly given her the reprieve she'd hoped for by asking for a separate bedroom. The full moon was days away. Surely that would give her enough time to get her answers from Vlad and figure out what, if anything, his responses meant for their future, or if she wanted one with him. I want that, Xander. For you to make love to me for the first time in your sacred circle. The words rushed out. Her cheeks warmed at what she'd agreed to do. Are you sure? Xander turned her face to his. I don't have to announce our loving to anyone, nor do we have to wait until the full moon. But if word gets out, the pack will come. So much for buying her time to figure things out. She'd get a day at most, maybe. And when Xander did love her, oh geez, they'd have an audience. His entire pack would watch while she lost her virginity. Her pulse sped. She licked her suddenly dry lips. Backing out now wasn't an option either. Then she'd appear wishy-washy. I'm sure, if they come, you'll keep my complete focus. I won't even know we're being watched, she hoped. The interior light turned on. Vlad got out, then opened Xander's door. Then let's go walk our pack's sacred circle. Dante can stay with Gwen until we get back. Yeah, it'll give us a chance to bond, Dante snorted. Or something. Xander stared at her a long moment. The look on his face was clear. He didn't want to leave her. Whether that was because he wanted to stay by her side or avoid being alone with Vlad, she couldn't tell. Go. She sat back, breaking their connection. Dante will take care of me. Xander nodded, but reluctance showed in his expression. I'll be back as soon as I can. Okay. She opened the door. Dante was there waiting for her. He took her arm and led her across the darkened yard to a huge log cabin home tucked among the trees. She stopped and stared at the house in awe. Although she couldn't see many details, the stonework on the front and the large wraparound porch were breathtaking. She could easily imagine herself sitting out here in the morning drinking coffee and listening to the birds. Nice, isn't it? Dante's voice broke through her fantasy. Very. But it's not what I was expecting. What were you expecting? I don't know exactly. She stepped back and studied the home. Darkness hid most details, but the light of the moon allowed her to see enough to know the place was huge. But I wasn't expecting something so... She shrugged. Extravagant. As in large or fancy? Dante laid his hand on her arm and urged her to the house. She fell into step with him, trusting him to lead her around anything she might trip over. Both, I guess. As Alpha, Xander's expected to have a large home. Not all his packmates live in West Virginia. Like Vlad, they're scattered throughout the world, and Xander needs to offer them a room in his home when they visit. He's also expected to have several children. The space is necessary. Although she wasn't ready for kids, the idea of being a mother excited her. She only hoped it was possible. Gwen slipped her hand into her jacket pocket. Her fingers brushed the piece of paper with Hannah's number on it. Hopefully Hannah would have the answer to whether or not that'd be possible. An inside female source into the shifter world Gwen had been tossed into would prove invaluable. Yes, she had Lena, but wolf and feline culture were different. There was also the risk that Lena might withhold information she thought would hurt Gwen. Heaven forbid she learned some dirty secret. As for the richness of the place, Dante ran his fingertips over the hand-carved runes decorating the front door. Xander loves being one with nature, but he also enjoys beauty and the comforts of this modern world. When electricity was invented, he was like a kid in a candy store. He could read at all hours and filled his homes with as many books as he could fit inside them. Dante opened the unlocked door and motioned her inside. He was known as a patron of the arts back when his pack lived in Europe. Many of the pieces you'll see on display in this place were made by the same famous artists you'll find in museums. Really? I never would have guessed that. You haven't gotten the chance to get to know him. Dante closed the door behind them and flicked the switch, bathing the entryway and stairs in warm light. Paintings of wolves and a full-length silver mirror decorated the space. Same for him. He's still trying to understand you, and I can tell he's unsure what to make of this version of his true mate. Dante's words intrigued her, but so did the first glimpse into Xander's personal space. She faced the room to the right of the main hallway. Modern leather furniture dominated the large, high-ceilinged room. Not the fancy furnishings expected in a high-end apartment, but the worn and rugged kind meant for relaxing. Hints of Xander's love for electronics were scattered about, the sleek television on the wall, and several different gaming systems on a glass door-shelved cart below the big screen. She scanned the room once more, noting the paintings and sculptures, then faced Dante. He's told you that? No, but I can see it in his expression. It's easy to read when he's around you. He doesn't hide his feelings. Around his pack and other shifters, he wears a stony, indecipherable mask. The scene in the parking lot supported Dante's assessment. His words toward her while talking to Hannah had been as cold as his hard-cut features. If he hadn't prepped her with the warning that she had to keep their mating secret, she would have been hurt. He doesn't hide behind his alpha mask around you or Vlad. No. Dante headed down the hallway and pushed open the door at the end. She followed him into a modern yet country-themed kitchen. But that's because we're like brothers to him. Using his foot, Dante slid a stool out. Sit. You still look pale. Weak. I'll get you some OJ and food. It'll help. Zane had the place stocked in anticipation of Xander's arrival. She felt weak, too, and that annoyed her. But at least she'd managed to stay upright since leaving the pizza place. That was a plus. That was nice of him. Xander's alpha. His pack loves him. So they do shit like that. Clean his house, do his laundry. I don't think he's ever had to cook his own meals either. The pack females usually stop over with plates or will come in and make something special just for him. Freaking spoil him. Of course, that was before he up and left with only a note telling them he was going to help Vlad look for his beloved human. She didn't know what to say to that. Had Vlad and Xander not come after her, she'd still be in the compound with Killer. That was what she'd originally wanted. She couldn't help him if she didn't know where he was being kept. But the foolishness of her plan had been made crystal clear. Too bad it took almost dying to realize that. At least Xander and Vlad hadn't held her naivety over her head. Of course, she hadn't brought the subject up again. Their tune might change once she announced she was going to visit Shifter Affairs tomorrow, along with seeing Hannah. She pushed those thoughts aside. Best she deal with her arguments when and if they came. She turned her attention to the dual-fueled stove and the massive side-by-side refrigerator. A minor panic attack threatened to quicken her pulse. She knew how to make boxed macaroni and cheese and heat canned soup. Creating a gourmet meal? Not her forte. Wonderful. Not only was she physically weak, she was lacking in the domestics department. As old as Xander was, he'd expect a woman to act like a woman in all things. What about now that I'm in the picture? Will they still cook for him? And save her from the humiliation of trying to fumble her way through prepping a gourmet dish? Sure. Won't make a difference, even if they knew you were Xander's mate. They'd still pamper him, but wolves are weird like that. The sense of community in its power structure is full of hierarchy. If you're on the top, you're treated like royalty. If you're considered weak, they look down on you. Dante poured a tall glass of orange juice and set it in front of her. Don't get me wrong. They won't hurt those on the bottom rungs or let them suffer. They'll just... He shrugged. Pity them, I guess you might say. And being pitied is probably the worst thing that can happen to a wolf shifter. Dante plopped a blueberry muffin on a dish and slid it toward her. Felines don't do crap like that. There's the Pride leader, and there are the Pride members. No special treatment or top dominant labels, no protectors, no betas. Just a group of people who loosely align themselves with the Pride leader, but heaven help anyone who tries to hurt one of them. Then blood flies. Felines are wickedly possessive and protective of their loved ones. She separated the muffin top from the bottom and broke a piece of the top section off. The moist, flavorful bite was the best thing she'd eaten in months. She closed her eyes and savored the taste of real food, but pushed the dish aside in the next moment. Her time alone with Dante was limited. She needed to get as much information out of him before Xander and Vlad returned. Dante's honest assessment of the pack was invaluable. And then there's you, a lone cat but an honorary member of the Winchester pack. Yup, I'm a special case. I'm one of those people the Winchester pack pitied and took in. You? She couldn't keep the shock out of her voice. The tall-built man looked as if he could snap a man's neck with ease and not bat an eye over the death. They pitied you? He slid the dish back to her and waited until she took another bite before dragging a stool out and sitting next to her. Yeah, me. At least they did until I matured. After that, they steered clear of me whenever possible, but they couldn't get rid of me. I'd been accepted by the Winchester spirit during one of their monthly ritual things. It must have considered you worthy. From what Killer had said, the pack spirit was connected to their goddess and the founding father of the pack. It was wise, cunning, and could foresee the future. Suppose? He laughed, an amused but condescending sound that matched the shake of his head. Still freaking odd and unconventional. It's not something I go around telling people about either. Yet he was telling her. She studied him. There was a depth to the man she suspected few people knew, much like Killer. He'd proved himself a valuable ally. She suspected Dante would too. She'd be the same for him as she was to Killer, a friend who wouldn't judge. Why keep it a secret? I'd think it would be an honor. He picked up the napkin and unfolded the square before refolding it and placing it under the glass of juice. His movement struck her as controlled and deliberate, the kind her sister would have taken if she was trying to soften the blow about something or lie without making it sound like a fib. If you'd rather not say why you want to keep it a secret, I understand. Though it'd disappoint her. She needed as many friends among the wolves as she could find. It's not that. He moved the glass and napkin a couple of inches closer to her. It's just not something I've ever voiced before. He tapped his chest with a balled fist. I feel them, Xander's pack. It's like they're a part of me, like they're my pack. He dropped his hand. It's damn unsettling at times. They're an emotional lot, not like felines. It takes a lot to fire us up. Them? He shook his head. Everything sets them off. They're always at each other's throats. It irritates the shit out of me. Gwen handed the bottom portion of her muffin to Dante. So, you grew up with Xander's pack, right? How did that come about? He took her offering and ate it in 2 bites. Xander and his little brother stumbled on my father beating the shit out of me when I was a kid. After that, Xander took me home with him, and I grew up at Winchester. What happened? Were your family's neighbors or something? She couldn't imagine how else Xander would have been there to save Dante. No, it was at a meeting of the Shifter Council. Back then, those meetings were a huge event. It was the only time our kind got together and shared information. The heads of families would bring their sons or daughters they wanted to mate off. It's all socializing and shit. He took a sip of her OJ, then pushed the glass at her, and waited until she drank before continuing. I was 17, and it was my first time there. My father was presenting me as his next in line, but I fucked up his glory. How? I stood in front of the council and told them I would be ashamed to lead a pride whose greatest accomplishment was in sacrificing Devon to appease the council's distorted views of the law. And once I took over, I'd get revenge for my brother. He made a disgusted sound. The elders kindly suggested to my father to bed my mother in hopes of birthing a proper son, and do what it took to ensure I never accepted our family spirit. Lena's Devon? Gwen gripped Dante's forearm. What did they do to him? Tortured him. Did their best to make him feral. Dante turned his head slowly, snagging her gaze. Respect showed in his expression. But they didn't break him. They just fucked him over good as an example to all those who thought to fight their rule. Your sister fixed him, though. Toughest, bravest damn woman I've ever seen. Questions surfaced. She wanted to know more, but set those aside. Lena should be the one to answer them. Gwen's goal was to uncover more about Xander. Learning about his relationship with Dante would help her. And that's why your father beat you? Yeah. Probably would have killed me, too. His brows pinched. You know that, right? A royal can shift almost immediately, but our immortality doesn't kick in until maturity. I was a few years short of that. She nodded. Killer had told her that one night when he explained why he didn't have a twin. His died in childbirth. And Xander stopped your father? Yeah, they fought. Got pretty nasty, too. A big-ass tiger going after a wolf? Dante flexed his hands and splayed them on the table. Xander held his own against my dad. Better, actually. Xander was fast. kept landing blows that ripped my dad's flank open. I just sat there in my jaguar form, bleeding and feeling pathetic, until this little freckle-faced kid who couldn't have been more than 5 shifted into a red wolf and jumped into the fight. She covered her mouth, fear for this unknown boy gripping her. Did he get hurt? Hurt? Dante grinned. Sure, but he didn't die. He went after my dad with a ferocity I swear I've never seen in a cub before or after that day. I joined in then too. Couldn't sit back while this kid fought my battle. Good thing I did. I saved him from getting his throat ripped out by my dad. A few of the other wolf alphas jumped in then and forced my dad back. He shifted into his human form and banished me from the pride, saying if I wanted to return I'd have to beg his forgiveness. I'm guessing you never did. Nope. Never left Winchester Pack lands until after we moved to America, and Eli went missing during the Civil War. Then I started working as an undercover agent and assassin, following any lead I could, but I never found Eli. Frustration tightened Dante's voice, or maybe pain. Either way, Eli's loss bothered Dante. She could see that in his eyes. No longer cold and indifferent. They burned. I'm sorry. Was Eli another member of the Winchester Pack or a friend of yours? Dante shoved from his stool, knocking it over in the process, and walked toward a writing desk tucked into an alcove next to a breakfast nook. He opened the drawers and searched through them, obviously looking for something. He was the red-headed kid who attacked my dad. Eli and I were inseparable after that day. Fucking hate that I failed him. That he's out there somewhere, suffering. Are you sure he's still alive? Yes. Xander would have felt his death. And sometimes when he and his pack gather for their monthly full moon celebration, he'll get glimpses of him. We know Eli's being held in a cage somewhere, living like a damn animal. Dante pulled a metal box off the built-in bookshelf next to the desk. Uh-huh. There's got to be a picture in here. When photography was first invented, Xander went nuts taking pictures of everything. She ate the last of her muffin top and drank the orange juice, while Dante sorted through the pile of loose photos, then walked over to him. Most of the pictures were faded and curled at the edges. She picked up an old black and white one of Xander and Vlad, leaning against a bar with beer bottles in their hands, and a dark-haired, exotic young woman between them. Although the sight of the woman with an arm around their waist stirred Gwen's irritation, she focused on the 2 men. No sign of the animosity she'd witnessed these last couple of days showed on their faces. They were smiling and completely focused on the girl in their arms. Dante tapped the picture. That's you? Well, Tabitha. The 3 of you met at a rock concert. Xander got called away on pack business, and Tabitha ended up in Vlad's bed. Pissed Xander off big time. He ordered Vlad to follow up on a lead on Eli that turned out to be a dead end. While he was gone, Xander seduced Tabitha. Vlad showed up while they were fucking. The shit hit the fan and Tabitha ran. Poor girl got picked up by a trafficking group and died. Gwen traced the woman's features, but no sense of recognition flared. She couldn't remember that life any more than she could Elizabeth's. I don't remember being her. Why would you? From what I understand, memories get wiped clean each time you die. Of course, the single shifters say each life's experience leave their mark on a soul, and deep emotional ties, whether based on love, friendship, or hatred, will carry over into other lifetimes. Dante grabbed another stack of photos and started going through them, discarding them one by one in the box he'd pulled them from. The witches call it soul imprinting and say human souls experience the phenomena too. Many of our elders don't believe them, but I do. Seen too much crazy shit in my life. I can imagine. Xander and Vlad would likely have experienced much in their long lifetimes too. So even though your mind might not retain the memories, your soul does. You just need to listen to it and... Dante picked up a picture and stared at it for a long moment before dropping it over Tabitha's. That's... Killer. Heart beating wildly, she snatched the photo. That's Killer! Dante lifted her chin, forcing her gaze away from the faded black and white picture of the man who'd saved her life. The shifter who protected you? Are you sure? Yes. She'd know his face anywhere. I've never seen him happy, but this is Killer. I swear it. The freckles, his eyes, the scar over his lips, it's him. Dante's mouth curved into a smile, but his cold, dark eyes held no warmth. You're going to help me find him, little sister. Of course. I'll do anything to bring him home. I wouldn't be here without him. Then prepare to piss off your mates. They're not going to like you getting involved. She inhaled sharply the confirmation. Xander and Vlad? It's true then? They're both mine? I'm guessing. I bet they are too, especially now that the singles proved it's possible. But don't expect it'll be easy. The Winchesters have a long history of mating for power, not love. And you, Dante tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, are the epitome of softness. Weak, you mean? Dante handed her the pictures of Tabitha and Eli, and dumped the rest in the box. Strength comes in many forms. Remember what I said about your big sister. Lena's tough. Gwen tapped her chest with her free hand. Here. I'm not. Dante leaned against the bookcase and crossed his arms over his chest. If you weren't what Xander and Vlad need, the Winchester's goddess wouldn't keep dropping you into their lives. Trust me on that. She wants her descendants to thrive, and the Winchester pack is her only tie to the human world. He's alpha. And? Dante cocked a brow. I don't know how I'm supposed to be the alpha female. She shook her head. Voicing her doubts proved harder than she'd like. I know it's possible, but I don't know if it'd be the best thing. Xander said he'd punish anyone who hurt me, even if it's only my feelings that get crushed. That'll cause more harm than good. Maybe he should give up the pack. Then he wouldn't face a challenge either. No. Dante's harsh word dropped between them. If he does, he'll blame you for eternity. He's alpha. He'll always be alpha, even if he gave the pack spirit to someone else. He just wouldn't be able to act as one, and that'll leave him bitter. She rubbed at her achy eyes. Dante was right. Eternity was a long time to hold on to resentment. Dante awkwardly patted her back. Look, I don't have an answer for you. I've never been in a relationship, and I avoid taking lovers unless it's for a job. My hand is good enough for me. She scrunched her nose at the vulgar reference, and Dante laughed. He grabbed her upper arm and led her to the staircase. Come on, little sister. You should get some rest. You've got the fight of your life ahead of you. No truer words had been said. She had to find Eli, figure out how to be an alpha female, discover the truth about her past with Xander and Vlad, and decide if their unusual relationship was worth fighting for. The biggest obstacle of all, however, would be hers alone to overcome. Until she learned all the details being kept from her, she'd never be able to let the hurt of the past go. The unknown would feed her resentment, turning her bitter and angry, and that would destroy everything. Chapter 22. Flashes of faces and snippets of memories assaulted Killer. He couldn't separate them, couldn't place them. They were a jumbled mess. The voices in his head struck him as familiar, though. Their mumbled words calmed him, even as his mind unraveled. The part of him that could still reason understood why. They were pack. He missed them. Grimacing, Killer gripped handfuls of his hair and tugged. The sharp bite of pain slowed the rapid slideshow. Not enough, though. He grabbed the bars of his cell and smacked his forehead against the metal until dizziness made him sway and blood ran down his face. The blur of scenes slowed. A man's face came into focus. Short, black hair, cold, black eyes, and an emotionless face. A killer. A real one, not like him, a male who annihilated his enemies in order to survive. This black-eyed man who dominated Killer's mind was the kind of male who could end someone's life and not feel remorse. Assassin. Yes, that word fit. This male was an assassin. He was also important to Killer. Had to be. Why else would his face take center stage in Killer's chaotic mind? Eyelids squeezed shut, Killer concentrated on the male, trying to place him. But fuzziness ate at the image as his body healed the injuries he'd caused. Killer flexed his hands. Longer, sharper nails slipped from the ends of his fingers. He dug them into his pecs and dragged them across his chest, ripping his body open. Raw, burning pain spread through him, countering the iciness in his veins that left him incoherent and sluggish. The haziness eating away at the memory faded, bringing the black-eyed male's features back into focus. His wider nose and more pronounced cheekbones marked him as a feline shifter. Not pack, then, not even close. Who was he? Killer curled his hands, deepening the wounds in his chest. More blessed pain. More fire. The cold, slithering poison in his veins receded. Slowly the veil around the memory fell, yanking Killer from his cold cell to the forest where this male waited to talk to him. Chirping birds echoed. The sun cut a dappled pattern on the forest floor, and the stench of death surrounded them. Killer swept his gaze over the area. Rotting body parts littered the ground, all human. He didn't recognize their faces, but the red flag with its blue X and stars struck him as familiar. A growl shook Killer's chest as he took in the senseless carnage. Their human neighbor's enemy did this. Confederates, they called themselves. They'd come here to hurt those who opposed their right to own their brethren based on the color of their skin. Killer had never cared what the humans fought over until they'd come here to slaughter his pack's neighbors. Soon they'd come for his packmates. We need to divert them from our valley. The black-eyed male's words pulled Killer's attention from the carnage to him. A cool breeze blew strands of red hair into Killer's eyes. He shoved them back and swept his gaze over the other male. A long coat hid his body, and baggy pants were tucked into worn, laced-up boots. No name came to him, no other memories save this one. No sense of why this feline shifter mattered. Yet the other male's commanding aura drew Killer closer. He stepped over the corpse at his feet and closed the distance between them. I will lead them away. The statement came out of Killer's mouth. It wasn't what he wanted to say, but memories were like that. When they came, they forced him to recall the past. He couldn't change them, no matter how much he tried. No, you're a fighter, not a leader. Killer shoved the male, knocking him back a step. The feline didn't even try to hold his ground. He laughed. That all you got, Red? Bastard. Killer balled his fists, but didn't bother throwing the punch. The feline liked getting him riled up. Anger toughened a shifter, he'd often said. Made them stronger, worthier. The feline shifter lifted his upper lip in an amused smirk. Problem? Yes, you. I'm in no mood for games. Those humans need to be stopped before they come our way. Exactly, the feline shifter nodded. And while I'm dealing with them, you'll stand guard over your immature packmate. With her white hair, she'll be labeled as a freak, and if they hurt her... A jolt of electricity whipped through Killer's body, pulling him out of the memory. He tumbled backward, landing on his ass as his muscles spasmed. Glorious pain strung his body tight. Killer embraced it for a moment, relishing the ability to feel the searing heat, then hopped to his feet. He bared his fangs at the ancient wolf royal standing on the other side of the bars. You... Killer moved toward the iron bar separating them. He locked his gaze on the other male's orange eyes. Why did you come back? To make you a deal. Yeah? Killer studied the royal but couldn't discern anything from his neutral expression. What's that? You promised to help me find someone, and I return you to your pack. His handlers wouldn't let him go. If this male thought he could swing that deal, he was delusional. Feral males aren't allowed freedom. Are you feral, Killer? The ancient male stepped closer. If Killer wanted, he could reach through the bars and rip his head off. He gripped the bars tighter and glared at the male. Being as old as he was, he'd smell a lie. Since Killer didn't know the answer to the ancient's question, silence was best. The wolf royal leaned close. His orange eyes filled Killer's vision. If you were, you would have tried to kill me by now. You can find out where my little sister is, if she's still alive. Killer lowered his voice, until the words were barely discernible. I want her back. You want to condemn her to this hellhole with you? The ancient royal fought a smile. You're crazy. I promised her I'd protect her. Then you need to get out of this compound. Give me your vow, and I will make it happen. This male offered him freedom? Killer's heartbeat quickened. How? That other shifter said it was time for me to die. Yes or no, Killer. My time is short. It won't take the other guards long to find your eviscerated handler. Killer reached inside himself, seeking his wolf's insight. This other royal had his own agenda, and it had nothing to do with helping him. Killer's wolves growled. Their heads lowered, and the fur on their backs stood on end. They crouched backward, preparing to pounce and try to force a shift upon Killer. They wanted the other male's blood. With a hard shove, he pushed them back into the metaphysical field where they lived. They were no help. They wanted everyone's blood. Only their packmates deserved to be spared. If Killer was free, he could find them, protect their women like he used to do. He focused on the male awaiting his answer. You free me, and I'll do whatever you want. Good. The ancient royal smiled. Then walk out of the next match the victor, and I'll make sure you're freed from your living hell." Something about the male's words struck him as wrong. Before Killer could question him on it, the ancient royal turned his back on Killer and walked away. A door opened, bathing his basement prison in sunlight for a moment before closing. Darkness descended, silence stretched, and the screams and pleas of the males he'd killed over his years in slavery echoed in his head. They always did when he was alone, always tormented him. On a groan of frustration, Killer dropped his forehead to the bars. He wanted the comfort of his packmates, if only through his memories. Without the drugs bringing them to the surface, they wouldn't come easily. Killer glanced at the doorway the ancient royal had escaped through. The temptation to yell for the guards built as guilt ate at his soul. If he caused a scene, they'd be forced to restrain and drug him. He pressed the heels of his palms to his eyes. He didn't deserve the easy way out. His little sister likely hadn't gotten one, if she was even still alive. Chapter 23. The tension in the air grew, with each step they took from Gwen. Vlad's wolves watched Xander with increasing frustration. Every attempt Vlad had made to reopen the mental pathway between them since they were at the airport had been met with silence. "Gwen is our true mate. You know it as well as I." Xander stopped walking at Vlad's words and fisted his hands. "I know that Gwen is my true mate. She's also mine." Xander pivoted slowly and faced him. A calculated look slid over his features. "Then why did you ignore Gwen for years and go after her sister instead? You only decided Gwen was yours after I showed an interest in her, after I abandoned my pack to go look for her, after I held her in my arms and made her come all over my tongue. Why is that? Why wait until you know you've lost Gwen to decide she's yours?" Rage rolled off Xander. Had Vlad been another male, he likely would have cowered under the blast of his alpha's anger. It only tore a low snarl from his wolves and spiked Vlad's frustration. "I can stand here and give you excuse after excuse, but in the end it doesn't matter. I didn't act, and I'm thankful for that. Until a few months ago we had no proof that a three-way mate bond was possible. Now we do. Now we can face the facts without trying to kill each other over them." Xander closed his eyes and breathed deeply and rhythmically, a blatant attempt to calm himself. Vlad remembered the tactic from their past. The Jaeger Alpha is in a physical relationship with both of his mates. Xander leveled a hard glare at Vlad. "Not once have I ever looked at you and experienced desire. You can't compare their bond to ours." Xander wasn't denying their connection. The shock over that floored Vlad. He set it aside and focused on the truth behind Xander's words. Xander was confused, but he wouldn't admit to it. Doing so would make him appear weak. "We might not desire each other, but you can't ignore the truth. Twice before we fought over the same woman. Now we're doing it all over again. There's a reason for that." Vlad paused, judging Xander's reaction. Xander merely stared at him. "We've always shared the same true mate. Stubbornness on both our parts stopped us from reaching this conclusion before." Xander stepped forward, invading Vlad's personal space, and lowered his voice to a threatening growl. "You planted ideas in Elizabeth's head, so she doubted my love for her. And you told Tabitha she was fucking a shifter. You hated that you lost them both to me and wanted to ruin my happiness. I regret how I hurt Tabitha. But Elizabeth had a right to know why she couldn't conceive. She was blaming herself because she couldn't get pregnant. I refused to allow her to think there was something wrong with her. She was afraid you were going to replace her with a younger wife. And because of you, they both ran from me, then died. They would have died anyway. You had no intention of mating either of them. They were human and unbefitting of a royal alpha." Vlad stepped closer until they were nose to nose. "Or do you deny your own words?" A pained look twisted Xander's impassive features. He cursed and stormed away. Vlad waited a moment, giving Xander the chance to get his emotions under control, then went after him. Escaping wasn't the answer to their problems. "Don't deny it. You never planned to mate either of them because they were human. You only wanted to enjoy the peace you found in their arms for as long as possible before they died. You wanted those years to hold you over until our true mate was rebirthed into a shifter's body. Xander stopped walking a second time. I've made mistakes. I don't deny that, but I don't plan on repeating them. In this lifetime I will earn Gwen's forgiveness, then soul bond with her. Nothing is more important than ensuring I can spend eternity with my gift from the goddess. What about ensuring Gwen's happiness? Do you want that too? That's a ridiculous question. Of course I want Gwen happy. Then will you do what's necessary to complement her and bring out the strength we both know she holds, so that she feels confident leading the pack at your side? Vlad asked the question that would set them on the crossroads. Which path they took depended on Xander. He was already mated to Gwen. If he wanted to cast Vlad out, he could. There wouldn't be a thing Vlad could do to stop it. Yes. The harshness to the single word dared Vlad to call Xander a liar. Is this the point where you tell me exactly what she needs? Only if Vlad wanted Xander to shut down on him. Nobody told the Alpha what to do, even the male their goddess deemed his equal. Instead of responding, Vlad moved to the edge of the clearing and faced west, the customary position the chosen pack-mate took when casting a new sacred circle. By tradition, the next in line to become Alpha or the closest male relation held the honor. But it was fitting that they broke the ritual practice tonight. It would be the first of many, and here in this circle they were about to cast, they'd claim their mate. Vlad unleashed a claw and gouged a deep gash in his palm. Blood dripped onto the ground. Nothing magical happened. The wind didn't pick up. The ground didn't tremble. The air around them didn't glow. Not surprising, he wasn't Alpha. Xander was. And he had to make the next move, not be told what he should do. Well, my Alpha, are we going to claim this land as belonging to our pack or not? Chapter 24. A hush settled over the area, silencing the night creatures. Xander could almost feel the anticipation of the world around him. His next move would set the path of the Winchester pack. There was only one he could take. Xander joined Vlad at the edge of the circle and turned, facing east, and pressing his back to Vlad's, then dragged his sharpened nail across his palm. The first drip of his blood hitting the ground sent a tremor through the earth the entire pack would feel. He reached back, holding out his hand for Vlad. Let's walk. I want to finish this before our pack shows up. Vlad grasped Xander's hand, and energy flared between them, tying them together. Packmate to Alpha. The symbolic ritual represented the communal bond, a never-ending circle of life, and the tie every member of the pack shared with the Alpha, and consequently to the goddess that had birthed the first Winchester. Magic built, and the air around them hummed. Their heartbeats picked up the same rhythm. Their breaths synced. Why? Afraid of what they'll think? Vlad's taunting question hung between them. Afraid? No. Regretful? Yes. I should be walking this circle with Zane, not you. You've already broken tradition by mating Gwen, but our pack will understand once they realize how much you love her, how much you respect her, that you'd do anything to make her happy. You do still want that, don't you? If he didn't, he wouldn't be here with Vlad or contemplating the reality of his packmate's claim to be Gwen's true mate, too. Yes. Good. Vlad released Xander's hand and took a step forward. Xander did the same, following the edge of the clearing. The tugging on his chest as he cast the circle slowed his movements but strengthened his muscles, energizing him. Power rushed into him from the balls of his feet and flowed out with the blood running down his hand. The night brightened, a glow that emanated from him, from Vlad, from the blood of their pack being spilled. The howls of his packmates carried through the night, a chorus calling the pack home. With each haunting cry, Xander's steps slowed more, a reaction he couldn't stop. He craved the connection of his packmates as much as they needed him. A warm mental caress slipped over him as they approached. Tingles skipped across his skin, his body awakened, cock twitching, and the familiar ache settling in his balls. He exhaled on a groan, overwhelmed by the rush of desire and the need to feel a woman's soft, giving body convulsing around his shaft. The lust caught him off guard, but it shouldn't have. This close to the full moon, a shifter's primal instincts intensified. Avoiding the touch of his pack for the past few months exaggerated the needs assaulting him. Had Gwen not been in his life, he would have welcomed the relief the females in his pack would offer. But his true mate awaited him. His promise they'd wait before giving in to sex dimmed the ecstasy the night ahead offered, but it didn't kill it. He had much to teach Gwen before she became his, or theirs, if that was indeed the will of their goddess. It was time to find out, once and for all. The familiar scents of his packmates drifted to him. Zane's came first, followed by his cousins and their females, many of whom had graced his bed over his long life. There'd be shock, disbelief, and jealousy once he dismissed them in favor of Gwen. Hiding her mated status wouldn't save her from the latter. Those shifter females who'd been vying for his favor, and the chance to be his mate would hurt Gwen, emotionally if not physically, unless he made the consequences of upsetting Gwen perfectly clear. The sight of Vlad approaching drew Xander's thoughts to the ritual at hand. They had to finish the circle, sanctifying the ground and transforming it into the portal the Winchester spirit would use to connect with Xander during the next full moon. For months, the Winchester spirit had remained dormant, unable to offer its guidance or glimpses of its lost packmates. Xander craved those moments, if only to see his little brother Eli once more. One day he'd get the clue they needed to rescue him. Vlad stopped a few feet away. His blood ran freely, dripping from the ends of his fingers. It would until they clasped hands, completing the circle. Xander stopped too, mimicking him, and opened the mental pathway between them. "I am not your enemy, Xander. If I viewed you as such, you wouldn't be here." Vlad inclined his head, never breaking their gaze. "Before Elizabeth, we were friends, inseparable. We shared everything, battles, victories, women. You remember those times, don't you? How we'd communicate just like this while we fought our enemies and pleasured our lovers? We were extensions of one another. Even our wolves accept the open pathway between us, then and now. Do you deny it?" "No, I do not deny it." Xander had missed it, craved it even. "Then for what we once shared. Listen to me. Look into my soul. Walk through my memories. Whatever you need to do in order for you to accept the truth." More like confirm it. Either way, Xander would take Vlad's offer. He wanted to understand why Vlad had ignored Gwen in this lifetime. Had he sensed the truth of their unusual bond and was reluctant to claim Gwen for himself? Or had he doubted Gwen was his? The reasoning was as essential as the driver behind why Xander had refused to mate Elizabeth and Tabitha. Without knowing the extent of their sins against their true mate, they'd never be able to earn Gwen's forgiveness. With the power of the pack fueling him, Xander reached deeper into Vlad's psyche. The wall enclosing Vlad's soul faded, allowing Xander access. Memories assaulted him. All of Vlad, on the outside, alone and bitter, as he watched first Elizabeth, then Tabitha, and finally Gwen in Xander's arms. Finally, Vlad's guilt over his attraction to Gwen swamped Xander. She was too young and innocent to dirty with his hungers. Hadn't Xander thought the same thing? Xander pulled back from the cold, dark emotions that accompanied those scenes and fought his own twisted feelings. Vlad had been right all along. They'd both fought over the same true mate. He wanted to rage, to curse fate, to question why their pack spirit hadn't clued him into this before. None of those reactions would make up for the past. "And what's the truth?" Xander asked the question even though he knew the answer. The glimpse into Vlad's soul had spelled it out perfectly. He wanted Vlad to ask for permission to love Gwen, instead of being the one to offer up a spot in their bed to Vlad. Maybe that distinction was wrong, but his alpha nature demanded it. Vlad moved to the spot opposite of where they'd started. "Gwen belongs to both of us." Xander closed the distance between them and stared at the male he'd once shared everything with. Soon they would again. The surge of anticipation unfurling within him couldn't be squelched. Memories of past pleasurable encounters they'd shared mixed with the satisfaction he'd felt while Vlad had watched him and Gwen together. He no longer wanted to question their bond. He wanted to explore it and experience the ecstasy such a connection could give. It had to happen on his terms, however. "Gwen is my mate, and as such mating law guarantees me the right to determine who is allowed near her. That includes any shifter who claimed her as a beloved human. Doing so will leave her miserable." Likely that was the truth, but Vlad wasn't an expert on Gwen's feelings any more than he was. "You don't know what Gwen needs. Neither do you. True mate or not, she's a stranger. No truer words had been said, but the weight of Zane's gaze boring into Xander reminded him of their audience and their limited time. The deal he and Vlad were hedging around had to be solidified. You've allowed me into your soul, exposing yourself to me. You did not do so without a reason. Ask what you wish me to do with the knowledge you shared, or do not bring this topic up ever again. Allow me to mate Gwen too. And if Gwen doesn't want that, you do remember what Lena said all those months ago, don't you? Gwen saved her virginity for you, and you shunned her, choosing other women, choosing Lena to fuck instead. That hurt Gwen, deeply. I saw her pain, her confusion, her embarrassment when she spoke of you. Which is why we need to work together, to convince Gwen that she wants to spend eternity with both of us. With the depth of our sins against her, it'll take a team effort to earn her forgiveness. We can do that. Vlad grinned. Work together to shatter her resistance. Prove to her she needs us. Make her crave what only we can give her. Xander snorted. He couldn't disagree with Vlad's statement. They could make Gwen yearn for their touch. Yes, I know. Victory sparked in Vlad's eyes. With a smile on his face, he held out his hand. Is it a deal, then? You allow me to love her, too? And together we convince her to soul bond with us. Xander glanced from Vlad's open palm to his shit-eating grin, and said the only thing he could. Yes, it's a deal. Xander grasped Vlad's hand, sealing the circle and their deal with magic and the force of their pack. The ground shook, lightning brightened the sky, and the exuberant cries of their packmates carried through the night. Vlad stepped back, breaking their connection and allowing those who'd watched the ritual to approach. Xander went through the motions, greeting his twin and his packmates, but ignored any attempts to question him about his actions over the past few months, along with the invitations from the females in the pack. He couldn't form any rebuttals that wouldn't hurt his packmates. Silence seemed safer. His thoughts kept drifting to the deal he'd made with Vlad, or more precisely, the revelation of what their reality involved. Sharing Gwen. Are you ready? Vlad's low question came from behind him. Xander glanced over his shoulder and met Vlad's hazel eyes. A glow emanated from them, deepening the green and betraying his hunger, his lust. Seeing it sparked Xander's. His breaths quickened, his dick stirred, and resentment rose. They'd both been stubborn fools, refusing to consider the possibility they'd shared the same mate before Gwen. Then again, why would they have? Menage just didn't exist in the shifter world. Everyone knew that. Everyone accepted that. Except for a trio of single shifters who'd proved everyone wrong. For that, the Jaeger pack would have his gratitude. Too bad he and Vlad hadn't been the ones to take that step years ago. Things could have been different. Then again, maybe there was a reason. He didn't know. Only their pack's goddess did. He shoved the regret back and asked, for what? To give our beloved human her first lesson in what belonging to us means? Vlad's response would be acceptable to those within earshot. Lovers could be shared, anywhere, anytime, and with anyone. Yes, Xander nodded. Let's go train our female. Chapter 25. A soft caress over her cheek stirred Gwen from her dream. Just in time. Vlad was about to get shot. Once he fell, the wolves surrounding him would attack. She didn't want to relive the horrid scene again. Once was enough. She didn't think she'd ever forget the moment in the woods when blood had blossomed on his body, and she couldn't get to him. It was just a dream, though. Just a dream. She was safe. So was Vlad. He was outside with Xander. At the thought of her mate, she smiled. Xander must have come to say goodnight to her. He leaned closer and brushed his lips over hers. Inhaling, she took his air into herself. The scent of heaven filling her lungs warmed her, chasing away the last remnants of her nightmare. She knew who'd joined her bed without having to open her eyes. Her body recognized his. So did her soul. She felt at peace, even as desire awakened within her. With a hand on her shoulder, he urged her to roll toward him. She did instantly. No thought of denial flitted through her mind. This was her mate, the man she'd spend eternity with. He brushed his fingertips along her jaw and down her neck to where his mate bite seared her skin. His touch sparked an awareness only he could elicit within her. The raised edges of the mark she'd carry for the rest of her life throbbed. Need built. She wanted him to lick the bite or suck on it, making her tremble and moan for him. She wanted to experience passion at her mate's hands. They didn't have to take this further than a little touching, a little kissing. He wanted to have sex for the first time within the pack's sacred circle. What they were doing tonight was a preview. With the thought came an irrefutable craving for him. "Kiss me, please." She needed his lips on hers more than anything else. He could make her melt from that alone. On a shaky exhale, he took her mouth, twining their tongues and stealing her sanity. This kiss was different from the ones they'd shared before. It was sweeter, richer, more sensual. He kissed her as if he'd never loved her mouth before and wanted to savor every second of it. She sighed with the romanticism the thought brought. From their first meeting in the woods, he'd told her she was important to him. He'd proved it by saving her life. But the way he kissed her now suggested his need for her went beyond the peace her presence offered him, or the lust their bond stirred. It was not love exactly, more like devotion. He would worship her from now until the day they both died. After the years of rejection by Vlad, she craved being the center of her mate's world, needed it with every fiber of her being. Maybe she was being selfish. She couldn't help it. Her self-esteem had taken a major hit when Vlad had chosen Lena. Gwen clutched his shirt, pulling him closer. They might not be able to have sex yet, but she wanted his weight on top of her and the press of his cock against her. He didn't take the hint, however. Except for his lips on hers, he didn't touch her. Oh no, that wouldn't do. She eased the tight grip on his shirt and skimmed her hand over the hard contours of his abs to the waistband of his sweats. His muscles flexed, but he never broke their kiss or quickened his strokes. He was holding himself in check. She shouldn't have been surprised. He'd promised they wouldn't have sex until he could love her in his pack's circle. Whether he realized it or not, his restraint empowered her, giving her the chance to experience this newfound passion on her terms. She curled her fingers around the waistband of his pants and took control of their kiss. She sucked on his tongue, tearing a primal sound from him, then kissed him harder, eating at his mouth the way he'd done to her the last time they'd kissed. He met her, stroke for stroke. Heat spread through her limbs, and awareness settled low the longer they kissed. The lust didn't surprise her. The confidence building within her did. She wanted to explore her mate's body, bringing him pleasure as he'd done for her. Feeling bolder than she ever had, she reached inside his pants and brushed her fingertips over his erection. His rigid length jerked. He inhaled sharply but didn't break their kiss. Darn the man. There was restraint and there was stubbornness. They were both strong enough to resist giving in completely to the lust. Besides, there were many ways they could pleasure each other that didn't involve intercourse. He already proved that by going down on her twice. She wanted to return the gesture. She turned her head, ending the wicked melding of their mouths. "I want to make you come. Teach me how to pleasure you." Silence met her words. Her pulse sped. Had she said something wrong? Ugh, of course she had. She'd ordered him. As Alpha, Xander couldn't be told what to do. She had to ask, or beg. Heck, she hadn't even used the word please. No wonder he'd ignored her. There was only one thing to do. Beg his forgiveness. A smile on her face, she licked her lips and opened her eyes. Darkness cloaked the room. She blinked a couple of times, then glanced into her mate's face. Hooded, glowing hazel eyes held her gaze. Hazel. The man she'd kissed had hazel eyes, not brown. She sucked in a rough breath. She hadn't been kissing her mate. She'd been kissing... Vlad! She scooted backward, right into the chest of another hard body. Strong hands settled on her hips. She whipped her head to the side. Her gaze collided with Xander's softly glowing brown eyes. The intensity of his stare pierced her, but she couldn't decide if jealousy, anger, or lust heated his gaze. She didn't trust herself to guess. She only knew his focused look left her feeling exposed and guilty. She'd been caught with another man, a day after their mating. She scrambled away from him, too, but with Vlad on one side of her and Xander on the other, she couldn't escape her sin. "Oh my God! I'm sorry, Xander. I thought I was kissing you. I didn't realize it was Vlad. I wasn't expecting... For Vlad to come to her. For Xander to allow her to kiss another man. For her mate to watch as she fisted Vlad's rigid length and ordered him to teach her how to pleasure him. Why would she expect any of those things? Xander, the man who'd given her a piece of his soul, had been insanely jealous since meeting her, to the point where Xander had ordered Dante to make sure Vlad didn't talk to her on the plane. Yet suddenly Xander didn't have a problem with allowing her to share a passionate kiss with Vlad? Something wasn't right here. She looked from her mate to Vlad and back. Both men were stretched out on the bed she'd chosen out of the many rooms in Xander's house, and both shifters wore hungry expressions. For her. Lust. That was what darkened their eyes, not jealousy or anger. The impressive erection straining against their loose pants supported her guess. They'd both gotten turned on by her kissing Vlad. Something was definitely going on. Whatever had occurred during the time Xander and Vlad had spent casting the circle for his pack had changed things. Did they suddenly agree she belonged to both of them? If so, then what? Had Vlad convinced Xander to share her? Maybe both mate her? Her nostrils flared on rougher breaths. She clenched her jaw until pain radiated down her neck. The surge of anger surprised her. Discovering the truth about whether or not she belonged to both of them had been her goal. She should be happy if they'd figured it out and had agreed not to fight over her. She wasn't, though. She should have been part of the discussion. She was the one they'd been fighting over. What's going on here? Gwen held first Vlad's gaze, then Xander's. Don't sound so distrustful, my mate. Xander slid an arm around her waist, locking her back to his chest. I can't help it. She tipped her head back to hold his gaze. You just allowed another man to kiss me. She narrowed her eyes. To wake me up from a sound sleep. After everything I've gone through, didn't you think that might have triggered me? You were calling out Vlad's name in your sleep. He came to you. You're the one who kissed him. She likely had been calling out Vlad's name. She'd been dreaming of him. Yes, but how would I have known it was Vlad and not you? Xander's eyes narrowed. Do you suspect the male who's given you a piece of his soul would allow anything unpleasant to happen to you? Or stand by and allow you to be frightened? But that way her accusation sounded preposterous. As her mate, Xander would want her happy and safe. No, of course not. Then why accuse me of such a thing? You weren't afraid when Vlad woke you, nor are you now. Tell me why you're focusing on something trivial. Because she was confused by Xander's actions and hers. Sure, she and Xander hadn't been mated long, but she'd kissed him before. Yet she hadn't recognized she was kissing a different man. With the piece of his soul Xander had given her, shouldn't she have been able to tell? He'd told her she'd be able to experience what he was feeling, yet she hadn't while she'd been kissing Vlad, nor did she with Xander's gaze locked on hers now. Why? There had to be something wrong with their bond. That was the only explanation she could come up with. He had pulled away from her when he'd mated her. He'd wanted to stop her from experiencing the rest of the memory of his wedding night to Elizabeth. The ripping pain of his abrupt shove had radiated through her heart and soul. She'd felt alone and rejected, even as he'd gathered her close and urged her to live. Well, Gwen? Xander stroked his thumb over her neck. Why would you think this about me? I might be your true mate, but... Xander kissed her, stopping her words and stealing her sanity. His kiss was firmer than Vlad's. Xander demanded her passion. Each stroke of his tongue along hers left her weakened, yet strengthened. This powerful man, the leader of the strongest royal pack in the country, desired her. It was a heady feeling. She sighed and turned toward him. Never breaking their lip lock, he hooked an arm around her waist and lowered them to the bed, so they lay on their sides, chest to chest. With his large palm on her hip, holding her in place, he worshipped her mouth until the confusion and irritation over both his and Vlad's actions slipped to the background. Neither emotion disappeared, but in this moment, they couldn't consume her. There was only this kiss and the knowledge that this powerful alpha shifter was hers. Finally, he eased back and stared into her eyes. You are my true mate, Gwendolyn Annabelle Burnett. No might be my true mate. No guessing. You are mine until the world ends. He moved his hand from her silk-covered hip to her chest. You are the keeper of my soul. I will do anything to ensure your safety and your happiness. Anything? The word came out in a small, shy voice. She couldn't help it. She hadn't been expecting this tonight. While the thought of being in the arms of two men had left her aroused and excited yesterday, the looming reality left her anxious. She didn't know how to act, or even if she wanted to. After what Vlad had done to her, she didn't know if she could forgive him and move on. Yes, Gwen. Anything. The seriousness in his voice matched the intensity in his gaze. Even share you with the other male the goddess chose for you. Vlad. A question or a statement she couldn't decide. She simply needed the confirmation. After that, she wasn't sure. Yes, you are also my true mate, Gwen. A warm, solid weight settled at her back. Vlad draped a leg over hers and brushed his lips along her jaw to her ear. You belong to both Xander and me. Have always belonged to us. Xander pushed against her chest, urging her to lie on her back between them. Then he brushed his open mouth against her throat to her ear. Her pulse quickened, along with her breaths. The lust building within her sensitized her, turning the simple touch into an erotically stimulating caress. He pressed his lips to the spot right below her ear, sending energy skipping down her spine. Tonight proved it, my mate. How? Xander slid his hand under the hem of the oversized t-shirt she'd found in this room, and dragged his fingers across her belly. Her skin tingled in the wake of his caress. In a torturously slow exploration, he slipped his fingertips under the barrier of her boxers. Inhaling sharply at his boldness, she shifted her bottom, but couldn't move, not to escape Xander's teasing stroke or encourage him to touch her more. The weight of Vlad's leg over hers held her in place. She yanked her gaze to Xander. A wicked smile spread over his rugged face, lending him a wild and untamed aura. I walked through Vlad's soul, same as I did yours the night I gave you a piece of my soul. I saw the truth I'd long denied, and watching you with Vlad tonight convinced me of why our pack's goddess gave you to both of us. Why is that? She didn't bother questioning him on the validity of what he saw in Vlad's soul. If their three-way bond wasn't real or Xander planned on fighting it, they wouldn't be having this conversation. As Alpha, Xander wouldn't share his mate with another man, unless he had to. Or wanted to. Xander withdrew his hand from her pants and propped on his elbow next to her. Show her, Vlad. Vlad turned her face toward him. The soft glow to his eyes mesmerized her, and the intensity in his gaze captivated her. The same thoughts from a few minutes ago skipped through her mind. It wasn't only Xander who'd worship her from now until the world ended. So would Vlad. He smiled, as if pleased with whatever he saw in her eyes, then leaned in and kissed her. The soft brush of his lips over hers tore a sigh from her mouth, and the slow stroke of his thumb along her jaw relaxed her muscles. She closed her eyes, waiting for the worship promised in his expression. There was no thought of fighting it. She craved what he could give her. Nothing else mattered in this moment. She'd have plenty of time to figure out her emotions, later, much later. Vlad didn't disappoint her. With a gentle persuasion, he urged her toward the passion she'd experienced minutes ago in his arms. The deep rolling kiss loosened her muscles, leaving her relaxed and sensitized. On and on, he twined their tongues but never quickened the pace. Exactly as it had the last time Vlad had kissed her, confidence built the longer he loved her mouth, along with a burning hunger. She craved more than this erotic yet sweet kiss. She needed to experience passion. She hooked her arms around his neck, holding him in place, and kissed him back, quickening the pace and deepening the strokes. He met her frantic strokes, but didn't demand more. His patience inflamed her, encouraged her. Likely that was his goal. It worked. She wanted to explore more of this burning desire. Vlad would offer her the means to do so. On her terms. Was this what Xander meant? She'd sensed the difference in the kiss that had woken her from sleep. Where Xander commanded, Vlad accepted. Neither was better. Both men awakened her carnal desires. Both men turned her into a sex-starved woman. Both men made her yearn for things she'd never experienced. But the patience Vlad showed gave her the opportunity to act on her needs. On a groan, she moved her hands to his shoulders and shoved him. He didn't flop onto his back, though. He smiled against her lips and slid his hands under her body, then rolled, bringing her on top of him. With her palms on either side of his chest, she pushed herself up and looked into Vlad's face. The pleased grin and spark of satisfaction in his eyes convinced her he'd gotten exactly what he wanted from her. not the other way around. "Is this where you wanted me?" Vlad asked. Did it bother her that he'd allowed her to think she had control when in fact he'd only led her to this point? The way he'd kissed her had encouraged her to take charge. She'd enjoyed that feeling, still did. She liked where they'd ended up, Vlad on his back, waiting for her to explore his body. "Yes." She skimmed her fingertips along his strong jaw, down his straight nose, and over his soft lips. His eyelids lowered under her exploration, so he watched her from behind long, dark lashes. Where Xander was ruggedly handsome, Vlad was beautiful. Not feminine, not even close. Vlad could have been a model or a movie star. He had a face and body women drooled over. He was the kind of man who had women falling at his feet, including her sister. Once he had them there, he fucked them. Gwen dropped her hand and eased back. No longer did she want to explore this bond they shared, or the body her sister had once enjoyed. Thoughts of the past soured it. Gwen didn't want them to ruin this, but couldn't stop them from choking her, shaming her. Xander moved behind her, blocking her retreat. He slipped an arm around her waist and rested his chin on her matebite. The pressure on the sensitive mark whipped energy through her body. Her skin tingled and her clit throbbed. The instantaneous reactions left her shaken. Xander owned her body, and if the moment back on the plane when Vlad had touched her matebite was any indication, he did too. "So why are you trying to run?" The brush of Xander's lips against her neck intensified the sensation spreading through her. She shivered and leaned against his chest. He tightened his hold on her. "You have the other male our goddess has chosen for you spread out before you." No. She wasn't bringing up her hurt over Vlad's actions. Doing so would make her sound childish. With 2 700-year-old males as her true mates, she couldn't acknowledge the immature reaction. Already they thought her weak. She turned her head to meet Xander's gaze, not Vlad's. At the moment, she didn't want to look at him. It was too easy to think about Lena having Vlad in this position, and what she'd likely done to him. "If I'm to believe you, why did she? You didn't explain your theory." Xander held her gaze for a long moment. One corner of his mouth quivered slightly, as if he were fighting a grin, at what she didn't know. She hadn't thought she'd said anything funny. "I'm a dominant bastard in bed, my mate. I warned you of this, didn't I?" Their encounter on the plane replayed through her mind. He'd pulled a mind-blowing orgasm from her and left her with a warning. If she ever felt overwhelmed or he did something she didn't like, she was supposed to tell him. "Yes." "Vlad is too, but he'll also give you the chance to be in charge. You need that. The goddess understands this. Now so do I. Your confidence is beautiful, stimulating." Xander curled his fingers around her throat. "Satisfying." "And you'll never allow me to control you? Is that what you're saying?" Xander's breathing deepened. The brown in his eyes spread, overtaking the white. "I'm not perfect, my mate. Neither is Vlad. We're both stubborn pricks who've hurt you. And each other." Not an answer to her question, but the honesty to Xander's confession stopped her from pushing the issue. She wasn't perfect either. "Together, we'll find a way to satisfy our needs, while erasing our past mistakes." Vlad caressed her thigh, drawing her gaze to him. He'd propped himself on his elbow, the shirt covering his torso stretched over his pecs, teasing her with glimpses of the body she'd yet to explore. "And it starts here. Now. With you, finishing what you started," Xander added. "And that is?" With a firm tug, Xander drew Vlad's pants down, exposing his semi-erect shaft, then gripped her chin and turned her to face him before she could memorize the side of Vlad, partially aroused and waiting for her to touch him. "Tonight, you will learn how to pleasure your mates. One, then the other." Chapter 26. The carnal hunger displayed on Gwen's face captivated Vlad. He'd waited years to see her look at him this way. He wasn't disappointed. She was beautiful, a mixture of innocence and hunger. With her angelic features and slightly rounded face, she always would be. He never wanted a day to go by where she didn't watch him the way she did now. The cold bitterness that had pinched her features and chilled her expression a few moments ago reminded him that her passion and acceptance weren't guarantees, however. She could still refuse him. She didn't own a piece of his soul as she did Xander's, but his theory about why their goddess had influenced their three-way bond made sense. Vlad enjoyed having women worship him. It was the best damn power trip he could get. especially when they begged him for the chance to bring him to climax. Being treated as a king at his true mate's hands would be better. 1,000 times better. It would also have the added benefit of building Gwen's confidence. He couldn't wait. His cock twitched. The anticipation of experiencing her exploration built his need. Vlad kept his attention on her face in an effort to hold his lust in check. She had to make the next move. I know this is a lot to take in. You have questions and... Vlad debated his next words. He didn't want to give Gwen a reason to end this. He also didn't want her to regret anything they did tonight. He had to risk her wrath. You also have accusations to make. Anger to embrace. I get it. I deserve everything you have to give. He skimmed his fingertips over her knuckles. Save it for tomorrow, though. Tonight, we want to celebrate life. Xander tipped Gwen's head back and kissed her throat. We almost lost you. Almost lost our salvation, our heaven. That's what you are, my mate. Our heaven. Xander dragged his lips to Gwen's ear. And we are yours. Xander. Gwen's breathy voice held awe. Xander met Vlad's eyes. Victory showed in his gaze. They had Gwen where they needed her. They just had to encourage her to act. You do want to experience heaven too, don't you? Yes. Gwen's eyelashes fluttered closed. Then follow our lead, my mate. We will take you there, Xander said. Gwen nodded. Her drowsy, lust-hazed eyes met Vlad's. Tonight I want to feel what we can be. Tomorrow I'll decide if I want to keep it. While Gwen's instant acceptance and commitment to their three-way bond would have made his life easier, this path offered a pleasure unto itself. Touch me, Gwen. She dragged the tip of her tongue along her upper lip. Then she slid her gaze from his groin to his face. How? Take his penis in your hand. Xander whispered the words in her ear as if telling her a secret. In truth, he was giving her the push she needed. Vlad wasn't the only one who would unveil Gwen's strength. Working as a team, they'd help her soar. Once she did, they'd reap the benefits.